Morning everyone, welcome Minister. The time being 9:15, let's kick off. Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 1, Premier and Finance for the additional round of budget estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Harris and accompanying officials to this hearing today. The Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio, Aboriginal Affairs and Treaty, Gaming and Racing, Veterans, the Central Coast, Medical Research. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome again and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Miss Oxford, Miss Hawes and Miss Lamb, as you did not attend the initial round of hearings, you will need to be sworn in prior to giving evidence. So I will start with Miss Oxford over there. Miss Oxford, could I ask you to swear either the oath or the affirmation, please?
I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Miss Hawes, please.
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Miss Lamb.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So all other witnesses have been sworn and so do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and then crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Farlow.
Good morning, Minister. How are you?
Good, yourself?
Very good, thank you. Now, one of your roles, one of the many hats you wear, is of course as the Minister for Treaty.
Yes.
Now, the treaty process started in consultations in August of last year, is that correct?
Yes, it's a consultation about whether there should be treaty, not actual consultation about what should be in a treaty.
Yep. And with respect to whether there should be a treaty or not, what activities have been conducted so far by the Treaty Commission?
Yeah, so the Treaty Commissioners have been very busy. They've been holding consultation meetings right across the state. They can actually be followed online. They've got a website and a Facebook page which details those consultations. I met with them last week and they've updated me recently on the conversations, the feedback that they've been getting from communities around the state. I think they have indicated that that there is low literacy amongst Aboriginal people about what a treaty might actually be. And of course the other issue is particularly in more urban communities about who you would negotiate a treaty with, for example. But also understanding that we've got what's happened in Victoria, and part of what we've done is an analysis of what's in the Victorian treaty as opposed to what we already have in place in New South Wales. New South Wales is actually ahead of the game. We have passed legislation, for example, with languages. They're recognised in our state constitution. We have Aboriginal land rights. We had connected with Aboriginal land rights, had a reparations program. We've had stolen generation reparations as well. So New South Wales is actually in quite a good place when it comes to what an overarching agreement might look like. So that's all part of the conversation. That's continuing. They're due to report to me fully mid-year and also feedback to me what they think the next step should be.
And with respect to that report that you'll be receiving mid-year, is that something you'll commit to publish after receiving it?
Yeah, I've got no problem with that. Yeah,
Okay.
As I said, all their activities, they're totally independent of government. All of their activities have been documented online, so it certainly hasn't been a secretive process or anything like that. And when they do have a meeting, the whole community is invited. So, I think they've found it quite valuable, those conversations. It's posed new questions for them. And I think what we committed to do at the last election is fully being delivered.
And with respect to that, so if the report comes back to you and does suggest that there is a treaty embarked upon, what will be the process from then that you'll be undertaking?
Yeah, so that's then obviously a decision of government, and it would go through cabinet, and there'd obviously be public consultation on that. So at the moment, that's not part of the conversation. The conversation now is about understanding of treaty, understanding what might be in a document. Essentially, modern treaty making is making agreements, and so it may just be formalising a process for how those agreements are made. We have federal legislation that overlaps, such as native title and other things which make it more complicated. There's issues around Aboriginal heritage, which again the federal government's looking at, and of course we're looking at as a state as well. So there's a whole lot of information that would need to feed into what a final process might look like.
So the Premier has committed that there'll be no treaty in this term of Parliament entered into. Is it something that, if your treaty commissioners come back with, will be something you'll take to the next election?
I think what we would take to the next election is whatever the next phase is. And I don't want to preempt that, so I don't know. I'm getting sort of an indication of where it might be going, and I would probably say pretty confidently that there would be, at this stage, community itself isn't ready for a negotiation or anything like that leading to a formal treaty.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Now, Minister Harris, in terms of another one of your portfolios in Veterans Affairs,
Have several.
there has been, you've got several indeed, many hats to wear. There has been, of
He's
course,
only got one head.
but he looks good in lots of different caps. It's not necessarily a Central Coast Mariners cap, but you've got that one as well.
Yeah.
But, Minister, with respect to Veterans Affairs, one of the big issues recently has been, of course, the Federal Commonwealth's proposal to sell part of the military estate, particularly Victoria Barracks and Lancer Barracks.
Yes.
What consultations were undertaken with you as part of that process from the federal government?
Okay, so prior to the publication of the report from the federal government, we didn't have any formal discussions or negotiations around those sites. That was a Commonwealth responsibility. What we have done since, though, is I've written to the Assistant Minister, Peter Keel, and asked for a thorough briefing. The Minister for Veterans has also sent me the pack of all the sites in New South Wales that are under consideration. And we have a statement that clearly says that we understand that the Commonwealth has the right to look at these things, but it should be done in very close consultation with both veterans and the general community to make sure that all the sites have appropriate protections, and that only those sites that are, go through that process should be under consideration. So I think there's a long way to go on this, and there's certainly been opinions from the veterans community. I've spoken to a number of veterans, had a long conversation on Sunday with a veteran who was looking for guidance about how they might interact. I encourage them to make sure they do put in a submission to the federal government process to make their views very well known. These sites are cherished. by veterans, but also they hold great heritage value. Lancer Barracks and Victoria Barracks, for example, are two of the oldest military installations in New South Wales. In fact, Lancer Barracks is the oldest.
Yep.
I know that the member for Parramatta and the member for Granville have both contacted me about the significance of that particular site. I've spoken to my colleague, the member for Campbelltown, and also the member for Coogee, and I think that all of these views need to be part of the process in the Commonwealth's consideration of what they finally decide to do.
So the member for Coogee, for instance, has said that when it comes to Victoria Barracks, it's not surplus land, it's not a disposable asset. Is that something you agree with?
Well, what I encourage local members to do is to put forward their point of view. Government will reach its own conclusion. There hasn't been internal discussion in Cabinet or anything about that at this stage, and that will be when the Commonwealth comes up with their final proposal. Then I assume that there'll be more detailed discussion around that. But some sites may be suitable for example, parts of the site to be used for other purposes, but the historical parts maintained. It may be that if some of those historical sites were passed on to other organisations, they might actually get greater care. But there is also a very strong argument from the military, including from the New South Wales RSL, that some of those sites are key urban military command areas, and that there may be detrimental effects back on recruitment and other things like that. So I think all those views are absolutely valid and should be fed into the federal government's process.
And so, Minister, while local members can put their views and you're encouraging veterans to put their views, as the voice around the cabinet table for veterans, what's your view in terms of the sale of these assets?
Yeah, so as I said, we've had no formal discussion around this. I believe that our military history is very important. Certainly if I'm asked, that I'll put that view forward, but that's ultimately a decision for the Commonwealth. It's not state land. The state can have a view, but it'll be up to the Commonwealth in the end what they decide to do.
Minister, you say the state can have a view, but do you think you, as the Minister for Veterans, has done enough here to ensure that the view of veterans is captured and communicated to the federal government? I mean, ultimately, I don't know any veteran, and I'm a veteran, and I know a number of your colleagues are veterans, and your colleagues are screaming at you to make sure that this site is retained for veterans.
Not screaming at me.
Well, they should be, if they're not. And, Minister, the veterans community in general, you've said the RSL have clearly outlined why it's important to keep Victoria Barracks. Your colleagues that have served are telling you that it needs to be retained in public ownership and not be sold off to developers. Minister, what are you doing other than putting out a statement, reviewing a pack that's sent to you by the federal minister, and what else have I written down here? You've issued a statement. You received no opportunity to provide a formal brief prior to the decision being made.
Table it.
What is this Labor government doing?
I've just told you what we're doing.
Do you think that's enough?
Well, it's a Commonwealth decision. We are putting forward the views.
Yeah, in New South Wales. It's a Commonwealth decision that is occurring in New South Wales. You are the New South Wales Minister for Veterans.
Yes.
What are you doing to ensure New South Wales veterans' views are being reflected to the federal government? Issuing a statement, Minister, is not good enough.
I'm talking to stakeholders. I have requested a briefing from the Assistant Minister.
Minister, it's the case that people outside of this building
Fang, these sites aren't going to be sold tomorrow. There is a long process of consultation.
People outside of this building are having to take up the fight. Michael McLaren from 2GB has got a petition up that he's doing more for this issue than you are.
Well, I don't think ministers generally start petitions, but you might have.
Well, that'd be a start, Minister. That would be an absolute start.
Order,
I enjoy your faux outrage on these issues.
But
we're following the process.
Order, Mr. Fang. Point of order's been taken. Mr. Lawrence.
I think it's probably pretty clear. Just the continual interruption is discourteous.
It is discourteous.
What's discourteous?
I uphold
It's
the
the way
point
this
of
minister-
order.
Way this
Mr.
minister
Fang,
treats veterans.
Yeah.
Mr. Fang.
Well, I don't,
No,
I don't do well for bullies
order,
who yell
Mr.
at me, but
Mr.
you know, if
Harris.
that's the way that you do business, it's not the way that I do business.
Or-
I follow
order,
the
I'm
process.
order, I
Mr.
do business by
Order.
representing my
I follow the
community.
process. That process will be set up by the
Order.
Commonwealth, and the government will engage in that
Minister,
process.
Minister, I'm
Sorry.
calling you to order.
Sorry.
So you, please,
Two more
dis-
kicked out.
order. I call Mr. Fang to order for the first time, and
one.
just remind everyone to
That's
treat
one.
each other with courtesy, please. It's very early in the morning. It's a bad way to start the day. It's going to be a long day, so let's treat each other with courtesy, and let's ask good questions, and let's hear the answer without interrupting and hectoring each other. The opposition.
Minister, it seems like the government's sitting on the fence when it comes to this one. Like, you've got the Premier who's already said that this is like his neighbour selling a boat. We've got you who is encouraging everyone to make their voices heard, but isn't making your own voice heard on this issue.
Well, indeed, I put out a statement. I don't know what else you would like me to do.
Well, I'd like you to come out against it. I'd
Right.
like you to do what your own backbench want, which is...
against every site. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, what
Is that
about
the
what about
Liberal Party
Victoria
policy is?
Barracks? What about Victoria Barracks?
As I
Would you
said,
say hands off Victoria Barracks?
we
or
haven't
not?
seen what the proposals are, other than they're under consideration.
Well,
so
the
you want us?
The Commonwealth is
you want us
disposing
to
of these assets.
predict what the final decision might look like before the consultation process is undertaken. Is that what you're
The
suggesting?
Commonwealth's undertaking a fire sale of military assets,
Well-
and the Veterans Affairs Minister in New South Wales, with veterans crying loudly on this issue, saying nothing.
Well, that's your political view. I don't know.
It's
That's
the
a
reality.
fire sale when they are undertaking a consultation process.
So, with respect to the Premier's comment about this being like his neighbour selling a boat, what's your perspective on that commentary that the Premier made?
I think what the Premier was saying is that ultimately this is a decision of the Commonwealth, and while the state can provide feedback, it will be a decision the Commonwealth will make.
Don't you think that's offensive to veterans?
Not at all. I think it's the truth.
So you think that the Premier's comments were perfectly acceptable in saying
I
that
think the
something
Premier-
like Victoria Barracks was
the Premier
equivalent of his neighbour's
himself-
boat?
The Premier himself explained the next day that those words may not have been the best words, but what he was trying to convey is that whilst we have a role in a consultation process, ultimately it's the Commonwealth, it's Commonwealth land, they will decide whether they keep the land, sell the land, transfer the land, some of it, all of it, we don't know.
Actually, Minister, the Premier corrected himself later that day, not the next day,
Well.
and he actually said that his comments were offensive to veterans. Now, are you suggesting that they weren't offensive, in your opinion? Because that's exactly what you just said.
No, I didn't. Please don't put words in my
You
mouth.
just
I've
said
seen how
you-
you operate in these committees, and I'm not going to
Yeah,
engage in
I
the silly
operate well
games.
because I
No, I'm
represent
not
my
gonna
communities
engage
and
in
I
the
make
silly
sure I
games.
hold ministers to
I've
account.
given my answer.
That's how I operate in these
I've given
committees.
my answer. Don't put words or make up words.
Order,
We'll read the Hansard and we'll see what
order,
it says.
Mr. Fang. Please desist.
So that exchange that degenerated started because Mr. Fang interrupted the minister.
It
So
did.
it's exactly the same thing that
Yes,
occurred before.
should be called to order.
Should be
Yeah.
called to order again.
Mr. Fang, I'll remind you, you're already on one call to order, and it's only like, what time is it? It's 9:33, so you're only 20 minutes in, and so I'm reluctant to call you to order for the second time, but please desist from hectoring the witnesses. The resolution of the House is to treat all our witnesses with courtesy. Interrupting and interjecting does not help the committee hearing. There's strongly held views. I think they can be expressed through pertinent questions without hectoring the witnesses or responding in that way. So please, opposition, ask some questions.
Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to these sites, you've undertaken that you're having a briefing from the Federal Minister. When is that occurring?
We haven't received a response yet. No.
And following that briefing, what is the course of action that the New South Wales Government will be undertaking?
Well, I think once we understand what the Commonwealth is suggesting and how the consultation process will work, well, then we'll engage.
So the position of the New South Wales Government will be effectively just a watching brief to see what happens from the Federal Government?
Well, as I said, we put out a statement saying that the views of veterans need to be carefully considered. I think that's a sensible way to deal with it, calling on the Commonwealth to have a proper consultation. and then we'll see what that consultation looks like. If necessary, on some particular sites, the state may have a position, may have a different position on other of the sites. There's a wide range of sites that are under consideration that may have different approaches.
So you've had both the Minister for Planning and the Minister for Housing express interest in these sites for state government ownership. Is that something that the state will be investigating in terms of the state purchasing these sites from the federal government?
The Minister for Planning and the Minister for Housing have made the statements they have. Some of the sites may be appropriate for that.
So what's the benefit, in a sense, in the Commonwealth transferring assets to the state, these military assets? Wouldn't that be something for the Commonwealth to look at how they develop themselves, or some sort of transfer to the state for no compensation whatsoever?
You're asking me to predict or crystal ball gaze into future conversations. We haven't had those conversations, so I honestly can't answer your question.
So with respect to Victoria Barracks, comments have been made that you're welcoming the opportunities that could come from that site. What do you see the opportunities as being?
So I don't know in what terms, me personally or the government?
Well, I think that was in the statement in terms of welcome opportunities, but in terms of...
So there may be opportunities, for example, open space. I know the City of Sydney has indicated that there may be some opportunities there. There may be other opportunities. We don't know. We haven't seen what's being proposed. Again, you're asking me to crystal ball gaze. All we're saying is there may be opportunities actually for improvement, giving the public more access to those historical sites. There may be parts that need to be kept for their current purposes, and other parts of the site used for different purposes. You're asking me to predict a whole lot of things without the information. I'm not prepared to do that.
Has the New South Wales government made any assessment when it comes to the both heritage and commemorative functions that are undertaken on their sites? And
So you'd have to ask Minister Sharp, but I think she was here yesterday, so I'm not sure whether you're asked of it.
But in terms of the commemorative functions, I don't think Minister Sharp is having any role
So
when it comes to the commemorative functions that occur, like in terms of the historic commemorative functions that may mark, for instance, the 150th anniversary that may be coming in terms of Victoria Barracks, for instance. Like, have you done any analysis as to these sort of functions?
Because it's too early in the conversation. We don't know what's going to happen with the site. Like I say, you're asking me to crystal ball gaze. I don't know. I've told you that I don't know. All we have on the table is a proposal of a number of sites, and that there will be a consultation process.
Minister, have any of the veterans that you've spoken to actually advocated for a sale of Victoria Barracks?
There's some veterans have indicated that it may not be necessarily the best use for the site, but that's people's personal opinions. In my portfolios, I've got a lot of people's personal opinions.
Fair enough.
And they help educate me, but ultimately we'll make any decision based on facts and analysis.
We spoke about the petition before on 2GB. Have you signed that petition to stop the federal government selling?
I wasn't aware of it.
You're not aware of the petition from Michael McLaren about not selling Victoria Barracks?
Will you sign?
MPs aren't allowed to sign petitions.
Will you
well,
sign
that's-
that petition,
that's
Minister?
correct.
And will you take it
Well,
to
we're not
Cabinet
allowed
to sign?
As a minister, I'm not allowed to sign a petition.
Order. Thank you very
Well,
much.
how about your backbench?
Thank you very much, Mr. Fang. I'll now turn
We're
to
not
questions
either.
from the
No.
crossbench.
Well, by convention.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Buckingham. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you.
Minister, why is Chief Commissioner of GWEEK, Mr. L.B. Taylor, not at today's estimates hearing?
My understanding is that was a decision of Mr. Taylor. I don't know.
Well, I'm aware that Mr. Tutt's here, but Mr. Tutt's not the senior executive in that organisation.
Right.
And Mr. Taylor was invited and he dodged it.
Right. I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not
Yeah,
aware
could you do
of
that,
the
please?
specific-
I think it's a pretty significant omission from the commissioner who runs GWEEK. I mean, I'm not reflecting anything on Mr. Tutt in terms of his running of the organisation, but
Yeah, I'm not aware that he has attended in the past, but
well, he hasn't attended in the past, I would think, reasonably, because he was a part-time commissioner. Now he's a highly paid full-time commissioner.
okay,
I think it's incumbent upon him to turn up here, given the dollars he's being paid.
might be relevant.
And he was invited.
And he was invited.
Yeah.
And,
I think for those organisations, it's up to the individual, isn't it? decide. I don't know what the rules are. Sorry.
Minister, I just don't think it's good form.
Yeah.
You've got a number of other senior executives in this of your various responsibilities sitting around you, and Mr. Taylor's managed to dodge it today. I don't think it's good form from his point of view. Minister, what is the current remuneration of the Chief Commissioner of the GWIC, including the applicable SES band and his total remuneration package? Do you know that?
Yeah, so I think it's at the appropriate level. I have to take that on notice to get you the exact amount. I think it's published. Yeah, it's band 2, yeah.
Sorry?
Band 2.
Band 2?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Does he get paid more than you, Mr. Tutt?
I don't know.
I'm not asking you to tell me how much you get paid, but I would assume you do get paid less than him.
We're both band 2.
You're both band 2?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Minister, is it correct that the Chief Commissioner's role was historically part-time, and I think you inferred that earlier? And on what basis is he, and why was he elevated to a full-time position?
Yeah, so I took feedback that the role had changed where it was more important that it was a full-time role because of the level of responsibility. We've also been, whilst there's 3 commissioner positions, only one, so there were 2 part-time ones and there was no third one, and now there's 1 full-time and 1 part-time. So I think that was the reason behind that decision is that GWIC obviously holds a really important role. It was pointed out that the Commissioner tries to get across, personally get across different tracks and actually engage with the industry, and on that basis it was changed to a full-time role. Terry might be able to give more detail, whether you want that now or later on today.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind if someone's got some detail on that.
I think too the Chief Commissioner was only recently appointed, so there was a publicly advertised expression of interest process.
Sorry,
I think at
the
the end of last year there was a publicly advertised expression of interest process. A selection panel was established by the Minister. That panel provided the Minister with a range of names to consider, and the Minister determined to reappoint Mr. Taylor, so that the change wasn't reflective, I don't think, of Mr. Taylor. It was reflective of the requirements of the role as the Minister has just outlined.
So how does the role then interface with the CEO's role?
My understanding is the Chief Commissioner is the employer of the CEO.
Right, so what does the Chief Commissioner do that differs from the CEO if they're both on the same band?
This might be a question better directed to Mr. Tutt as the acting CEO.
Or through you, Minister?
Yes.
Mr. Tutt?
Yeah, so there's a significant...
Could you talk into the mic a little bit? I'm a bit deaf.
There is a
I've
distinction...
been asking questions for too long in these places and I don't get answers, so...
So the Chief Commissioner has an extensive array of duties that he performs. Obviously there's the strategic decisions that get made at Commissioner level, both by the Chief Commissioner and our other Commissioner, and under the legislation the CEO, which I'm the acting CEO at the moment, is responsible for delivering on those strategic objectives that are set.
So setting strategy for GWIC keeps him busy full time, much like the CEO does.
There's a significant amount of strategic direction that the Commission is currently dealing with, including, of course, the Drake report, statement of expectations. So there is a significant level of work, and again, as the Minister's already outlined, we've gone from having a Chief Commissioner and 2 Commissioners previously to, in more recent times, in the last couple
why
of
do we
years...
need a Commissioner at all?
It's a matter for...
Well, maybe that's
the legislation.
for the Minister then.
Yeah, so that was when the new legislation was passed in 2018, that was part of it. So that's the way it's been operating. Whether it's time to have a look at that, I'm more than happy to have a discussion. But to Mr. Tutt's comments is that following the Drake report, there is a lot of strategic information that has to be looked at, including around changes to track standards. I've just issued a new statement of expectations which gives GWIC greater role in terms of greyhound rehoming, etc. So there is a lot of work on at the moment, as one would expect, and then once all of that work's finished and everything's embedded, then maybe there's an opportunity to have a rethink. But at the moment, I think that full-time role is appropriate.
Minister, did Mr Taylor lobby you at all to move from part-time to full-time?
Well, certainly he explained the intricacies of the role and how the role had changed, and that, of course, my decision-making is based on recommendations from the department, etc. But it did form part of the conversation, yes.
So he made direct representations to you in relation to that?
In meetings, yes.
He did?
Well, explaining the role, yes, and how the role had changed, yes.
Yeah, and why it was important for him to go from part-time to full-time?
Well, not him per se, because the position was being advertised. So it wasn't guaranteed that he would even get the position. What he was saying is that the role had changed and it needed to be a full-time role. And I think that's appropriate. I mean, all the different organisations come with different views on different issues, and we have discussion around it.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Baccarat.
So I think the requirements of the role were changed before it was advertised, but it was as a result of what the new requirements of the role were. So the case that Mr. Taylor made was that the Chief Commissioner under legislation makes a range of strategic decisions, has a range of regulatory obligations under the Act. The legislation provides for the Chief Commissioner role to be full-time. So on that basis, the role was made full-time, and that's how it was advertised when it was at the end of last year.
Was it advertised actually as a SES Band 2 position at the time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Minister, has Mr Taylor approached you and the Office of Racing or the department seeking an increase in remuneration since then?
Since then? Not that I'm aware of.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Minister, given that the Chief Commissioner of GWIC did not attend today's estimates hearing, despite being paid at a senior executive level, do you consider this as acceptable behaviour?
Yeah, I'd have to say that I wasn't across necessarily all the invitations and everything that went out. So my answer would have to be that maybe there is an expectation that the Chief Commissioner should be here, but I wasn't involved in the discussions about whether or not he should. So it's hard.
I mean, with respect,
in retrospect to.
With respect, I mean, he should be here, surely.
Well, I think given the change in the role, that's probably appropriate.
Yeah. Minister, are you aware that the Chief Commissioner previously applied for the role of Chief Executive Officer of GR New South Wales?
Sorry, who did?
That Mr Taylor applied for the Chief Executive's role at GR New South wales and he was unsuccessful?
No.
Well, he did apply for it.
Okay. I don't know if that wasn't... As far as I know, that was never disclosed to anyone.
And are you aware that since that time, that GR New South Wales has raised repeated concerns about GWIC's approach, including delays, non-cooperation and what it describes as obstruction across a number of operational matters?
I am aware, yes. What I would say to that is that the way that the bodies were set up, in some senses, whilst, and it's in my the expectations and in the operating the new operating licence for Greyhound Racing New South Wales, is that we would expect a level of cooperation. However, in some cases, the regulator will naturally be in conflict with the operator, if you like, on certain issues. And I think that in some senses that would be expected. What I do expect, though, is that they should be able to work through those differences to get the right outcome. The trouble is that there is and this is why we've tried to clarify this in the new regs that I've undertaken and the operating licence is, in some areas there's no clear indication of who's in charge. There's only an indication of people need to talk to each other. And in terms of things like track standards, that has been part of my frustration since coming to the role, is that Minister,
it's a large part of GR New South Wales' frustration at the moment too.
It is, and the hard part is that both parties can be right at the same time. it's depending which perspective you're coming from. So I would expect that GWIC as the regulator wouldn't necessarily be wanting to improve things, taking a risk-based approach that might lead to, for example, increased injury rates. Now, Greyhound Racing New South Wales, looking from an operational point of view, would be...
But surely they've got the same
Well,
goal.
they do, but they also have the financial considerations and a whole range of other things. And so the arguments are about, if you like, and it's a terrible terminology, but GWIC doesn't want corners cut. And
but
and
GR New
in
South
some
Wales wants
cases
straight
that
tracks
might be what's putting
approved.
forward. Yeah,
so there's
for-
no corners.
No, for example, there was sort of agreement. So the new track at Taree, for example, there was agreement.
It was coming up to
I
that
know, I
one.
thought you would. So there was sort of agreement that they would use a different coarseness of sand to improve safety in order to make a part of that track work better. When the track was inspected, the outcome wasn't what had been envisaged, and so therefore GWIC, I think, rightly stepped in and said it can't be used until it met the terms of what was discussed. So they're the sorts of toing and froing that happen, and it's a really difficult thing, because at the end of the day, what we want is the best outcome for animal welfare.
Minister, really, I guess, yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, and what you're saying is perfectly reasonable. But the ongoing delays out of GWIC in terms of doing, various approvals, and I'll get to Goulburn track later on too. But Taree's a good example. I mean, do I smell a conflict of interest here with Mr. Taylor, having applied for a job and then having sour grapes because he didn't get it? And now making sure that this corporation, which is trying to make money, the only way it can make money is to successfully run races and have animals uninjured, of course. Now we're seeing a whole swathe of delays coming through.
Yeah,
What can we do to make sure that
I think
things
that
are not being handled in a way that are detrimental to Greyhound New South Wales?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping through the issue of the expectations and also the new operating licence that some of those issues may be able to be resolved more quickly. I don't. From the evidence I've seen, I don't see a conflict of interest. I see a conflict of opinion. And as I said, two things can be true at the same time: is that GWIC wants the best outcome for animal welfare, so therefore they're not approving directly some of these things.
Minister, it's not in the interests of GR New South Wales not to have the same level of requirements of safety and well-being and humane treatment of the dogs, surely.
Yeah, but they've got different objectives. So Greyhound Racing New South Wales is to run the industry with absolutely animal welfare in mind, but also to make a profit and to
So is it
run
GWIC's
races
job
and
to
all
make sure they don't make a profit?
No, GWIC's job is to look after animal welfare.
But if they keep going like this, you're not going to have an industry at all.
Correct, and that's why we had the Drake report, and that's why she made recommendations, and that's why we're implementing those recommendations to try and make it work better. But there will always be conflict between a regulator and an operational body in terms of the perspective they come from in terms of decision making.
Well, Minister, are you aware that GWIC has introduced local rule LR15A?
Not specifically. I may be generally.
Well, it gives the Commission
It's been
the power to
deferred.
cancel
I've
race
just been
meetings
told
or
it's been
refuse race
deferred.
dates.
It's been deferred.
Sorry?
It's been deferred. My recollection is that Greyhound Racing New South Wales wrote to me on that issue. I referred it to GWIC, and GWIC has now deferred that for pending further discussion.
So you're saying that that's not been implemented?
Yeah.
You're nodding your head,
According to
Mr.
my
Tuck.
advice.
So that particular rule has been deferred so that we can do further consultation with GNSW particularly. So there's so that rule is not currently in place.
If that rule was to be implemented, does GWIC have to explain to GR New South Wales why they should have a race meeting cancelled?
Again, that rule is essentially an extension of rules that we currently have in the whole.
Well, why do you need an
suite of
extension if you've got
Greyhound
existing
racing
rules covering those
Well,
things?
that rule made it clearer that draft rule made it clearer.
So you
to
can
our
advertise a
responsibilities.
race meeting
I can
and just
go
have
into
it
more.
cancelled, bang, like that.
No. So that rule made it much more clear about the allocation of race dates, and it was largely dependent on welfare matters. But again, when GNSW wrote to us, we took on board their further submissions, and we've deferred that rule for further discussions with GNSW and other stakeholders.
Thank you. Minister, when you look at this, all these matters collectively, delays on MTS, obstruction at Taree, and the introduction of rules that extend GWIC more control on the operational side, and I know you've just said that that's been deferred, do you accept that there's a pattern of the regulators seeking to exert increasing control over the commercial activities of GR New South Wales?
I don't see it's exerting power
It's
over...
stepping away from just looking after the humane interests of the dogs now, isn't it?
Well, it goes back to what I said earlier, that both organisations can be right at the same time. So if GWIC's main purpose is to protect the welfare of animals and make sure that tracks meet a standard, that will sometimes be in conflict with commercial outcomes. You can't avoid that. We have it in the other codes of racing as well, particularly in country racing, where the stewards will go out and inspect a track and call a meet off, and the locals get very upset about that. But at the end of the day, the regulators are, if they allow racing to go on, or they allow a track that may not quite be where it should be, and there's injuries, then the regulator is responsible. So it's around risk assessment and how you assess that risk, and then how you apply those rules.
I hear what you're saying in relation to track condition, but that's one of the things that Mr Taylor's obstructing, trying to get these tracks sorted out to minimise the risk during race meets.
Well, again,
and nothing's happening.
It's whether... So I have heard the different arguments around the track standards, and it can be as simple as, debate over what is the best surface to ensure that dogs' injury rates are reduced. Now, since we've come to government, injury rates are down. Euthanasia and death of dogs on tracks is down. And so one might suggest that actually what the process that's in place might actually be working because of the work of both sides. But that is difficult work, and it will bring them into conflict. You will never avoid that. The difference is that at the moment there is no clear, in some cases, no clear pathway of who's actually in charge. So when it comes to, for example, if Greyhound Racing New South Wales put forward a business case, it doesn't have to be approved by by GWIC, but they have to give their acknowledgement of it before it goes to the department for the department to determine whether the money will be allocated. So they've got to give the tick off. And so there is toing and froing around those things.
Thanks, Minister. Given Mr Taylor is a failed GR New South Wales CEO candidate, are you concerned that a reasonable observer could conclude that the regulator's approach reflects a level of institutional hostility or an attempt to influence the operational direction of the organisation?
Well, that's your characterisation.
That is my characterisation. Yes. I'm asking it, is it yours?
No.
It's not yours?
No.
You don't think there's any even perceived conflict of interest there going on?
No, because I get to see the different levels of evidence. I get to see the interactions.
Well, just that GR New South Wales, particularly these days with revenue under pressure, is feeling the pressure, and perhaps GWIC should adopt a more cooperative approach in terms of working hand in glove.
Well, I think, hand in glove, I would have a problem if a regulator acted hand in glove. It's the regulator's job to make sure that they're regulating the industry. Now, they should work together to make sure that the industry is acceptable and decision making is transparent and as I said, I see the discussion, I see the evidence. I'm happy at the moment that occurs, but I am frustrated that on some issues like track standards that we can't reach consensus, and so we're encouraging more discussion around that to try and get that done.
Track standard approvals are just too slow, Minister.
Thank you.
Relevant.
We'll take that as a comment, Mr Borzak. Thank you. Questions from the opposition?
Thank you, Chair.
Mr Fang.
Minister, you would be aware that the announcement from Greyhound Racing New South Wales around track closures has been somewhat unwelcome by members of the Greyhound Racing community.
Yeah, I've got some more.
Is it fair to say that that was based on the Deloitte report that was given to Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
Yeah, so there's been a whole process, Mr. Fang, when it comes to track closures. This has been controversial for a number of years, and there's been a couple of attempts in the past to do track rationalisation. So in this particular case, there was a consultation with industry that developed criteria. That criteria was then, a report was undertaken by Deloitte to do an analysis of tracks right across New South Wales in terms of that criteria, who made recommendations to the board, and the board made a decision. So I think there was a proper consultation, there was a full process. Now, in saying that, anyone who's notified their track is closing won't be happy. But the whole industry keeps saying that there's too many tracks, but don't close ours. And that's a really difficult issue. So I think the board's in a really difficult position where they're going to have to make recommendations, and some people will be deeply unhappy with that.
Okay. Do you know how much that Deloitte report cost?
I don't. I can take it on notice.
Thank you.
It's independent.
Which, I mean,
of me.
it would have been handy to have the CEO of Greyhound Racing New South Wales here, but of course he dodged that. And I believe, actually, that when you indicated that you weren't made aware, we asked some questions earlier in our deliberative, and it was indicated, I think, from memory, that your office handled the invitation. So you would have been aware that Mr. Griffin wasn't coming here to provide testimony.
Mr. Griffin, I was.
You were aware?
Yes, of Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
Yes.
And you didn't insist that he show up and be accountable to this Parliament?
No, because he's part of an independent body. He's not required, as far as I'm aware, to come. The invitation was sent. It's up to him.
Well, for example, he would have been able to answer the question that I've just asked you. That you had to take on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. But Deloitte report was done by Greyhound Racing New South Wales, not the government.
Yes, and I'm curious to know how much it cost, and you'll take that on notice.
We can ask Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Right. Has anybody made you aware that there is believed to be quite a number of errors within that report?
No, it's not our report.
Okay, so nobody's written to you and suggested that there are errors in the Greyhound Racing New South Wales Deloitte report?
Not that I'm aware of.
No?
I can take
Mr.
that
Ben
on
Talbot
notice.
from Wagga Greyhound Racing Club hasn't written to you and indicated and pointed out specifically where there are errors within that Deloitte report?
I'm not saying hasn't written. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Why would that be the case?
Well, it just hasn't come to me
Did your
yet.
staff not think it was appropriate to bring it to your attention?
I can't answer. I don't know.
You're going to close
You're
a
asking
Greyhound
me
race.
to
There is a Greyhound Racing
hypothesise
Club.
again.
There is a Greyhound Racing Club in Wagga that's existed for over a century, and it's about to close because of a Deloitte report. The chair of that committee has written to you and indicated that there are substantial errors within the report that was used as the basis for closing that club, and hasn't been brought to your attention?
Well, I've just said to you it hasn't been.
Okay. We know that Deloitte have been using
Doesn't
AI
mean
to
it's not in the system. It just hasn't come to me.
Okay. Well, it was a number of weeks ago, so how long do issues take to get to you, Minister?
Oh, depends.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the letter either, Mr. Fang, but I'm happy to take it on notice and check.
Okay. Well, I think we need to be having a little bit more engagement with those clubs that are actually being shut down, because I know that
Yeah, but it's not the government's decision. So all I could do is
you
refer
say
that
Minister,
letter
you
to
say
Greyhound
that, but I
Racing
mean,
New South Wales.
you understand that you are the racing minister, and ultimately.
Yeah, but do you understand the concept of independence?
Oh, Minister, I understand it better than you think.
Well, you
okay?
don't.
But
You don't, because you're wanting me to make decisions for independent organisations who are put there to make their own decision.
Well, Minister, in that instance, why did you appoint a board on a substantial figure, yet they've outsourced their decision-making to Deloitte?
Well, that's a decision for them.
Okay. We know Deloitte has been using AI to generate their reports. Have you done any work around ensuring that...
I don't know that.
Well, maybe need to do a little bit more research, Minister. It's not my job to do your research for you.
I'm not the minister.
It's not
for
my
AI.
job to. It's not my job to hold your hand to be a minister.
Order.
Minister.
Mr. Fang said we know.
He's
So
doing it
he
again.
said he didn't say you know. He said we know. So Mr. Fang,
Okay.
tell us more
Semantics,
about what
Chair,
you
but
know.
anyway.
What you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Has it
We don't
been?
know what you
So
know.
you haven't been made aware, Minister, that there are issues
don't know
around the
what we don't
funds, the leases that were offered, and the facilities, for example, that are in the
There are lots
Deloitte
of
report
known
around Wagga,
unknowns.
that may have actually shaped a different decision had they been correct.
Yeah, no, because I haven't been made aware of that.
Okay. Are you going to instruct that further work be done before you start closing clubs that have had a history
I'm
around...
not closing any clubs.
You may not be, but Greyhound Racing New South Wales is closing down clubs that have had a history in rural and regional New South Wales.
So have you written to them?
I haven't written to them, no, Minister.
Well,
I was hoping
maybe
to
you should raise
no,
your
Minister,
concerns to them.
Minister, I was hoping to come to estimates today and ask questions of
It's
the
not
CEO,
my report.
but he's not here.
It's not my report.
He's not here.
Don't yell at me.
Order,
I didn't.
Mr. Fang,
It was
come to
his
order,
choice.
please.
That's
Mr.
my
Dowd,
job.
Order.
I didn't make the choice.
Order. A
point
point
of
of order
order
has been taken. I want to listen to the point of order.
This is an opportunity for members to ask questions, not yell like statements at the witnesses. Mr. Fang is repeatedly exercising that approach, and I'd ask you to direct him to ask questions of the witnesses rather than yell at them.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. Mr. Fang, ask questions rather than badger the witness with statements. I think that would better serve the committee's inquiry.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but can I suggest, though, you write to Greyhound Racing New South Wales with your concerns to the board?
Well, Minister, it would have been better to have them here so that I could ask them in person, which is usually the way that estimates goes. That's okay. We'll work around that failure. Minister, I'm not the only person from Wagga that's concerned about the closure of the Wagga track. I'm
Yes.
sure Dr. Joe McGurr has also raised the issue.
Absolutely.
And what has he said to you?
Yes, so I met with Dr. McGurr, and I encouraged, as I did with all of the members, including the member for Barwon, at the time the member for Maitland, and I have had a verbal conversation with the member for Upper Hunter, to advocate as hard as they want on behalf of their community.
Right.
Okay, so your response,
Yeah.
your response
Well,
as
if
the
they
minister.
if they think it's the wrong decision, they should be representing their community, as all local members should be, to put forward the best case. But I'm not the decision maker. I can listen to their concerns. I've passed on their concerns. Greyhound Racing New South Wales is in the intolerable position that every time they make a decision, the people concerned aren't happy with it. Eventually, they have to make a decision.
So, Minister, your reply to Dr. Joe McGurr and the other local members that have raised issues around the closure of tracks in their communities is you can advocate as hard as you like. Not, I'll take on board your comments and I will seek to engage with you and I will seek to work towards a resolution, but go and do it yourself.
So you want me to intervene in an independent organisation?
You are a minister. That is exactly what a minister does
not.
at times.
No, it's
at
not.
times,
Do you understand the
ministers
law?
have to. You are the ultimate.
Order.
Are you
order,
outsourcing
order,
being a minister
order,
to
order,
bureaucrats?
order.
Mr. Fang,
Please come to order. Minister Harris, please.
Is again badgering the witness with statements rather than questions.
That's true. Uphold the point of order. Mr. Fang, if you want good answers, please allow the witness the time to answer without continually talking over the top of the minister and interjecting. It's much better for the committee. It's also very difficult for Hansard to keep up.
Yeah, I apologise to Hansard.
Yeah. Thank you for your apology. Noted. Minister, you were saying.
So to make it clear, I have to be confident that the board is complying with the legislation. If they're not, then I have power to intervene, which I did in calling the Drake report. But in this case, they've followed a process, they've received a report, they are consulting with the affected people, and so they're not going outside the boundaries of what they're supposed to be doing. So I cannot, and you can read the legislation, you can find the part if you think I'm wrong, that says that I can tell an independent board about how they should engage in operational issues.
So, Minister, another one of the tracks which is slated for closure is in Broken Hill. Broken Hill
Correct.
City Council have written to you, inviting you to come out and have a look at their track and have a look at the impact on the community. Will you be going out to Broken Hill to do that?
I'm not aware of that either, but I will if I can. But again, me going and looking I would be acting improperly if I went to the board and said to them, don't close this one, close that one instead. That's not appropriate. And that's why this has gone on for all of these years where no decision gets made, because of the politics. They have to make hard decisions. And I will back them to make those hard decisions as long as they've followed a process. They have followed a process. They have done nothing wrong. They are making those decisions, and I have to back them in. Otherwise, they can never make a decision because they're always worried that the politicians are going to get on the phone and say, don't do this and don't do that.
So Minister, while you can skate away from any culpability when it comes to these ones, when it comes to Wentworth Park, however, this is a decision of the state government with respect to the closure of Wentworth Park. Minister Steve Griffin has described the compensation offer that's been made by the New South Wales government as bordering on extortion. How do you justify making a $10 million grant for country tracks conditional on the industry for giving a $6.5 million debt that's owed by a government trust?
Okay, so quickly, this is a matter for Minister Camper, not for me as the racing minister. But what I will say is this. There's $11.8 million sitting in the account to upgrade tracks. And so with this additional $10 million, that makes $21.8 million in total of state government money to go towards upgrading tracks. Now, it's taken Greyhound Racing New South Wales 7 years to spend the $18 million. I was particularly critical that they were taking too long to spend the additional. I've had to go back and argue twice that they be allowed to keep the money that was allocated, or the government keep the fund that they're drawing on, because they hadn't spent it. And Treasury rightly asks, if they're not spending the money, why is it there? And so this is $10 million on top of that. In terms of the loan, whilst I think it's generally recognised there was a loan, we've done a search through the department. The Department of Crown Lands did a search. Greyhound Racing New South Wales did a search. There is no loan contract. There is no documentation. We reported that to the Public Accounts Committee. And so in terms of that liability, there's actually no documentary evidence of what that liability is, the terms and all of those sorts of things. So the $10 million is not compensation. It's a transitional fund. Now, participants were telling us, and they were telling me, and I know they told Minister Camper the same things, that they knew a few years ago that they probably wouldn't be continuing at Wentworth Park, that most of them, and I asked for heat maps of where participants are on the edge of Sydney. And so therefore, there was great support for example, Richmond to be the main track. Some people talked about Camden as a possible place for another one. And
in the flood zone.
Yeah. Well, Greyhound Racing New South Wales had a great purchase for purchasing land in flood zones.
Yeah, well, they're doing it again.
The former CEO is not here anymore, so we can't ask him about that. But anyway,
Can't ask the current one either.
Yeah. So the issue is that that $10 million was on top of the 11.8 that's still in the fund for transition, and I think there was acceptance. Participants were saying it was actually costing them too much to come into Wentworth Park. Fields were starting to reduce, and I'll be corrected on that, but and that was causing a problem. So a lot of people have fed back, and I've read the social media and a whole lot of other places, that Greyhound Racing New South Wales has known this was coming for a long time and just stuck their head in the sand. So you can take that how it is, but that's what participants themselves have been feeding back. Should they have a metropolitan place to meet? Maybe Richmond's the answer to that, but that's not my decision. That's an operational issue for Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
So you believe that the $10 million is adequate then?
I'm saying that was the money that was put forward. Wasn't inside my portfolio. That may be a question for Minister Camper.
But as the minister who has responsibility for racing in
So
New
what
South Wales,
what
wouldn't
I
you
can
be
say
advocating
is-
on behalf
Yeah,
of
so
participants
what I
in
can
the sport?
say is, well, I did. That they got money. There's 11.8, so now there's 21.8 million to get tracks up to what the minimum standard will be when that standard is set, and there's still a few months to go for that to occur. They've got until mid-year to have those minimum standards. They've then got 12 months to get those tracks up to minimum standard. There's $21.8 million in the kitty, and they hadn't spent all the original 30. So giving more money doesn't necessarily improve the outcome in terms of what the money's for.
And Minister, do you believe that 21.8 then is sufficient to upgrade all the tracks within 12 months to minimum standards?
What we expect is that business cases for each of the tracks are put forward. Of course, if there's more required, then government, future government, because it'll be after the next election, will have to make a decision around that.
So it's you're opening the door to more money potentially being...
No, what I'm saying is there's $21.8 million to do the work. In 7 years, they didn't spend that much money. So there probably is enough, but I'm not going to sit here and say that maybe there's some unforeseen circumstances or something that may mean that it needs to be re-looked at in the future. That would be silly. But at the moment, there's sufficient funds to do what needs to be done, given in the previous 7 years they only spent $18 million.
Before the announcement was made by the government, what consultation was undertaken with Greyhounds New South Wales and with the Greyhound Breeders, Owners and Trainers Association?
Yeah, so I understand there was meetings between the Premier's Department with Crown Lands. There was some advocacy towards us. I have to say, I don't want to verbal anyone, but it was sort of indicated to us that there was an expectation that the lease wouldn't be extended. So I don't think it was any great surprise. There had been a plan for that area put out by the previous government that had been on the public record for a while. As I said, participants were feeding back that going to Wentworth Park was becoming an issue, that they may have to look at alternatives. So the industry was sort of thinking that way as well. So I don't think there's any great surprise. I expect, though, that Greyhound Racing New South Wales would be strong advocates in terms of wanting more money. I think that's part of their role. But there's $21.8 million on the table for track upgrades, and let's see how that goes. When it took 7 years to spend $18 million.
Thank you, Minister. With respect to another area within your racing portfolio, the hazard review.
Yes.
When has that been completed as of yet?
I think he's in the final stages. I'm due to get it about mid-year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with respect to that, will you be making that report public on its arrival? Yep. And if any redactions are proposed, will they be determined by you or your office? Or?
No, it's an independent. So that would be by Mr. Hazard and his secretariat. I think it's fair to say that Mr. Hazard has been very thorough. He's spoken to everybody.
He's that kind of individual, yep.
He's gone to Queensland, he's gone to Victoria, and he's got a difficult task now into probably two things. One is it's actually a statutory review, so it's about the legislation itself and how the legislation might be changed or reviewed. However, in a conversation with him, he's also picked up a lot of other thoughts, opinions about the industry and how the industry is run, and he may want to deal with that as part of his report as well.
Now, one of those things he might have picked up were the funding arrangements when it comes to the club. That wasn't part of the terms of reference for the review.
No, because that's not set out in that legislation.
Yeah, but will that, if he were to have picked up that, will that be able to be captured as part of that review, or will that be deliberately excluded?
Again, Racing New South Wales board is independent, and they're responsible for operational issues. So it might be, in a sense, like the Drake report, where there's some things that a government and legislation can deal with, and other things would have to be referred to the board for their consideration in terms of their operations. So I don't want to pre-predict what he might put in his final report, but I would say that if he's picking up strong signals about certain issues, then they would be worthy of the board to consider.
Thank you, Minister. Questions from the crossbench. 10 minutes for Ms Hurst, and then 10 minutes from Mr Latham.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, my understanding is that on the 20th of February, GWIC had a disciplinary meeting regarding CCTV footage and allegations that the president of Dubbo Greyhound Racing Club was beating a greyhound called Terry Keeping. Are you able to give us an update on the outcome of that disciplinary meeting?
Yeah, so I might hand over to Mr Tutt,
I might
but
go
I
to
am
him in
aware
the
of the
afternoon.
incident.
So you're aware of the incident. Are you aware of the outcome of the disciplinary meeting?
No.
You're not aware of it?
Sorry? It's adjourned. So there we go.
It's adjourned, so
It
there's
hasn't
no
had an
outcome?
Not yet.
Not yet. Are you aware of new allegations that Mr Stiff beat a 15-year-old boy at Dubbo Racetrack on the 14th of February?
I'm not.
Is GWIC aware of those allegations?
Again, I'll take that on notice, but in relation to those other matters, as they're currently disciplinary processes, we're not in a position to provide any commentary
If
on
you could let me know this afternoon whether GWIC knows about these new allegations of the 15-year-old boy that was beaten by Mr Stiff on the 14th of February at Dubbo, that would be fantastic. Thank you. There's been further concerns raised that Charmaine Roberts and Shane Stiff have a dog called Sooty Keeping. He was awarded Greyhound of the Year. The dog has returned a positive swab to a Category A drug recently. Have you been informed of that?
I have.
Can you tell us any more about that?
It occurred in Queensland. It's the A swab, so I understand that Queensland, the regulator up there, is dealing with the issue, and because it didn't happen in New South Wales, we're sort of at the in the hands of the Queensland regulators.
Thank you. Minister, this particular individual, Mr Shane Stiff, he's currently under investigation, CCTV footage of beating a greyhound. There's in 2023 he was found guilty of providing a prohibited substance to a greyhound before a race. He's now looking at more charges around prohibited substances in regards to Sooty Keeping. In 2020 he was suspended for misconduct towards a club official and 2 stewards. In 1997 he was convicted of 11 counts of fraudulently obtaining gaming chips and 2 counts of larceny. He then didn't disclose that when he applied for a bookkeeper's licence. He inappropriately had a bookkeeper's licence. When that was questioned by Greyhound Racing, he lied to them and was dishonest with them in regards to when he was found guilty of those charges. Should somebody like this be the president of Dubbo Greyhound Racing Club? And are you aware of this particular individual's history?
I've been aware of
Sounds like
one of those incidents.
Just one?
Yeah, which actually I don't think you actually mentioned. It was where he had abused a steward or
yes, that
someone
was
at a racetrack.
that was the situation in 2020 when he was suspended.
Yeah. So my expectation would be that the regulator would look at that information, any other information, and they would make an appropriate
Are you happy
decision.
with this particular, hearing that background of concerns? We're talking about abuse of animals, we're talking about drugging animals, we're talking about
So I think if there's
a
a pattern, then I would expect that the regulator to be very hard on that individual.
Minister, in the past few months we've talked about Stephen Lamley, who's been accused of live baiting, that was on Channel 7, Martin Sini, who has a previous criminal record for bestiality related offences. He still works at Richmond Greyhound Truck. We've got Shane Stiff, who reportedly assaulted a dog at Wentworth Park and a 15-year-old child at Dubbo Racetrack. We've got Paul Van Gestel, who's the acting chief steward of GWIC, who was fined for using anabolic steroids on greyhounds. And we've got Steve Griffin, the CEO of Greyhound Racing, nicknamed Handsy, with accusations of sexual harassment.
Which he denies.
Sure, but we've also got a lot of evidence that these allegations are true. I mean, this is a long list of concerns within this industry. What are you doing to deal with this?
Well, society has individuals that act improperly across the whole of society.
But these are people
that
that
doesn't
are in
mean that
positions of
everybody
power.
in the industry or the group. So sometimes we'll have teachers, we'll have police that act improperly. We have right across inside. You don't shut down the whole of an industry and penalise every participant.
But we're
because some
talking
people
about
can't
the
do the right
president of
thing.
Dubbo Racing Club. We're
Well, he's
talking
been
about
dealt
the
with
CEO
he's
of
been
Greyhound
dealt with under
Racing
the
New
rules.
South Wales. We're talking about an acting chief
There's
steward
processes
of
in
GWIC.
place to deal with these things.
Sounds like a bit of a
I mean, we're talking about animal abuse, sexual abuse of animals, drugging animals, live baiting, human assault, sexual harassment.
How many participants
And
are
you're
there
saying
altogether
happy
in the
to,
industry?
like, nothing to see here.
40,000. This says 4,600 participants, plus all the people that are employed,
Yeah, but I don't
plus
have-
all of the other things.
But
and
in
you've
10 minutes,
named
I don't have the
7
time
people.
to list all the different accusations that I'm
Yeah.
getting from
and
different
and
individuals.
some of those are historical. I mean, you know,
Well, they're all active now.
yeah, but
involved
you
in
could,
the
as
industry.
I said, you could make this case across society in general. There will always be individuals that are attracted to places and try to do the wrong thing, particularly when money's involved.
But when
the
there's
job of
vulnerable animals
regulators-
involved, when children are being beaten, when animals are being beaten, when animals are being killed in these situations, when animals are being sexually assaulted, don't you think that that's a point where you need to actually step in?
Well, we have
Name them.
So that's why you have the regulator. These people, if they're found guilty,
But these
will
things are
face
happening
police
despite the fact that
charges.
there's a regulator.
Well, I'm assuming some of these people have faced police charges.
Not as much. I mean, they're still involved in the industry, despite the fact that they have been faced police charges.
Well, the expectation that we have is that we want people in the industry that are doing the right
Why
thing.
haven't you kicked the people out of the industry?
Well, we have to follow the rules, and so the regulator
But you make
looks
the
at
rules.
these cases.
But you make the rules.
I don't understand the purpose of your question. The rules are
But
there.
you're saying that you need to follow the rules, and therefore you can't kick out people who have been involved in sexual abuse of animals, animal abuse, drugging animals,
Well, I'd
live
expect they
baiting,
would be.
human assault, sexual harassment. That you're saying that
Some
we
of
have
the-
to follow the
yeah,
rules
but
so
some
they're
of it-
allowed to stay in this
yeah.
industry.
Some of the issues you describe are actually police issues. So, for example,
No. My question isn't so much what are the police doing about this. I'm saying why are you allowing these people to still remain in this industry when they're clearly dangerous individuals?
I don't think I'm allowing them to. I mean, we try to have rules to keep these people out. So,
Well, maybe we need to review those rules if they're still in there.
well, if you've got specific rules that you don't think are being enforced through the regulatory body, who really is, you know, and police and other organisations. I mean, all of these things are subject to investigation. There's outcomes from the courts, a whole range of things which we have to wait on.
Minister, I might just move on in regards to the US export program. We've talked a lot about the number of animals that have died in this export program. However, I'm now looking at the number of dogs that have been injured. Do you have the number off the top of your head, the number of dogs that have been injured as part of the Aussie Mates in the States program?
No.
Would you be shocked if a greyhound with a grade 3 heart murmur was passed, even though there was flagging with veterinary advice to say that the dog flying long distance would be at risk? Would you be shocked to hear that the greyhound racing industry still approved that dog to fly?
I can't comment on something I have no knowledge of. I'm happy to refer that to Greyhound Racing New South Wales, who oversees that program, though.
Thank you. A dog by the name of Ryder was sent overseas with a grade 3 to 4 heart murmur. Are you familiar with the case of Terry and Philippa, 2 dogs who were attacked by another dog after they arrived at LAX airport in August 2023?
No.
Are you aware of the case of Blackie, who had a panic attack and was biting so hard on the bars of the crate he broke off his canine teeth?
No. As I said, we don't oversee that program. So,
But Minister, what you do oversee is the operating licence, and the condition of the operating licence is that when there is a concern within the industry that could bring the industry into disrepute, that they need to inform you of those cases immediately. I know that within a period of under 6 months that there was 20 injuries, quite extreme injuries, dogs having their tails cut off, for example, dogs having, some of the examples I've just given you now. Why are you not being updated on these?
Well, under the new operating licence and the new powers of GWIC, they will have greater role in the rehoming program.
So you're
That's not
taking a
currently the
step back
case.
in overseeing any cases of animal cruelty that occur in the industry?
Sorry?
Are you taking a step back from
No, we're
overseeing
giving
cases of
GWIC more
cruelty?
powers.
But are you taking a step back from that?
I don't understand the
So
question.
under the operating licence, as I explained,
Yes.
the minister needs to be informed if anything occurs that could bring the industry into disrepute. And you're saying, well, GWIC will oversee that. So does that mean that you will no longer oversee that? If these injuries are happening to these animals...
So I oversee that through GWIC.
Yeah, so
'Cause
why
they're the
aren't you being
regulator.
informed of these cases of injuries?
Because under the current situation, I don't think they have to inform GWIC because they're technically been retired.
So aren't they still under the control of greyhound racing while they're being transferred into rehoming?
Depends. That's what we're trying to fix. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your attendance today and ongoing support for various racing codes. And in relation to the hazard review, which the Honourable Scott Farlow was asking about, if the government were to adopt recommendations later in the year, are you committed to legislating the recommendations that you approve of prior to the next election? It's not going to be delayed indefinitely, is it? What's your intention?
If possible, but there's a legislative schedule, and it's whether or not we can fit it into that schedule. As you can imagine,
If you can fit it
as
in,
we
would you
headed
like
into
to,
the thing.
You'd like
Yeah.
to act before the next election while you're still the minister?
Yeah, so once we get the report, obviously there has to be discussion and consultation that's undertaken, and then any changes specific to legislation have to go to Parliamentary Council, etc. There has to then be... So if there are urgent things, we will try to put that in place. If not, then certainly we'll make a commitment to do that in the next term of government.
Yeah, well, I'll just pass on that he's an old sparring partner of mine, but around the industry people are very, very happy with the way Brad Hazard is conducting himself and his level of consultation.
Yeah, that's why I chose him.
Yeah, well done. Yeah. Well done. I just thought I'd pass that on for feedback.
better write
And
that down.
Minister, when did you first learn of the existence of the Kick Collective Racing website?
The which one?
The Kick Collective Racing website.
Never heard of that.
You've never heard of that? No. Okay. Are you aware that the CEO of Racing New South Wales, Peter V'landys, is suing the Kick Collective Racing website and its principal, Vicky Leonard, using a delegation
I
from
read
Racing
about that.
New South Wales?
Yes, sorry. I read about that in the media. I didn't know that's what it was called.
Well, okay. So it's it's not the Washington Post. I'm not going to call it obscure, but it's not the New York Times either. It's not a website.
I think she was a big advocate of the equestrian program.
She plays a wonderful role in putting out facts about animal welfare in horse racing, and is generally a supporter of the industry in the right kind of way. She published an article about Mr. V'landys that I thought was very even-handed. Others have said the same, that he's done some good things, but is he spending too much time on rugby league, and has he been there too long? A view that the great Gay Waterhouse put at the Rose Hill inquiry. For her trouble, she's now being sued, with Mr. V'landys using $1 million delegation from Racing New South Wales, approved by the board. Is this something that you condone?
Again, what they do is independent from me. I'm happy to ask them the question. That seems an awful amount of money, but...
Would you agree that $1 million suing a fairly obscure racing website would be better used on country track upgrades and other useful purposes than indulging the egomania of Peter V'landys, that anyone who's got any criticism of him gets in the gun?
Yeah, without commenting on that specifically, I do agree that $1 million is a lot of money.
Okay, so what are we going to do about it when you didn't like a rogue vet report with Greyhound Racing New South Wales? You threatened to sack the board. What action are we going to take, or is this something that would be covered by the hazard review?
Yeah, it may be. I haven't seen the hazard review, so I'm not 100% sure about that. But
it's been raised with him, $1 million delegation from the board.
Yeah.
The problem with the board, and you've appointed two recently, they are good time Charlies, solely interested in getting out there on the grog and the free food in the best box. And we can raise it and entrust everything else to Mr. V'landys.
We have to avoid adverse mention of people Bill Berger as
collective.
well.
Well,
I'd like to
it
remind
was
you
a
about
collective.
Bill
It was a
Berger
collective.
and
Well, it's
so
a collective,
the board.
and I'm just
just
saying they're having a good
reminding you
time.
of the.
They'd agree they're having a good time. But are you happy with the performance
feel
of the
that
Board of
suspension
Racing New South
coming up.
Wales in this regard, delegating so much power to one person who's a part-time CEO,
Did the
given his
first one
rugby league commitments, and he's
1st of
presently
April.
in Las Vegas?
there you go.
So the members of the board are selected through an independent process. So they go through, including probity checks and other things, to make sure they're properly qualified. And then I nominate the people from the list that's provided as being eligible, is that the word?
Yeah, why did you nominate David Tierney, who's a protege and sycophant, eulogised him at his funeral of Graham Richardson, given Graham Richardson's long-standing association with organised crime through Balmain Welding, White Bay Engineering, Danny Casey, the Baldwin bashing, Offset Alpine Printing, Rene Rivkin, Swiss bank accounts, Ron Medich, McGurk, the Marshall Islands affair, trading government secrets for sex and paying $80,000 to get Eddie O'Beat into Parliament. Is Tierney the sort of person who really should be anywhere near a racetrack in an official capacity?
Well, he went through the independent process and was one of the recommended people.
Were any of these probity matters raised, that he thinks all of this behaviour is worth eulogising at a funeral?
Well, I think that wouldn't
Not
come
a bad
up
list, is it?
necessarily in a probity report, I wouldn't have thought. But
No? No?
look,
The Murph wrote it.
it's yeah.
Sorry to speak ill of the dead, but he was a crook.
Well,
Order.
I can't comment on that.
Okay.
I didn't know
In
him
regard to
personally.
other racing matters, what role have you played in trying to reconcile the Racing New South Wales war with the Australian Turf Club? Again, profiting lawyers massively in this court case rather than money going into actual racing facilities. Have you tried to sit the parties down and sort things out as the racing minister?
Not directly. It's not directly part of my role. My role, and I have been updated from both parties as we've gone, both in writing and verbally, on the stance of the two parties. But again, it's very dangerous territory that a minister would get involved in operational issues, as long as I'm assured that they're following the proper processes in terms of determining these things.
Well, are you confident, given that the processes have landed in the Supreme Court?
I think that it was inevitable that was going to happen. But
it's
down
not-
in Victoria,
it's an
I mean,
embarrassment
all the
for
co-
racing.
all
As
the
racing
clubs are in
minister,
court as well.
would you try and overcome this massive embarrassment and waste of resources for racing?
As much as I can, but as I said, I don't have direct. I can't tell anyone to do anything.
But would you consider bringing the parties in, well, Andy's and Tim Hale, and trying to get a reconciliation so this money doesn't go to barristers, it goes to country racetracks and other facilities?
I'd have to take advice on whether that was appropriate or not.
Thank you. Minister, are you confident that GWIC abides by all the laws of New South Wales?
I would. Yeah, I
You-
assume
you-
so. I
you-
haven't
you
been
believe
shown.
they should abide by the sex discrimination laws of New South Wales?
Yeah, I haven't. No one's indicated me to the
Are
contrary.
you aware of a case of a female trainer at Gunning who's being persecuted by GWIC for the sins of her partner, her male partner?
No.
Mr. Tutt?
Yeah. Look, in relation to that particular matter, it's currently subject to a Racing Appeals Tribunal hearing.
Why are
So-
you punishing a woman for the sins of her male partner?
We can't comment if it's
So just in
under-
relation to
still
that,
under
that matter's currently before the Racing Appeals Tribunal.
But why has it gone anywhere? You must be aware of the
again,
long-standing famous case of Gay
we-
Waterhouse, who was denied a trainer's licence by the AGC because of the alleged sins of Robbie Waterhouse. Why are you repeating
not-
that historic failure?
it's not the
going back
case.
to the dinosaur era where a woman is punished for the sins of her partner.
Again, that's certainly not the case. And as I said, that particular matter's before
Not
the
the
Racing
case.
Appeals Tribunal, and that is the right forum for that matter to be determined.
Are you confident that you're actually after her or the male partner?
Again, in relation to that applicant for a registration, that matter has been determined by the Commission, and that person has availed themselves of the opportunity to go to the Racing Appeals Tribunal,
Well, that's a cop-out,
and that's where the
isn't it?
and that's where the matter's going to be heard and determined,
Do you
and that's
follow
the
the
appropriate
sex
place.
discrimination laws in
We
New
do.
South Wales?
Yes, the
Are
Commission.
you aware of this?
The Commission follows all the legislation it's required to follow in New South Wales, and as I said, that matter
Are you
will be
aware of the
heard.
Gay Waterhouse precedent?
It's a long time ago, and I know there was a question I noticed from yourself in relation to that. We've responded, so we're aware of all those matters.
Minister, unfortunately we haven't got the head of Greyhound Racing New South Wales here, although the great Wade McInerney is his representative in the gallery and possibly could be sworn in after lunch. But are you aware of Greyhound Racing New South Wales wasting money on the Apollo Communications consultancy headed by Adam Connolly, the partner of the Leader of the Opposition? And that's just by the way, but the main point is that Connolly is a woke Liberal who would have supported the Mike ban on racing, greyhound racing. Why would we be funding people who supported the ban on greyhound racing under the Baird regime?
Yeah, so A, I'm not aware of it, and B, that's an operational matter for
Can you
Greyhound
take it on
Racing New
notice
South
and
Wales.
try and get an answer from Greyhound Racing New South
yes, we
Wales?
can
Where I think
certainly
participants
ask the
expect
question.
if we pay money to people, at
I'm
least
not
they would
sure
support
we'll
the
ask
industry.
it in exactly those terms, but
Okay.
we can ask the question.
And you were there on the night. Can we find out from Greyhound Racing New South Wales how much they pay Tedesco and Moses, the rugby league players, to be ambassadors?
Sure.
And why they showed such disrespect on the awards night of leaving straight away after they presented their awards? And wouldn't that money be better off going to the young disabled fellow from Casino, who I think deserves a lot more support than these millionaire footy players who walk in and walk out of these functions not really caring about the participants and the awards, the major awards later in the night, including Greyhound of the Year?
We can ask the question.
You can ask the question. And given the impending disqualification for sooty keeping, do you believe that the award should now go solely to the great power and glory?
That's an operational issue for Greyhound Racing New South Wales, but I would assume
The drug dog shouldn't be eligible.
If there's I would agree with that.
You agree with that? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. A question from the opposition.
Minister, high-speed rail must be very excited as the Minister for Central Coast at the prospect of high-speed rail.
Yes, always. It's been around a long time.
It has been around a long time. I suspect, Minister, that you may share some of the scepticism that many of us do when it comes to the high-speed rail announcement.
Certainly not.
Well, okay. So, Minister, with
great sarcasm,
with the Premier, of course, saying that, and I believe reported today that it could, of course, be built. It doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement, but one of the plots that's looked at, of course, is a stop on the Central Coast.
Yes.
As part of the High Speed Rail Authority.
Yes.
Now, there's no specialisation as to where that location will be. Gosford, Tuggerah, Wyong. Have you got any ideas or bids or reservations for where you think a high-speed rail link should be on the station should be in the Central Coast?
My 20 years in politics, there's been many potential sites. Tuggerah has been talked about. Warnervale was talked about at one stage, both in my electorate. Arimba. But I think if it was Arimba, it'd probably be in the state forest because I don't know there's any room down the bottom.
That's going to be a national park, surely. Just at the
They've talked about Somersby. I think as part of the consultation, the detailed planning work, they will choose the right place. I remember Kerry Chikarovsky, who was representing a group that were talking about the Somersby Plateau and a big uplift a few years ago, but that proposal disappeared as well. So there's been lots of talk about it. I think the community rightly is a little bit cynical. They sort of feed back that they'll believe it when they see it. But if it stacks up financially, and the Central Coast has a stop, which I think would be very important, then certainly wouldn't be against it. But let's see where it goes.
You're not doing anything for it at the moment.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, just a question from me before we have a break in the absence of questions from the government. Minister, Australia recorded 33 First Nation deaths in custody in 2024-25, the highest since records began in 1979-1980. In New South Wales specifically, the coroner confirmed 12 Aboriginal deaths in custody in 2025, the highest annual number recorded in the state. How does the government justify police shutting down a peaceful deaths in custody rally at the very moment New South Wales is recording the highest number of Aboriginal deaths in custody in its history?
Okay, so specifically, a large part of those questions is actually outside of my direct ministerial control. What I can say, what I've done, is that in terms of when the coroner released that report, I did speak to Minister Chetthong and to Corrections and got a breakdown of those particular deaths that had been recorded and how they occurred. Some are still under cranial investigation. The government strongly believes, all my colleagues believes, that one death is too many. There is a review being done by Corrections. This was part of the briefing that I received, which will come out very shortly, which is looking at this particular issue that Corrections has undertaken. I'll be very keen to make sure that any recommendations that come from that report are implemented.
I appreciate that, Minister, in relation to the issue of deaths in custody, and I accept what you're saying, but do you accept that restricting a rally about deaths in custody risks deepening mistrust amongst First Nations people at this time?
Yeah, so my only understanding in terms of that particular rally, and if we're talking about the same one that may have been in Hyde Park, yeah, that the police negotiated with the organisers to not to march, and that was done through agreement. But also we made sure, and I advocated that on Australia Day, that the march that was undertaken was allowed to continue on the route that was agreed, and that went off without incident, and the police acted very well in support. I was actually at Yarbin when the march arrived. It was very well attended, and under the direction of police went off, as I said, without incident. So we strongly, as a government, I think we've said this, is we support people's rights to protest because of other incidents that have happened, including mainly Bondi, is that there were specific restrictions in place, and that was designed to calm the city down, if you like. And
Well, it didn't work, did it?
I think, well,
order.
You can have views on that, but
not
certainly, I think the police have tried to act in the best interests of people in consultation with those particular people in terms of the Aboriginal rally that took place and the subsequent march on Australia Day.
Thank you, Minister. The time being 10:46.
Can I make one correction, as I always do, because with 5 portfolios, my recollection of numbers is sometimes a little bit out.
No, really?
I understated that. I overstated that there was $21.8 million available for Greyhound Racing New South Wales after the offer of $10 million transitional fund. The figure is $21.322 million.
Oh, you're jipping the industry.
Yeah. $500,000.
Just give them their $500,000 straight away.
So I apologise for that.
Thank you for that apology and that correction.
Come on, mop up the mess, guys. Mop up the mess.
In the absence of questions from the government,
mop up the mess, Murphy. Come on, clean up the minister's
door already.
Clean up the minister's disasters.
Yeah.
Ask more about Richo.
We will have a recess and be back at 11:15 for more grilling. More of the Time being 11:15am, we'll now recommence with questions from the opposition. The Honourable Scott Farlow, MLC.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. Minister, data from Liquor and Gaming New South Wales shows that New South Wales gamblers lost $2.45 billion in just 92 days during quarter 3 2025. That's an 8.8% increase on the same quarter of last year. Do you consider that an acceptable outcome under your watch?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. So we've gone back and had a look at the data. So turnover through poker machines, and I want to make clear at the start, and I know Mr Borzak's well aware of this, that turnover doesn't equal profit. There's actually increased cost of running venues, etc., employing people, food, beverages, all of those sorts of things. So I just always want to make clear that turnover in poker machines doesn't equate to profit directly for the industry. The other thing is, when I went back and had a look at the figures over time, and this is data that's available online, is that the current turnover revenue from machines is actually roughly equal to what it was in 2005. And during that period, there was a slight drop-off, but it's sort of returning to historical levels. So when you have a look at gaming machines, and that's adjusted for inflation. So those.
But that's 8.8% above what it was a year preceding, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you can't take 1 year or 1 quarter alone. You have to look at trends. Now, what we're doing is we're looking at reform, some of which we've already put in place, which has been quite extensive at great cost to the industry. A lot of that is only new, and so it will take time for that to start to manifest itself in the way that people behave when they're interacting with machines. But the other side of it we're doing, and I did note that the very promising comments from the opposition leader, is there is new technology. And we have not stopped since the trial. We've actually been continuing the trial. In fact, I've just signed off on a further extension plus a new sandbox to trial what is use of facial recognition and AI on a machine-based basis. So what we're calling that is identified play. And if you have a look at the industry over 30 years, there has been pretty much no reform, a major reform. So what we're moving now is a period where there will be, the next step will be significant reform. And so we have to get that right. We have to make sure that it does help those most vulnerable in the community. So I don't think it's any great secret. We're looking at two things. One is first person and third party exclusion, which would be statewide. So it would cover every venue. It would be a central database operated by the state, and that would take the privacy and other pressures off venues that they currently have. And people may remember the out-of-the-box incident where a former employee tried to blackmail certain venues by placing people's personal details on the internet from their membership details. So this is something that we have to look at in terms of privacy, data security, but also we've been monitoring other events in the community. So most recently was the determination by the court in favour of Bunnings in terms of facial recognition use. So the new technology is based around facial recognition and AI, so that we could actually run a statewide system, not a venue by venue, which is, you get banned from this one, you walk down the road. This would be that if you get banned from a venue, then you're banned from every venue in New South Wales. Part of that is we need significant ways for people to appeal, because we've also got to protect individuals' rights as well. So this is complex. It's the biggest change in 30 years. We have to get it right. We have a trial out at Wallachia with Konami and the name of the company.
Aristocrat.
No.
Is it? No. I had to take on notice, Minister. I can't remember.
Zalium. So they have a device which is about this big, which is a motherboard with a little camera on it, and that links into a network. So when you sit down at the machine, it recognises your face, and that's what we're calling identified play. So there would be a membership mixed with that. It could be a mixed environment where there's cash and cashless, and there's limits being placed. But in New South Wales, we've been well behind the 8 ball because we have only one-way communication at the moment, from machines back to the centre. The new system that we look at has to be two-way communication. Victoria already has it, so there's a whole lot of upgrades we need to do. We're working through those processes, because if we go out and choose the wrong technology, the government could spend and venues could spend an awful lot of money, and it'd be redundant in a very short amount of time. The answers are there. We're well on track to implement some of those strategies, if you like, on top of the other things we've done, which includes putting in responsible gaming officers, having those gaming registers in venues, moving ATMs, removing signage. All of those things will impact in the longer term on individuals' behaviour. So we don't apologise for taking our time. We understand that there's people that need additional assistance, and we've just approved to go out to tender for the contracts for the next lot of Gamble Aware.
Yeah, we're in the final stages of procuring those providers.
So we're looking at making sure that those services are in place, but the technology mix and the next step, which is going to be hugely expensive, has to be the right one. Carded play, if you look at the other states, they said they were going to do things, Victoria for example, and then they pulled back because there are issues with carded play. If New South Wales went down that, and I know that the previous government with the best of intentions said that was the way to go because that's what people knew at the time, but that has been absolutely superseded. And the opposition leader in her statement recognised that there are new technologies, and I think we're obliged to make sure that after 30 years, we get the next 30 years, hopefully plus, right.
So, Minister, with these reforms in place that you're outlining, would $26 million a day still be an acceptable amount for people to be losing on the poker machines?
Yeah, so again, you have to take it into context. Whilst those figures are confronting, and absolutely they're confronting, in New South Wales and in Australia, we have a free country. People are able to choose how they spend their money. Now, I asked the question at a time when there's cost of living crisis, and why are the numbers going up? It's not actually more people playing, but people are spending more. We've done a lot of analysis on this. The answer back is that there is, across the economy, there's certain parts of the economy that have more disposable income at the moment for a range of reasons. They may not have a mortgage, or they may not be paying rent. The biggest group of players are 18 to 24-year-olds. They may be living at home. And therefore, that may account for why there's an increase in spending. And we do a lot of analysis. The department, the Office of Responsible Gaming, are looking at all of these issues to understand why the behaviour is. Now, if people's view is that poker machines are bad and nobody should play them, that's a view you can have. That's not the view we have. We think responsible adults can choose the way they spend their money on entertainment. So,
Minister, in one of those areas, Canterbury Bankstown alone had $202.7 million in losses in a single quarter. Do you think that's because people have got more disposable income in that area to be able to spend on poker machines, or do you think it shows a problem with gambling in that area?
So it could be both. The two things could be true at the same time, and this is the issue. It's very complex. If you just look at headline figures, it doesn't tell the whole story. There's a whole lot of other things going on that, unless you actually understand that. And this was...
Well, to that point, Minister, what are you doing to understand that then? What are you doing to understand that?
So we're talking industry. I went out to Canterbury Bankstown Leagues Club, met with the board there. We had a discussion about what they've got in place. They're actually quite advanced. And I think Ilga even went out there and were quite impressed with their... don't want to burgle you, but I think that was your wording. Quite impressed with the culture they had at that particular club in terms of harm minimisation support. So headline figures...
But I'm not talking about one club here. I'm talking about a whole local government area. In the Canterbury Bankstown area, are you doing any work to try and understand why that area is leading the charge?
Maybe not specifically that area, but because the whole thing is that when the casinos had to change their business model, people who may have gone there may be going to a different venue. There's a whole range of reasons why different venues. We did an audit, and we did find that some venues were doing the wrong thing, and they've been very heavily penalised for that. So that's one of the things we're doing. If we find that people actually aren't putting in place the expectation we have, then there are consequences. The industry know that, and they're actually, they're being subject. I think I'm right in saying we've increased the number of audits.
Yeah, I've been off the back of our the audit office report. We accepted the recommendation to increase our focus on harm minimisation. We've recently, and it's publicly available, republished our strategy for 2026 to 28 and our regulatory priorities, and they clearly outline our enduring priorities plus key focus areas for this year. And one of our enduring priorities is absolutely minimising rates of harm. And I do have some statistics here about gambling rates of harm across the state from the New South Wales Gambling Survey, which I'm happy to talk to now. We can come back to this afternoon.
I might come back to it this afternoon. Thank you. And Minister, with respect to poker machines across New South Wales, how many additional are there since you've come to government?
Okay, so again, you have to make sure you're getting the data right. So in New South Wales, we have entitlements, and an entitlement allows you to have a poker machine. So in terms of the number of entitlements, that has reduced. Now, there were some venues for different reasons. One was COVID, one might be that they're doing renovations, etc. So they weren't actually out on the floor. So that the actual number of machines fluctuates from time to time, but the number of entitlements has reduced.
Okay, so in terms of the machines though, when you came into government in March of 2023 to now, what's the increase in the number of machines that are actually out on the floor?
We'd have to take that on notice. You've got figures? Yeah.
I've got financial year figures. So in financial year 22-23, there were 87,328 machines. As at the 1st of February this year, there's 87,965 machines.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, Mr Latham raised the issue about Racing New South Wales taking defamation action previously. Have you requested a written brief from the Board of Racing New South Wales in relation to that expenditure?
No, I said that we would do that after Mr Latham asked the question.
So you've not spoken to anybody at Racing New South Wales about the appropriateness of taking that action?
No.
No. You don't think that it's appropriate that the Minister for Racing in New South Wales might speak to Racing New South Wales about commencing defamation action for an article that was critical about the time allocation of the CEO?
No. I explained to you before, Mr Fang, about independence. They don't consult. They don't have to consult with me before they do that. That's a decision of the board.
Okay. Well, in those circumstances then, Minister, what you do have is the power to review and create an inquiry into the operation and conduct of Racing New South Wales. Do you think it's appropriate for Racing New South Wales to conduct themselves in that way? And if not, do you think you need to implement a review in relation to the way that Racing New South Wales has launched defamation action against somebody for writing an article that's critical about the CEO's time allocation?
Yeah, we'll have to take legal advice on that, but we have started a review. It's the Thoroughbred Racing Act review, and we've allowed Mr. Hazard to sort of, as well as looking at legislation specifically, have conversations about other issues that might be concerning the industry.
Will you ensure that the issue is raised with Mr Hazard so that it becomes part of the inquiry and not something that may fall outside the terms of reference? And if so, if it's not inside the terms of reference, will you amend
them to
ensure that it does?
Other matters, so I think not much falls outside the terms of reference.
Okay. Do you think it needs a parliamentary inquiry into Racing New South Wales?
This is the problem. So, in our racing codes, and just through the questions, you can see the different conflict that happens. So, lots of people involved in the industries have a lot of opinions. Their opinion isn't necessarily wrong, but it may not be the same opinion as what the different code organisations doing.
Yep.
So you could have an inquiry, but all you're going to do is you're going to get lots of people's opinions. It doesn't mean they're doing the wrong thing. It just means that people think they should be doing it differently.
Minister, I don't know what sort of inquiries you run, but when I run inquiries or I'm involved in inquiries, we get facts, we get figures, we get recommendations, and we get findings. This is not about opinions. This is about understanding the expenditure and the operation of Racing New South Wales. Will you support a parliamentary inquiry into this matter?
No, because there's an inquiry underway.
Okay, no, that's all right. You've said no, that's fine.
Statutory inquiry.
So
you're having an inquiry on the inquiry.
Okay, well, just in relation to some of
let's see what Brad Hazard says, and then have a discussion after that.
We'll do that. In terms of Mr. Volandis himself, what is the CEO of Racing New South Wales' agreed time that he's committed to Racing New South Wales, and what does he expend on other roles that he may hold?
That's an operational issue for Racing New South Wales.
You have no position?
I have no jurisdiction in that area. It's up to the board and Mr. Volandis to negotiate his work contract.
We've just spoken about opinions. Do you have an opinion on it, Minister?
No, because ministers have to make sure that I have opinions on a lot of things, but it's not my role to have an opinion. My role is to say, are they following the legislation? If they are, then that we don't have to. We've got no power to intervene. So
okay. So in circumstances where you might have an opinion but you're not prepared to provide it, do you understand or know if Racing New South Wales has a conflict of commitment management measure in place with Mr. Volandis to make sure that his time is appropriately?
It's an operational issue for the board.
Minister, what?
Yeah, but the board's a joke.
Do you just outsource all your decision making, Minister?
No,
this is ridiculous. Honestly, it's not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility. It's another minister's responsibility. What do you do?
Order. Point of order has been taken by the Honourable Cameron Murphy, MLC.
Order, Chair. Unfortunately, we seem to be back in this situation where Mr. Fang is just berating the witness instead of asking questions. He's talking over the top of the witness.
I'm asking lots of questions.
Statements filled with invective, and he should stop.
I'm answering all your
I
questions.
uphold the point of order. Please desist, Minister. It doesn't help. Mr. Fang, you've been warned a couple of times. Just ask your question and avoid interjecting if you can. I know you're into your second Pasito at the moment, so it's harder.
It is a sugar-free one, Chair.
It is sugar-free.
No caffeine.
It's caffeine-free.
So if you can avoid interjecting, it'll help.
It's like water.
And then we'll avoid the circumstance where I'm calling you to order for the second time.
All purchased on my own dollar, I might add, Chair.
Can I say that if I were to move outside my purview, as it's been described to me, and I do seek legal advice on many of these issues, then you could rightly be sitting here criticising me for political interference in independent bodies. So you can't have it both ways. That might have been the way the previous government did business, but it's not the way I do business.
Well,
so
Minister,
that's your assessment of
you can
the
cast
role of the minister.
aspersions all you like, Minister.
Ultimately,
the fact that you are a hands-off minister is for you to answer.
I'm not.
Okay, but the question I'm going to ask you now: what policies and approvals govern the use of Racing New South Wales premises, hospitality and media-facing events? And what records show, where do the records show who has been hosted at these facilities in the past 12 months?
These are matters for Racing New South Wales, Mr. Fang. It's the minister's role is limited. The legislation establishes Racing New South Wales to be separate to and not under the direction of the minister or the Crown. We would expect that Racing New South Wales has policies and procedures in place, but whether or not they do is not something that we are in control of.
So you would expect that Racing New South Wales has policies, procedures in place, but it's not your business if they're there or not. Do you think that's a little bit ridiculous to say? Well, that you expect them to do something, but whether they do it or not.
You guys were in government for 12 years. You didn't change the
legislation. It doesn't really concern you. Well, Minister, you're the minister now. This is another problem with this Minns Labor government.
It's only a problem when you're in opposition.
You obfuscate every single issue.
It's only a problem when you're in opposition.
I mean, there is a standing understanding that witnesses should be treated with respect, and I think pointing and yelling is not appropriate.
Yeah, I'm going to uphold that point of order, and I'm going to call you to order for the second time, Mr. Fang, because, and I do so because
you're running cover for the government.
Order.
Point of order. The Honourable Royce Fang has just
I can deal with that myself.
cavilled with the chair's ruling.
You've just cavilled with my ruling. You've cast an aspersion on me as an independent chair. I'd ask you to withdraw that, or I'll call you to order for the third time.
And you know what that means.
Make a choice right now. withdraw it, or I'll call your order for the third time.
Well, that seems somewhat disappointing, Chair, that you would. You're
cavilling with my ruling again. You've got. You're on the clock. Withdraw, or I'll call you to order, and then we'll go into deliberative.
For the benefit of the committee, I will withdraw.
Thank you,
Minister. On what basis?
And you are called to order for the second time.
Yeah, you already said that.
Thank you,
Minister. What basis and thought? On what basis did the board approve the recent extension of Racing New South Wales' CEO's contract? Did you seek any advice about alternatives to that position prior to the extension? It's a matter. It's a matter for Racing New South Wales, is it?
The CEO of the employer of the CEO of Racing New South Wales is the board of Racing New South Wales.
No, got it.
His own review.
Yeah, hands off. I got it.
Are you okay?
You're asking Mr. Fang to operate improperly, which I think
No,
is
I'm just
pretty
asking you to do
outrageous.
something, Minister, in your portfolio instead of being.
Thank you, Mr. Fang.
That's
for
all.
that.
I think the people in New South Wales-
Order, Mr. Fang, please. Please, act with some grace and decorum, please. We'll now go to questions from the ever-graceful Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you, Mr. Buckingham. Chair.
Step up. Yeah.
Minister Harris, Minister Sharp yesterday confirmed what the Premier has earlier said, and that is that no one in Cabinet opposed the post-Bondi anti-protest laws. As you've already acknowledged here in this hearing, many Aboriginal people have reasons to protest often. Why didn't you defend their interests in Cabinet as the Minister responsible?
Okay, so the right to a static process is still available. The right to march has to go through a process. It's not banned per se, unless...
No, I understand that. I'm asking, Minister...
So I'm not sure what you're asking then.
Why in Cabinet did you not defend the rights of First Nations people to protest how they see fit,
Right, so-
which is to march?
Yeah, so pretty much in negotiation with the police, they can still protest.
I'm talking about in Cabinet at that time when the government was talking about laws to actually stop marching and protests.
Right, so when it comes to public safety and the safety of people involved, the law allows for a static protest, and then the police...
But you yourself recognised, and you've given evidence today, that you went into bat after those laws came in around Invasion Day and for the ability of the community, along with First Nations people, to march.
Yes.
Do you accept that restricting a rally, that they were allowed to march? That's right.
Yeah.
So what about the period when the laws were passed to that time in January?
Well, that's a matter for the police commissioner to decide on public safety and a whole range of issues. So he was looking at reviewing or extending the law, and so at that stage it was appropriate to advocate
you
that
do
in
know
this
that
case.
as a consequence of not advocating for First Nations rights to protest in Cabinet...
That's not true.
Well, did you in Cabinet advocate for the rights of First Nations people?
What we discuss in Cabinet.
Well, it's clear Chris Minns and Minister Sharp have said that there was no opposition.
So people...
Are you now telling us you did oppose those laws in Cabinet?
Everyone in Cabinet supported the laws. There are
and you recognise that
different
those
parts
laws,
to the laws.
And you recognise that those laws, do you recognise those laws shut down a peaceful protest that was about deaths in custody, that was in Hyde Park, where people wanted to march and couldn't?
Yes, and the
you
police...
recognise
Yeah,
that?
and the police deemed at that time that wasn't allowable.
I was there, and it was absurd. The people just wanted to cross the road and disperse and march. But aside from that, do you accept that as a consequence of you not advocating to protect the rights of First Nations people to march and protest risks deepening the mistrust amongst First Nations?
No, because they still have the right
communities?
to protest, and under certain circumstances they can continue to march.
And do you acknowledge that in the year, as we've recorded the highest number of deaths in custody since records began, that peaceful march that was organised to mark 10 years since the death of David Dungay Jr. in Long Bay, where he was killed by guards when he was saying, "I can't breathe," Was there any assessment that was undertaken about that march and that protest not being able to take place as a result of your laws?
So it's around the context. So we just had the worst terrorist attack in Australia's history, and so the police were given powers to make sure the community was safe.
But you
and
thought
so
it was
they
okay.
made an assessment.
Order.
They make the assessment
Please
around
let
that.
the
It's the
Minister
police
respond.
commissioner.
So, Minister, you thought it was okay to say we can march on Invasion Day, but you didn't think it was okay for the people in Hyde Park to do a small march about deaths in custody.
I think it's up to the police to do an assessment of public safety and make decisions appropriately.
On deaths in custody, did you have any response, or were you consulted specifically when the Minister for Corrections and the Premier introduced the Crimes Administration of Sentences Amendment Standard of Proof Bill?
Well, everything goes through Cabinet.
And did you, as part of any process, are you aware that the views of several of the Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisations, including ABSEC, ALS, stated that that bill increased the risks of First Nations deaths in custody?
Yeah, and the Attorney-General met with those organisations, had a discussion. It doesn't mean necessarily they reached agreement, but there was consultation.
About the fact that it will increase the likelihood and risks
No,
of
about the
First Nations
legislation.
deaths in custody?
So that may have been part of the conversation. I wasn't with the Attorney-General.
And so what do you intend to do now that you know, other than the review that you understand Corrections is undertaking into their own practices, what do you intend to do about First Nations deaths in custody in response to the coroner's statement, other than restrict protest for First Nations people and change the laws to increase the risks of First Nations deaths in custody? What else do you intend to do?
Yeah. So the whole of government has put forward a range of programs. I think we put $28 million towards it. Our aim is to keep people out of custody if we can. However, again, and I had aunties contacting me worried about their own safety because of some of the things that are happening in their community. I've talked about this before. So it's important that this isn't a one-sided story. So protecting the community when people are doing the wrong thing is really important thing.
How is it
I'm
protecting
sure
the community?
when you see an 82-year-old person who's been bashed with a machete, that you would not expect the government to say, if the person is of Aboriginal descent, that we won't do anything.
No, we are talking about, so you suggesting if you are an Aboriginal person and you are put in prison, then it's okay to expect you may die there too?
Absolutely not.
So then what are you actually doing to avoid?
I said there's a
First
review
Nations
going on.
A
So,
review.
yeah,
No
so-
actions, just a review.
Well,
even though we've recorded
when the review's been
highest-
completed, there's actions that'll be connected to it. It's outside my portfolio area. So Minister Chanthong and I have spoken about
so
these
you
issues.
think deaths in custody is not your portfolio area?
I don't have direct responsibility for the response. It doesn't mean that I can't advocate, which I do all the time. Every time there's a death in custody, we seek to find out what the situation has been. But when there's the direct actions sit outside my portfolio, I can advocate. I can make sure.
But you didn't.
Well, I
But you
did.
didn't.
I did. Don't
Order.
say things that aren't true. That's not fair.
Order.
It was
And you're
your
better
own-
than that.
Order,
Sue.
order,
You're better than that,
Thank
Sue.
you, Minister, and thank you, Ms Higgins.
You're
Ms
better than
Boyd, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister. In previous estimate sessions, we have talked about the cruelty that happens in the Greyhounds US export program. The Drake review recommended that it be cancelled now completely. Are you intending to implement that recommendation and close down the US export program?
So that's a matter for Greyhound Racing New South Wales, whether they continue that or not. What we are doing is we're giving more discretion to GWIC to more closely monitor dogs in the GAP program, and that is in line with also what Commissioner Drake said. Some of these things are business commercial issues, which are matters for the governing body, not for.
But you have the
government.
power, don't you? Or if you
I
don't,
don't
you've got
have
the
the
power
power
to put in place legislation that could,
Well, that's
could
a different
say
matter.
that this shouldn't be occurring.
That's a different matter. But there's you would then be very careful because lots of dogs are travel on aircraft to America for lots of reasons.
Yeah, we're talking about this particular. I'm sure that you could draft a bit of legislation that gave you the power if you don't already have it. So
not sure.
Just we certainly could. After the Drake report was released, confirming just how cruel the practice is, Hanrob pulled out of the program and is ceasing involvement with Greyhound Racing New South Wales. Are you aware that the company that replaced Hanrob in the program is Jet Pets?
No.
Jet Pets was one of the companies involved in exporting greyhounds to China and Macau prior to 2015. Knowing that, are you comfortable that Greyhound Racing New South Wales is now using Jet Pets?
It's a matter for Greyhound Racing New South Wales. As I've explained, Ms Boyd, that operational issues. So where ministers go beyond their powers, then the organisation has the power to go to court and challenge such decisions. So I have to be very careful about overstepping what I can and I can't do.
But you are in this incredibly privileged position of... sorry, just 1 second. You are in this incredibly privileged position of being able to actually suggest legislation and do all sorts of things if that was actually something you wanted to do. Is there any intention of taking more control over Greyhound Racing New South Wales on the back of the damning Drake report?
Only by giving GWIC further powers and also renegotiating the operating licence for Greyhound Racing New South Wales, which is pretty significant.
In relation to the Drake report, there was also a recommendation for a breeding cap, and that was rejected out of hand by the government as well. Why is that? What work are you doing in relation to a breeding cap, if any?
Well, that's an operational issue for Greyhound Racing New South Wales. The number of pups is actually reducing already. I'm pretty sure that's correct, isn't it?
There's a recommendation.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the industry's actually already addressing some of these issues. So the number of...
Well, that's not what Drake found, though. You appointed...
No, Drake looked historically. So Greyhound Racing New South Wales has made a whole lot of changes on the back of those recommendations already. And the data shows us that the number of pups being whelped is already reducing.
Minister, it's quite perplexing. We had a whole lot of scandal in relation to the greyhound racing industry again, which resulted in a whole bunch of pressure on you and your government. The response from you was then to have a commission of inquiry, so have the Assistant Commissioner Drake come on board to run that, albeit with a writing instruction that she couldn't go as far as to say the industry should be shut down.
No, because the government's policy is that the industry continues.
But that report then, after some delay, got delivered. You then sat on it for 6 months, and then when it was released just before Christmas, it went out with a media release that implied that somehow you were taking it seriously. But when you look at it, you're actually rejecting a huge number of the Drake recommendations. What was the point of the expense of the report in the first place?
I don't think that characterises it at all. And without, if you haven't seen the new orders for GWIC and the new operating licence, it's very hard that you could make that statement.
Well, and it would be great if that was just a transparent process and we were all made fully aware of it. Are you publishing that?
The statement of expectations that have been issued to GWIC.
Yeah, and the operating licences, because it took us ages to get the last one published.
That impacts on commerciality. So we have to go through, we're obliged to go through a process in negotiating a new licence.
Okay, but why haven't you put these things that Drake has recommended into your statement of expectations?
So I could answer this if you'd like me to.
Just it'd be very quick because I've been
Sure. So the statement of expectations includes things for GWIC, enhancing reporting and transparency, establishing minimum welfare standards.
Does it cover the things that I'm asking
about? Yes,
about?
considering greyhound breeding and whelping rates and whether additional measures are needed to ensure sustainable breeding practices.
Considering.
Yeah. Well, that's what the minister's asked GWIC to do at this stage, and I assume they'll provide that advice back to government.
It'd be better if you just implemented the recommendation, though, wouldn't it?
What's the number?
Well, so you're saying that you do? Okay, so you are going to...
But you're telling me, what would the number be without us actually having a discussion and working it out?
Well, at the moment, it's like 6 times as many greyhounds as race, so I don't know, maybe you reduce it by 5/6.
Okay, so you wouldn't consult anyone on that, you just make up a number.
No, I would. I personally would consult, but I would have consulted years ago when I first got the
we're
portfolio.
consulting now, so...
Oh, so you are consulting?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what it just said.
Right, so that's the answer to the question,
Yeah.
is that you are committing to a breeding cap? You just don't know what number? Is that what you're saying?
We haven't committed to a cap. What we're saying is that the industry was already reducing breeding numbers.
Right.
We're now having a look at it and seeing what the next steps might be in that
Are we
area.
going to do the same thing we do with like coal-fired power station emissions and just say that the cap is whatever they're already doing?
Well,
Is that what this is leading towards?
I can't. You people want me to go out with an answer before we've actually consulted. That's not how you consult.
Okay.
That's what you usually
All
do.
right, but what I'm
Well,
asking for is not a
Not
consultation
me. You just criticising me because I don't do that.
Not a consultation on whether
Can't have both ways.
or whether or not to put a cap.
Well, maybe that there's a cap.
Right,
But we're
okay.
asking GWIC to have a look at the issue.
Okay, even though Drake has looked at the issue and said that there should be a cap, we're just ignoring what's been said by Drake.
Yeah, but you've got to go
despite
through the
all of
process to
money.
actually know what, if there is going to be a cap, what a cap might look
So
like.
that report was just a farce, that whole inquiry.
Order,
what
thank
a
you.
load of rubbish. That
Order. Let's keep it nice. Thank
didn't
you.
find what you
Thank
wanted
you,
because it wasn't
Minister.
there.
Now we have some
No, it
questions
is
from
there.
Ms. Kate Fairman,
Just don't-
MLC.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much
Ignoring
for
it.
that.
No.
It was
The
damn
industry's
Order.
improving and you don't
Order.
like it.
Order. Minister, please stop.
Clearly
That
not
doesn't
true.
help.
Injury rates are down,
Order.
death rates
They're
are down.
not.
Order.
They are.
Order.
No,
no.
Minister, I call you to order for the first time. I don't want to have to throw you out.
It's actually the second. It's actually the second.
He wants to get
It's the
thrown
second
out.
one.
Is it the second time?
You've called the minister to order for 2 times now.
Yeah, that's 2 times. You're on 2
Mint
calls,
Thank you.
He's going to get
Thank you,
really
Chair.
tough
So,
with you, mate.
But
for
can I
calling
say,
you well.
Chair, it's very difficult when people use the last couple of words in their sentence to disparage me personally. That's unfair, and I should have a response.
Well,
point of order.
I used my first
Sorry,
part of this,
no.
my question to disparage him.
Order. Order.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order's been made.
Sorry, I don't know if that was directed at me, but in that
It
particular...
clearly wasn't.
Okay,
so
'cause
there's
in
no
that
point of
particular
order.
case, it was
just
generally-
a general
It was
comment.
general comment.
It was a general
Right.
comment. He
know.
did not
Thank you.
mention you.
I'm happy to
and
come
so
and sit as a
we
target,
will
but-
continue on. Ms. Fairman,
We good?
thank you.
Minister, the club grants review.
Yes.
Why haven't we seen the government response yet?
Okay, so the club grants, in its form, is part of the wider strategy that we will announce soon to do with gambling reform in New South Wales overall. What we have been doing...
Sorry, do you mean that's we're going to see the response to the independent panel on gaming reform, the roadmap as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we've been working really hard on that.
Well, I mean, it's just surprising because this has been, I think, submissions closed to the club grants review on the 18th of March.
Yes.
Have the governments received recommendations, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so what we've done is, so we hadn't...
Is that,
we
can I
didn't
just
get the
check, is that
results and do
report-
nothing.
But is that report going to be released publicly? The
Yeah,
club
when we
grants review report?
release everything. So what I can say is club grants will continue. The community sees value in club grants. We have tightened already some of the criteria that's there.
Yeah.
We've also done, and this is an important part of it, we've done an audit of club grants.
Yes, no, I'm
and
aware
we've
of all
also made sure that some people who did the wrong thing have received consequences for that.
Thanks,
So,
Minister.
so
I'm
after we
aware
got
of
the
all
review, we
that.
didn't do nothing.
There's just a significant review that government money has gone into. That review, the recommendations are sitting with the government. People are wanting to know whether it's going to be reformed substantially. We haven't heard much in terms of your response on the
it didn't
independent
need to be
panel on
reformed
gaming reforms
substantially.
roadmap. It didn't.
No.
So there's not going to be any substantial reform?
In what way?
Well, is there going to be any other change than
Yes.
to what you've just said?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So we've been talking with industry, we've been talking to stakeholders.
That's obvious.
No, just stakeholders like charities and people that actually get the money. And we've been looking at the rules. So we've had different groups like Little Wings come and advocate that we broaden some of the guidelines in terms of the fact that they provide services across
Are
a
you
whole
looking
lot
at
of
any of the
areas.
tax
and that.
regime?
The Treasurer certainly has been looking at the tax regime.
I'll ask him about that. So I understand you've commissioned economic and financial modelling on cashless gaming.
Yes.
Is that going to be released?
The modelling, Ms. Verma, was provided to government along with the panel's report when that was considered through cabinet. So that modelling would be considered cabinet in confidence at this time.
I mean, it's like everything that the government has used in terms of research reports, data that the taxpayer has paid for seems to be part of this entire cabinet in confidence process, which is laughable, really. So are you saying that when you release the response, Minister, that you will release all of those documents so the public can have a look at them?
I'm sorry, Ms. Fairman, you weren't here earlier when I went into great
I
detail.
was watching on screen
to
and I
describe
heard
what we're
you
actually
said.
doing.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is part of a wider process to make sure that we get things right. The economic modelling, etc., has fed into that. We're continuing trials to look at the best technology mix in terms of delivering
I did
things.
Hear that,
so
and I wanted to ask you a question about what
so
you
I don't
said
think it's
earlier,
been that
if I can.
secret.
If I,
We've been doing a lot of things and a lot of people know about it.
I put in a call for documents under Standing Order 52.
Yes.
And in fact, 2 minute boxes, in fact the box is the same size, but about a few pieces
Because
of paper
Cabinet hasn't made a final
in
decision.
each box, as opposed to the thousands of pages of documents that the members of the Independent Panel on Gaming Reform looked at. So I'm sorry, but it is secret. None of it has been released, and that's what the stakeholders
So
are
that
saying.
part is still Cabinet in confidence until Cabinet
the
makes
whole
a
part.
decision on
Thank you.
on the final
Yeah,
product.
no, I've heard that loud and clear.
But we're quite
What
public
you
with
said
reaching
earlier,
that decision.
I have a question about in relation to you mentioned identified play, and you said that there could be a combination of cash and cardless or cashless, gaming.
Yes.
So AI and facial recognition technology on machines, where's that advice come from? Or
So-
recommendation? Did the panel recommend that?
Yeah. So one of the things that we picked up, and I don't know if it was exactly in the panel information, but I did do it in discussion with the panel, was that some people who experience harm are more fearful of cashless. They actually, the physical thing of being able to have money and know how much they're putting in is important. So again, and we've got research from the US and other places, we're feeding all of this in to the final thing, because I think the whole aim of this whole thing is to really protect people who experience harm.
Which I think the gambling survey that was undertaken, that's about 20%, I think.
No. Well, I know where that figure came from, but...
Again, the gambling survey that the Office of Responsible Gambling's undertaken. Can I...
Serious harm? No.
Can I ask...
I don't think so.
Your government committed, or Labor committed, to introducing third-party exclusion. Yes. So is that going to be delivered before the election? I assume that it also requires legislation.
Yeah, the commitment is that we will have a response before the next election. We've gone out...
But not legislation before the next election, not to make it happen.
Well, we've gone out to public consultation. There was a number of issues raised. We've been working through
3 years.
Those issues.
3 years.
No, that consultation wasn't finished.
You've been in
3
government
years
for
ago.
3 years.
No, but
That's what I'm talking
you want us to
about.
make the decisions before we've actually done the consultation. The consultation pointed to a whole lot of factors which have been examined and looked at. The department has been working, I have to say, ultra hard on these issues. We have to make sure things around privacy, how facial recognition, appeal processes, and all those sorts of things.
AI into every single poker machine in the state if you're worried
Okay, so
about privacy and
how do you
facial
monitor?
recognition?
How do you monitor a statewide system with 2,500 venues relying on humans to be able to pick up whether people should or shouldn't be in the venue?
Thank you,
Sorry?
Ms.
I'm talking about the individual machines, not the venue.
So it's actually better, because what happens is the technology is such that if you put $10, $10, $10, $10, and you set a limit to say that you have to have a membership after you spend $100, the only way you can monitor that is if the machine knows that you are the same person putting the money in, even if you walk down the road to the next venue. So you put 50 in here, and you walk down the road and you put 50 in there, the system will know that you've reached your limit for that day. And therefore, it will say, are you a member? And if you're not a member, you can't put another dollar in. So this is actually a really really amazing system that will actually help those people really experiencing harm from being able to get around the system, because we have cases now where people are banned from venues and they just walk down the road.
I'm very aware
And
of
even
that.
when we have people who have been banned from the whole liquor record, so that all of the areas they're banned, they just go somewhere else. This system, when perfected, when it's all put in place, won't allow that to happen. So surely, as an advocate for people who experience harm, you'd have to be a big supporter of that.
Well,
Thank
there
you,
hasn't been any
Minister. We won't
consultation
go
on it.
to and fro with questions back to the committee members and participating members. It's now time for questions from the opposition. Yes,
Ms. Munro. Jackie Munro.
Oh, Ms. Munro. Is
Did you not get the yeah?
Thank you. She has arrived.
You can't kick her out.
Good morning.
We'll
Good
see.
morning, Minister.
We'll see.
Minister, in October 2022, Labor promised $8.5 million for a business case for Council's Gosford waterfront revitalisation. It included marina,
It wasn't for
ferry
council's
terminal.
revitalisation.
Well, it was for the area's
revitalisation.
revitalisation. Now the report hasn't got a business case. So where is the business case?
So what we did was, our commitment was to go out and consult on what was possible. So we did that. We went through the process of talking to industry, because council had put out another plan, and there's been a lot of plans for Gosford waterfront. Lots of talk about, the previous government started something in 2018, I think it was, and it fell
Your
over.
business case was supposed to have a marina, a ferry terminal,
no, it
the
wasn't.
amphitheatre,
No.
the pedestrian bridge.
Incorrect.
So there was $8.5 million put aside for this.
Yes, so what happened was, we went out to industry and we said, is there the ability of industry at this time to invest in an upgrade of the waterfront? Industry came back and said quite clearly that there are so many units under construction in Gosford at the moment that it would be cost prohibitive to build and sell units over the water. So in the short to medium term, that is not viable. So what we then did was, we went out to the community and did a second consultation to said, how in that time, before we reach that economic milestone in the future, what can we do in the meantime to improve the amenity of Gosford waterfront? That went out. They've now come back with designs and things. I went to council last night for them to have a look at. And work will start on some of those smaller projects before the end of the year. Now, that will expend the whole $8.5
So that
million.
original promise of the $8.5 million business case for the full revitalisation, does that have a deadline?
Yeah, so the business case itself was guided by the consultation with industry.
So,
and we came out and we said,
But
industry has indicated that that's not viable at the moment.
But if industry is still saying that there is going to be a time at which there is a full revitalisation, is there a deadline for that?
No, because it'll depend on the economics of the situation. So, for example, at the moment, there's $2.3 billion worth of investment going into Gosford. So units going up everywhere.
Yep.
Right? So
That's why the revitalisation of the waterfront is so valuable.
And that's why we're doing the upgrade of the amenity. So
But the amenity is bike paths, a bit of bush.
Cafes, parks.
Yeah, so how much is being
seawall.
invested into that?
So at the moment, it'll be around about, I think it's about... Yeah.
How much, sorry?
6 million.
Okay.
Yep. And some of that's going into the planning and the geotechnical work, etc., for the bike path from Point Clare to Gosford.
Okay.
Because that's a really difficult project.
And is that going to be reflected in the next budget?
Well, there's a budget bid in.
It's already in.
There's a budget bid in.
Okay. So we'll see how successful that bid is.
It's up to
by the time we get
up to our very generous treasurer.
PFAS has been detected in the Arimba Creek catchment at up to 58 times the National Drinking Water Guidelines. When were you first briefed about this?
Yeah, so there was a general briefing, I think might have been mid last year. It sits under Minister Sharp's portfolio, so we've kept updated, and they're doing testing and a whole range of other things, but it's probably Minister Sharp would have more detail on the actual work that the EPA are doing.
So more than a dozen residents notified the ABC that they weren't notified at the time. I'm wondering if you took any action to brief the local community
No,
when
that
you
would-
were
that'd
briefed
be-
halfway through last year.
That would be for the EPA to provide those things. I mean, that's their normal practice.
But did you check that they were actually notifying residents, given that there were complaints made that in fact residents hadn't been notified?
Yeah, no, I wasn't aware of that. So people who have corresponded with me knew that there was an issue.
Okay.
Not that
Do you
there wasn't
think
an
that
issue.
there is, given people have raised concerns, and I don't know if you've seen the ABC report, but given people have raised concerns that they are not being notified
We can follow that up.
appropriately,
Yeah,
that would be
yeah.
excellent.
But it's the area involved is, my understanding is it's quite contained, and whilst people have views about other factors, the EPA is still investigating that. So it may be that their investigations haven't actually got to the stage where they've been able to...
If we've got public notifications through the ABC that it's 58 times the
But where
level...
they get their data from if the EPA
Well,
hasn't notified them.
I don't know how ABC get their information, but I trust them as a news source. I don't know if you do, Minister, but...
Well, I do, but I don't know if they're talking specifically about the area that we were aware of, or it's the whole catchment. Because
It's fake news.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Minister would agree that ABC is fake news.
But I'm just saying that people may have looked at the information that was out there and applied it to themselves rather than...
Well, it
the total
seems as though the people of the Central Coast that we have seen are confused about what was going on, and that's the problem, that they're not being notified. So if they're not getting appropriate news from the department or from the Minister for the Central Coast, then that's the issue.
Yeah, so the sampling that was undertaken by the EPA of Arimba Creek showed low levels of PFAS in water close to the Mangrove Mountain landfill, which I think is where people think it's coming from. The EPA regulates the Mangrove Mountain landfill located in the upper reaches of Arimba Creek. It hasn't operated for a number of years, since 2014, and the water monitoring by the landfill operator Verde Terra has detected low levels of PFAS contamination in several on-site groundwater bores and leachate contamination. On 29th of May, the EPA issued a second prevention notice requiring Verde Terra to investigate leachate migration and assess its impact on both surface and groundwater. The EPA is currently reviewing the information and determining next steps. On the 23rd of January 2025, Council notified the EPA and New South Wales Health that it had detected PFAS at levels above the Australian drinking water guidelines in some samples of raw untreated water within Arimba Creek as part of the routine water quality sampling. As a precaution, Central Coast Council has ceased extracting raw water from the catchment for household supply. Tap water delivered via the reticulated network remains safe to drink. The EPA regularly undertakes water sampling and updates its website to show current water quality monitoring data in relation to Mangrove Mountain landfill and the broader catchment. And in response to community concerns about pollution, particularly PFAS, across the broader catchment, the EPA has commenced a wide-scale ambient water quality monitoring program, and the results are available publicly on the EPA's website. The EPA continues to liaise with Council, DECWA and New South Wales Health, and keeps the community updated about regulatory action and water quality sampling via its website. And if you need more information, then the Minister for Environment is the responsible minister.
Thank you for the information. Regarding Mangrove Mountain landfill, there are concerns that the EPA is actually failing to enforce licensing conditions, which has left potentially 800,000 cubic metres of general waste where only 80,000 was approved. Have you raised this issue with the Minister for Environment?
Yeah, so the Minister for the Environment and the member for Gosford particularly are well aware of this issue, and before we came to government and since we've come to government, it's something that we have continued to raise and have discussions around.
Are you advocating for actual enforcement of the licensing conditions?
Well, I don't have to advocate, that should just happen.
Well, what's the point of being a minister if you're not advocating amongst your colleagues?
Well, have you been able? Can you identify any breaches where they haven't been?
Well, there's one breach that required a $30,000 fine, which was
So
to
they were fined?
Verterra. They were fined $30,000 for polluting waters beside a drinking water catchment,
So it
which
was-
serves 350,000
Yeah,
people.
so it was followed up.
Yeah, but do you think 30,000, one
Well, I don't
instance
set
was
the
followed
fines.
up?
That's for Minister Sharp. But
But
you
do
just,
you think
just
that-
said that
but-
they weren't following it up, and then you've given me the example of where they did follow it up and they did.
I'm
fine
giving
them.
you an example of one example of following up, but I'm saying that even you've recognised that your colleague Liesl Tesh has actually referred the Environment Network's request for an independent inquiry to Minister Sharp.
Yes.
So that is much broader than one particular fine. Would you support an inquiry?
Yeah, so we all, as I said, this has been an issue for a long time.
So have you advocated for an inquiry with Minister Sharp?
Yes, her staff have been in the thing. Every Thursday morning in Parliament, all of the Labor Central Coast MPs meet, and this is where we discuss these issues. Departments come in and
So
we
are you
advocate.
expecting an inquiry to occur?
I don't know. I haven't recently spoken to Minister Sharp about it, but
Or do you think, as the Minister for the Central Coast, it is part of your responsibility to ensure that an inquiry of
Okay,
this
so-
nature gets up?
look, you got upper house people love a good inquiry, but it's what it would.
That's
it would
part of
find-
our job.
Yet your
to
government
rep-
hates it.
That's
Your
right.
government
That's
hates it.
right.
Order. On a point of order. Sorry, order.
The point
Mr.
is-
Fang,
sorry.
you're on 2 calls to order. I know you just get a bit excited
Two and
there.
a half, actually.
Well, you are on 2.95
Whatever.
calls to order.
Yeah.
Just please desist from just screaming out in the middle of the committee meeting.
Oh, the minister compels
We
me.
get paid by the committee.
No, order, both of you. So please desist. Ms. Munro.
Yeah, you wish, yeah. No, the point is, the EPA is acting on this. They are doing broader work. What do you want the inquiry actually to look at? Because a lot of
Well-
this happened under the previous government, where there was no inquiry, there wasn't
This
any.
is not
any
about
of
the
work
previous
done.
government. This is what's
No, I
happening
know it's
now.
never about the previous government. We have to
Well,
fix your
you're in
problems.
government. The point of being
All
in
you're ever
government
trying
is
to do.
that
We're
you
forever
get to
fixing your problems.
you get to make decisions about how you represent your constituents.
Yes,
and I'm asking,
and
if
I just
you
read
were-
out to you that a very detailed
That's
work
one
is
part.
being undertaken.
That was one question that I had about one
Right. And the site
issue
hasn't
that
operated since
constituents-
2014.
That's right, but fines are still being allocated, so there are problems still occurring. Your colleague has asked for an inquiry. You've just told me that you speak about this issue with the Minister for the Environment.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if there will be an inquiry into this issue.
We'll have to ask the Minister for the Environment.
Okay. Well,
I don't-
this is where I
don't
am
make the
trying to
inquiry.
understand what you think your responsibility is as Minister for Central Coast, if it's not to advocate and
I just
deliver
said
an inquiry.
We've been advocating on this issue.
Yeah, but then
I-
it's about the actual
sometimes I think
delivery.
I come
But
and
then
talk
it's
to myself.
about the actual delivery. Like, what's the point of being in cabinet if you're not able to convince your colleague, the Minister for the Environment, to run an inquiry on an issue that affects your
Well,
constituents?
it depends whether the agency and the minister think that there's already work being done, and will an inquiry add to the benefits that, or will
So you think
a
enough
separate
of-
inquiry will make a
Do you think enough is being
substantial
done?
difference?
Do you think enough is being done in that case?
Well, it's being monitored. The company's had to stop
So-
doing its work.
So you think
What
that
else-
enough
what
is
do you
being
think-
done?
What's
Well,
the
your,
next step?
Your colleague wants an inquiry. Liesl Tesh would like an inquiry. So
Yeah,
do you
because
think
we're trying
enough
to find
is
out
being
where
done?
the water's coming from,
So
and,
do you-
and they're already doing that.
So so you think enough is being done, and you don't think there needs to be an inquiry?
No, well, what I'm saying is that if the company is doing other things, nefariously or otherwise, and I don't want to cast any aspersions because I don't know, then there might be necessary to have an inquiry. But the minister and the department, they are actually looking at actual factual stuff that's already being done, and at this point in time, they might decide that that's enough. It
So-
doesn't rule out that there will never be an inquiry, but what it says is that whilst they're doing the monitoring and the testing and all of those sorts of things, which I just read out, is an inquiry appropriate at this particular time, or do we let
So,
that?
well, that's
run
what
its
I'm
course?
asking you. You're the minister, so I'm asking you if you think an
No, I can't.
inquiry is appropriate at this time.
Well, given what's there, I would wait until they actually get the information, and then decide whether an inquiry actually would add to what's already happening.
Okay, so you don't agree with your colleague Liesl Tesh that there should be an inquiry at this time?
Oh God, you people are playing semantics.
Well, I'm just.
We've all
You're
we've all
responsible
advocated
for
on this issue, and we all want to make sure that it's cleaned up appropriate and all that. We're trying to fix a mess that we didn't make, that we didn't license, that Gosford Council at the time did a terribly wrong thing. There's ICAC, all sorts of people looked at it. We want to make sure, and the department is...
But if you
if the
think that
department was
these
doing
things,
nothing...
But don't you think that if these things are so important, then they should see the light of day, and that's why an inquiry is valuable, that people understand
They have had inquiries.
what's going on?
There's already been an inquiry. It's been looked at.
So you disagree with Liesl, effectively?
No. What I'm saying is I'm not ruling out that in some point an inquiry might be appropriate. What I'm saying is that Minister Sharp has to weigh up the information on the work that the department's doing before she commits to an inquiry that may not add any new information to what they already find out.
I can assure you that inquiries invariably and inevitably find new information about how things are occurring. So if you would like more information about this issue, I suggest that you support an inquiry.
Well, that's a decision for Minister Sharp.
Okay.
Thank you. One other area where Ms Tesh has also advocated is when it comes to illegal smoke shops operating. I think she's identified one which is just down the road from her electorate office. There still seems to be no closures that have occurred in the Central Coast.
I have to take that on notice. We have raised that with Health, and I'd have to check because it was only a fortnight ago.
I've got to say, looking at the website yesterday, it's still showing absolutely no closures on the Central Coast at all. It seems to be the area that inspectors haven't looked at yet. You've raised this with the Minister for Health?
Yes.
And what action are they undertaking?
Well, I'll have to take that on notice. I haven't had feedback since we raised the issue.
Thank you. Minister, in January 2023, Chris Minns himself committed to facial recognition, not a trial. So are you going to deliver on that commitment before the next election, or are you going to break that commitment?
No, I don't think it's breaking the commitment, making sure that it's implemented properly. What we would make is a commitment to implement facial recognition. We've been going through that process. It's quite complex because we have to protect people's rights. A lot of advocates don't support facial recognition, even though it will make everybody's life easier in terms of identifying people experiencing harm and keeping them out of gaming rooms. So we've also, as I said earlier, we've had to monitor the Bunnings case. Bunnings now have won that case, so that adds, if you like, to our arsenal of evidence in terms of how we might be able to do it. The industry is actually very keen to put it in place. We have some discussion still going on around should it be at the entry to the venue or should it be at the entry to the gaming room. There's different views around that. The actual people with lived experience tell us that should just be gaming rooms because they still want to be able to go and use bistros and coffee shops and restaurants in clubs and pubs. So,
okay.
Yeah,
I'm just not clear, Minister. Are you going to implement this before the election, or is it going to be a broken
clearly
commitment?
not, because it's hugely expensive, and we've got to do 2,500 venues.
So when Chris Minns committed in January 2023 that the Minns Labor government would implement facial recognition,
I think he said investigate. Have you got his actual quote?
No. He said he would implement it.
Can you read me his actual quote?
Yeah, I can. It's he actually tweeted it out on the 16th of January 2023. It's a tile, and I don't quite have it with me, but I will provide it on provide it on notice because
rapid response. I'll find it for you, Liz.
I know we've only got 2 minutes left, so
did
I will provide it on notice,
clearly get that on the record?
You can ensure that you deliver on your commitments to the people of New South Wales, Minister. But I also want to ask, just in terms of
like you guys did. Yeah.
Well, sorry, Minister. I'm asking the questions here, Minister. In
Not
terms
very
of,
order.
In terms of assuring that this committee can do its job, are you going to make sure that Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Racing New South Wales attend the next budget estimates hearing and don't dodge it like they've done this one?
Well, I think I can only pass on an invitation. I don't think I can make them come.
Unless there's a law,
unless there's a law that you know of that I don't know of.
I mean, I just don't understand how you think that.
But it goes back to ministerial responsibility, and I have to follow the Act, not what you want.
So Labor's policy, it said, will work in conjunction with facial recognition technology already being introduced into pubs and clubs.
Yes.
So that was already.
So he's 100%.
You were going to continue the rollout and the implementation.
Yes. So he's 100% correct because venues have facial recognition and they're using it.
Right, and you're going to implement that across the board. As the Premier indicated.
Yeah, and we're going to extend it.
Yep, and you're going to do that before the next election?
No, that's not what
No,
he said.
oh, okay, well then.
That's
don't
not
worry.
what he said.
Okay. Oh, so the time frame's just out there.
Well,
whatever, however long it takes. We're doing it, but there's no time frame.
I hope you're never a minister and you actually have to implement something. Although
Well,
I seriously doubt that you ever
Minister,
will.
I couldn't be any worse than you are. Let me tell you right now.
Order.
Again, the personal
Order.
insults, Mr. Thing.
Order.
I'm giving
Mr. Fang,
fulsome
please
answers to these things. If he doesn't like them,
You're giving
that's his
you're giving
problem.
fulsome obfuscations, but that's about
Order.
We're actually doing all this stuff.
Mr. Harrison, our final question, and this one only can be answered by you, unfortunately. Miss Oxford has been sitting at this table, which we welcome indeed, but has been in the role acting for 6 months. Will Ms. Oxford be appointed to the continuing role, or is there a recruitment process to be undertaken? Or
So Mr. Draper can answer that.
Okay.
Because the
I'm afraid I can't answer it
Okay.
rather than the Minister, because I'm actually the employer of the Deputy Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs, and we've already announced a new head of Aboriginal Affairs as Deputy Secretary, is Miss Haylene Grogan. She's commencing in May, and Miss Oxford is hopefully staying on with us and returning to her previous role.
And she's done an excellent job.
She has done an excellent job, and take this opportunity to congratulate her on the work that she's done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Draper. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, just taking you back to the questions in relation to the GR New South Wales debt they say they're owed. They say they're in possession of letters that show there were loans, and it was in fact in the Government Gazette in 1998 that these amounts were outstanding. Now, the $6.5 million loan is also on the GR New South Wales audited balance sheet as a debt due. Will you reassess the loan of $6.5 million, or does GR New South Wales need to initiate debt and commercial recovery?
Okay, so my advice is that no documentation has been provided, but that's actually for Minister Camper. It's actually, when it comes to Wentworth Park, it's outside my portfolio area.
So, say that again, sorry, it's outside your portfolio?
Yeah, so the loan was between, from memory...
Is it between GR New South Wales and the Trust? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, which is Crown Lands.
Which is technically outside. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's not. Unfortunately,
It's
not
in
that I don't
lands.
want to answer. It's just something that I have not been any
It's
part
in
of.
lands, so that's where it. Okay, all right. So the debt recovery has to go to Steve Camper, does it?
Do you want to ask the former secretary?
I'm not here in the capacity of Crown Lands today, obviously, but it was my previous role as the DepSec of Lands. There have been exhaustive reviews into that loan, including through the Public Accounts Committee, and there's no documentation to show terms of loans or loan documentation.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, there's no evidence of the terms
Well, there is
of
evidence
those
from
loans.
Greyhounds New South Wales. That's what they're saying. It's on their accounts.
Then they would be invited to bring that forward, because in those reviews, no evidence was able to be tabled or provided.
Well, I'm sure that they'll table that and make a
that would
claim
be a
at
matter
some
for them.
stage. Minister, regarding capital grants programs, and you talked about money laying around, it's not being used. Are you aware that your department is sitting on 4 grants applications since April last year, including Goulburn?
You might want to answer.
So I think
Goulburn especially, you know, I go down there quite regularly, and all I ever do is get harangued by how much time it's taking. In the past it was DA applications, now it's not that, it's the department.
Well, I think it's just to provide some context, Mr. Borzak. So in June last year, a number of applications were approved by the Minister for Temora, the Gardens, Dubbo and Gosford, and funding agreements between us and Greyhound Racing New South Wales are in place for those projects. I think it's really important to point out that Greyhound Racing New South Wales has had, I think the Minister called 6 or 7 years to expend these funds. We and the Minister have had to put carry forwards in place to make sure the funding remained available. So they, to be fair, under the new executive, put forward a significant number of applications right at the end of last financial year. A number of those that I've just read out were approved. But I think it's slightly unfair to say that the department has been sitting on these. Greyhound Racing New South Wales has had since 2018-19 to get these applications in, and they left it till the last minute at the end of last financial year. I think it's also worth pointing out, and Greyhound Racing New South Wales is well aware of this, that in response to the Drake inquiry, the government made it clear that any new funding provided under this program will be considered in the context of upgraded minimum track standards, and those track standards have to be upgraded by the end of this financial year, and that has not happened yet. And Greyhound Racing New South Wales is aware of that.
Well, that's fair enough to say that, but how is GR New South Wales going to get all tracks upgraded to the standard by next June if they're stalling on grant applications?
Again, I reject the premise that anything's being stalled. They've had 6 years to put in applications under this program. They waited until the end of last financial year.
Mr. Barricade, are you setting the industry up for failure?
Absolutely not.
Are you working in conjunction with GWIC to do that?
Reject the premise, Mr. Porzac.
Yeah. I think it's important to understand that the minimum standards have to be decided by June, the upcoming June. They then have a further 12 months to actually get those tracks up to standard.
Well, then it's not fair to criticise them for not spending the money when they've got the applications in and then other things come over the top.
Yeah,
and
I think
surely you can go in and fight Treasury to keep the money.
Yeah, well, we've had to do that twice already. So these are two separate issues. So the previous time it took to put in applications is historical. When the CEO changed and we had the Drake report, etc., the new regime then put in a number of applications. So that process has been worked through. We have really important responsibilities in terms of making sure that taxpayers' money is being spent appropriately, and those applications have to be assessed in detail after GWIC says that they concur with what's being proposed. But it is made more difficult in that until we actually get agreement on what the minimum standards are, it's hard to upgrade a track to minimum standard other than the current standards, and we hope that doesn't put them in a position where they may still, if the standards change.
Can you stick a red hot poker up GWIC so they can get it done?
Well, as I said, everyone's working really hard. Look, my frustration with the previous regime was that we would go meeting after meeting after meeting, and I would keep raising it with them, and we were getting nothing back except argument. The new regime is different to that. They're actually acting more quickly, and that puts other pressures on. So,
all right. Thank you. Just to go to gaming for a second, Minister, regarding implementation of new control technologies, if the government decides to go down that track, will you subsidise smaller clubs to do those upgrades?
Yes, that's part of what we're looking at, and that's where the economic modelling was done. It's still part of the mix. We're not sure yet because until we actually understand what the final technology might look like, we can't necessarily understand the full cost. And we also have to take into account whether we broaden the horizon for implementation. So it may be that we require, and this is just hypothetical I'm talking about now, we may require the bigger venues to upgrade more quickly than the smaller ones.
Yeah, Minister, I sit here and listen to the elites talking about turnover all the time, and you properly answer the question by saying this is not about turnover, this is about net return and problem players. Do you know what the net return is on gaming machines in general?
Yeah, I think there is that data. We take that on notice and get that for you.
Well, can I tell you what my club does?
Sure.
I'm informed that it's between 9 and 15%, and that our club, for example, is set on 9%, and that if we were to even set it at 11%, gamers see that and basically walk away from the machines. So let's call it 10%. 90 cents in every dollar that goes through the machine in turnover, leaving tax out of it, goes back to the players.
Yeah, no, I agree. And part of my responsibility in the Act is to ensure the sustainability of the industry. I take that responsibility very seriously, and I think Caroline and I have great debates over that. And it's important that we know, and we've done some analysis that, for example, when you take into account loans that venues have taken for upgrades to improve facilities, including facilities like GP clinics and aged care and a whole range of things which adds to the general community, they're actually under financial strain for quite a number of years. People just look at that turnover and they say, oh, they're making all this money. They're employing people.
The clubs are not making that money.
No, and our analysis shows that. So there's some of the analysis shows, particularly with smaller ones, they're actually under great stress and at risk of closing. And for some communities, that would be diabolical because it's the only thing in town. So we have that responsibility to make sure that when we make decisions, we're looking at all the issues. We do absolutely have a responsibility to help people experiencing harm.
In the time I've got left, can I take you to Aboriginal Affairs?
Yes, sure.
The Closing the Gap report talks about that there's $206 million worth of new funding. Could you tell us what the total funding for Closing the Gap is in New South Wales?
Yep, we can get that figure for you. There's a bid at the moment too.
Well, while you're doing that, could I also get some information on the specifics of what those dollars will actually be provided for to Aboriginal communities on the ground?
I think we can do that. Is that Treasury stuff available?
Yeah, I think we can provide.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice and we can provide
take on
that.
notice.
It's funded a number of programs that will be rolled out across communities.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
And Minister, you'd be aware that the local Aboriginal land
Do you want that
councils...
figure? We've got that figure if you'd like it.
Oh, I'll take it. I've just got a couple more seconds. Sure. Minister, you'd be aware that while local Aboriginal land councils around New South Wales are granted native title, that is so often they are not allowed to actually subdivide, develop or even manage pests and noxious weeds on their properties. These properties are theirs and they should be able to determine their use. Instead, the land is tied up in green tape pushed by National Parks and Wildlife and the Greens political party and of course the Animal Justice Party. Is this practical racism? In other words, Minister, are they actually being stopped from actually realising the benefits of their own land?
So, just have to correct one thing at the start. They don't receive the land under native title. They receive the land under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. The land they receive, yes, has become a burden in many cases. That means that where we thought back in 1983 that it would provide economic benefit to land councils, in practice, in some cases, it's actually become a liability where they have to actually fund those activities that you're talking about. We are currently proactively looking at ways of, if you like, releasing that land for better economic purpose. That is being frustrated in some cases. Northern Beaches would be one example where the Metro Land Council has had to go through an absolutely exhaustive process to try and get a relatively small number of housing blocks approved, and that does impact on their income. So broadly, yes, it hasn't delivered the outcomes that it was originally intended to. Some land councils have been able to sell specific parcels of land and have done well out of that.
I mean, so they shouldn't have to sell the land.
Correct. Yes, and we're looking at that. We agree. We're in discussions with them about how we can approve those. So there's been the Aboriginal SEP, for example. There's negotiations currently underway with department and land councils for housing in certain places, like Cooma. Yeah. Is it Cooma one? Yeah.
So, again, this is speaking in my previous role as the former Deputy Secretary of Crown Lands. And to your point about closing the gap funding, part of the last budget round included some funds to better activate Aboriginal owned land by working on feasibility studies that could result in rezonings and DAs. So there is work on foot, but these are questions better put to the planning and lands portfolios.
Okay, thank you.
Gorzak. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, the Drake inquiry found that the US export program had a fatality rate 10 times higher than greyhound racing's target catastrophic injury rate, which Commissioner Drake described as a shocking statistic. We talked this morning about the fact that not only are there a lot of dogs dying in this rehoming program, but there's also a case of mass injuries happening within this program. Can you not make ending the program a condition of greyhound racing's operating licence?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if you have the power to do that?
Yeah, I can take it on notice. I'm not sure under the current legislation whether I can do that.
Happy to take it on notice. What the Minister has done or will do through the operating licence is put a seek for Greyhound Racing New South Wales to prioritise domestic rehoming programs.
Thank you. This morning you also said that there were several bad actors within this sector. How many bad actors in greyhound racing would you consider to be an acceptable number?
Well, I think there's been a big push, particularly from GWIC, to get rid of bad actors. That's created great controversy.
I gave you 6 examples this morning of executives. Obviously, in other sectors, such executives facing such allegations would be suspended. Why is the standard so much lower in greyhound racing?
I don't accept the premises that the standard's lower.
But I gave you 6 examples this morning of bad actors, and they're still within the industry. So you're telling me that there's a lot happening to get these bad actors out of the industry?
Well, I think in some cases where you've written to us, we reviewed them and found that GWIC doesn't actually have the power because they're not directly...
Well, there you go. So why aren't we changing the power
Because
so
they're
that
covered
GWIC
by
can
other
actually
laws.
get rid of these bad actors?
They're covered by other laws. So
there's bad actors in the industry and there's no powers for GWIC to actually remove them. Is that what you're telling me?
in some cases...
In some cases. So how many people sexually abusing animals or bashing dogs would be acceptable to the government?
None. 0 is acceptable. What I'm saying is that
But
GWIC...
we're leaving them in there.
Well, I don't know.
Can we
that
not give
actually
GWIC more
characterises-
powers to be able to remove these bad actors? Is that something that your government's considering?
Yes.
Sorry, the question is to the Minister.
Well,
Minister,
there's
are
already
you
work-
considering
there's
giving
only work,
GWIC
There's
more
already work
powers?
underway, so it's better if Mr.
It's not,
Tuck
what
tells
my
you what
question
they're
is to
actually
you,
doing.
Minister. My question is, are you not going to give GWIC more powers so they can
We don't know
remove
what
these
power,
bad actors?
We don't know. If there's police already have powers, they're not sure by
The police
giving-
have powers to remove bad actors from the greyhound racing
if
industry.
they've done criminal activities, then GWIC can then, if they're charged and found guilty, then GWIC has the power to ban them from, and they do.
But you're telling me that there are bad actors within this industry that you,
No, you told
cannot
me that
remove from
you
the
listed
industry.
all the people. I'm saying
I've listed 6, and I'm wondering, and they're still in the industry. I'm just wondering how many
Well, I
do
don't
we
know that
leave
they
in the
all are.
industry?
So if I can assist, there are some of those names that were mentioned earlier are subject to some criminal prosecutions, and those participants have had interim action taken against them so that they're no longer participating in our industry.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Tuck.
so there is action that already occurs. So.
Thank you. Before I hand over to Mr. Latham, Mr. Borzak, you have one more.
Minister, I'm informed that, just for the record, that there were never any allegations of sexual harassment against Mr. Griffin. That was mentioned earlier in this budget estimates.
Correct.
He denies that.
Yes, I know, and he's told me that.
Thank you.
Is that it? All right, thank you. Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Minister, you said earlier on in answer to the Honourable Wes Fang that one of your roles is to ensure that the boards of the governing bodies follow the legislation. So what have you done at Racing New South Wales, given the consistent failure to produce a strategic plan for the industry?
Okay, so I've gone back and had a look at the legislation. The legislation requires Racing New South Wales to be strategic. It doesn't actually say specifically they have to have a plan. However, I did follow up on that. They inform me they have a plan. They are currently consulting with stakeholders, and that will be produced in due course.
Okay. Well, they're supposed to do it every 3 years, and obviously they're well overdue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an internal rule. That's not actually in the legislation, not that I could find.
I thought it was anyway.
Yeah.
Moving on, our very important and impressive Privileges Committee of the Upper House found Racing New South Wales had had a chilling effect on witnesses to the Rose Hill inquiry. Have you raised that with the board members and the CEO, given the importance of respect for the Parliament? They shouldn't be trying to intimidate witnesses and scare them away from honest and frank evidence at our committees.
I think they denied that was the case.
Yeah, but our Privileges Committee had found it, and
well, I think they denied it was the case.
so that was you asked them, and that was their response, was it? Just to
Well, I
deny.
think they said that publicly in response as well.
Okay, so what you're taking their word, not the outcome of our Privileges Committee, chaired by your colleague over there, Mr. Lawrence.
Well, as I said, it's their matters for the board to decide themselves, and I haven't had any advice that I require any intervention into that.
Okay. One of the matters that Mr. Griffin's raising in relation to track closures for greyhounds, where I think he's going way too fast, too quickly, way too many track closures too quickly, is the prospect of changing the Unicode agreement and the funding distribution. But that's pie in the sky, isn't it? I would have thought, as long as Peter Volandi's backside points to the ground, no government is ever touching that. And have you got any initiatives inside your government to that effect?
Yeah, so we recognise that funding and the Drake report says this, that funding is an issue for the industry. So we're investigating different avenues. The RDA itself is very difficult because it's a commercial agreement between the then TAB, which is now Tabcorp, and the other two codes. It's not based simply on turnover of the industry. It's based on a whole lot of other factors when it was developed. One criticism I've seen from the greyhound industry themselves is that they sort of question why back in the day, 1997, people signed up to basically a 99-year agreement, which only had a 3-year review period built into it, which expired in 2011, is my understanding. So yes, it is difficult, and some of the complex parts of it is that it sits under the Totaliser Act, which sits with the Treasurer, and there was some initial work done on reviewing the Totaliser Act, so we actually did that. One of the main parties didn't want to continue, and it wasn't Racing New South Wales. And so
it's the TAB.
Yeah, so it's gone into sort of hiatus. Now this has been raised again. It would be up to the participants themselves to want to enter into a new agreement.
So it ain't happening.
Well, it's the RDA itself is so. The RDA, so TAB's involvement has about 9 years to run, but the agreement had no endpoint really.
Is this TAB under the new management? Is it?
Yeah,
Gilman
so
Rockland?
I think their exclusivity, is that the word? Exclusivity rights ends in 9 years, and so that may be, if all the parties are in agreement, they may want to look at it
Come
then.
back in 2035 and have a good look at it.
Yeah,
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I've had the benefit of the hardworking staff upstairs who have pointed me to Yasmin Catley's website, where she was the then Shadow Minister for Customer Service and Digital, who indicates on the 16th of January 2023 that a deadline of 30 June 2024 will be established for pubs and clubs to implement facial recognition technology. Minister, why are you breaking your election commitment?
Well, my brief was to investigate a system that could be brought in across the whole of New South Wales, across all the venues. There was
Where was that brief from?
When I became minister, you get
so the Premier told you, or the Cabinet told you that that's the brief?
You get a brief.
Okay, so why are you breaking your election? Why is Labor breaking its election commitment to have facial recognition in place by 30 June 2024?
Well, I don't know if it's breaking the election commitment, but what
it's in black and white, Minister.
Order.
What?
It's in black and white.
Yeah. So, in order to do it properly, we had to go out and consult, and we found that the time that it needs to take is longer.
And you didn't do that before you made the commitment prior to the election?
I didn't make the commitment.
Well,
but the Labor
government
did. The Premier did.
Yeah.
Well, all I'd say to you is that when you get into government and you have the resources of a department rather than one staffer, then you find sometimes that what you might have thought was achievable needs more time. So the commitment is still there. It is taking longer to put in place.
The commitment's there, but it won't be delivered by the election even?
No, it won't be. That's just an honest fact.
So
if you can work out a way to do it across 2,500 venues up to a standard that protects privacy, that has a backbone where all the systems talk to each other, then I'm more than happy to hear it. But I'm telling you, it doesn't exist, and we need to do the work to make sure that we get a system that's fit for purpose, that protects people, that venues can actually implement, and that it is privacy proof.
So your promises aren't worth the paper that they're written on?
Well, we're still doing it. We're still doing it.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Hurst.
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Minister, can I just clarify? I've heard from several women and several witnesses in regards to sexual harassment allegations in regards to Mr. Stephen Griffin. And can I just clarify, are you saying that you don't actually believe these allegations or these witnesses?
No. I said Mr. Griffin has denied the allegations.
So you're just clarifying that he's denying the allegations. Yes. Are you concerned that there are these allegations coming forward?
Well, there are proper processes for investigating these things within GWIC within different departments. And my understanding is that if someone makes a complaint, then it follows the normal HR procedures.
Thank you, and I'll probably have some more questions this afternoon for Mr. Tutt. Earlier today, you said that you hadn't rejected the majority of the Drake inquiry recommendations. My understanding is there was 65 recommendations. The government's rejected 46 of those, accepted 7, and several others were undecided, and I think one was partially accepted. Would you agree that then it's wrong? I mean, 46 out of 65 is the large majority of the recs.
What we're saying is that some of the things that have been suggested in the Drake report are operational matters that have to be considered by Greyhound Racing New South Wales. They're not in the purview of the government to implement. So it's not that we've rejected them, it's just not within our purview. So we're doing all the things that we can do.
Minister, based on what advice? Like, obviously there's an operating licence that you sign off for in regards to allowing the industry to continue. And there are certain conditions that can be added to that operating licence. For example, there can be a cap on the number of dogs that are being bred, for example, or that could be put into legislation. So how are you deciding what isn't within your power to change?
But what was said to you earlier was we haven't rejected the notion of a cap. We're doing more work on it to decide what is the best model.
But aside from the cap was just an example, sort of beyond that, the other sort of 46 recommendations.
Are we not agreeing to?
There were so many, Minister.
Well, just give another example. Maybe I can elucidate for you.
So I think I just gave an example of what was the other one that I gave just a moment ago? I mean, there was 46 out of.
People keep saying we've rejected all this stuff.
Well, what did you accept? There's not many things that you did accept.
Well, If you read it's online. If you read the expectations that we've sent to GWIC.
Thank you. No, Minister.
I
don't think it's your role to be asking the committee members questions.
Very true.
Order. Well, I appreciate that. So I think the government members might have a question. Mr. Lawrence.
Come on, mop up the mess, Lawrence.
Order.
Minister, is there anything that's arisen in the course of questioning that you'd like to clarify or expand upon?
Yep. Apparently.
Look at all those notes, David. You're all coming.
Order.
I should be better.
Right. Yeah. So.
Order.
Look.
You should be. You should be better, Wes.
It's on Hansard now, Wes.
Yeah, I know.
I think the other members of the committee find that I try to be quite reasonable and follow up on things. I'm happy
to find you very offensive. I'm not sure that'd be the answer.
I find you very offensive,
sure
and you don't need
Minister,
to be.
Order!
Don't need to be.
Order, Minister. Please answer the question from Mr. Lawrence. Please.
He finds Wes offensive.
Yes.
Yeah, that's his.
He's made a very good start.
His contribution.
I think there's many in the Liberal Party that agree with me.
Yeah, well, good on them.
Order. Wes.
In the earlier.
Sorry, Minister. Point of order has been taken.
Look, Chair, the Honourable Wes Fang just keeps interrupting. It's not even his time. He's not asking a question.
I know.
He ought to be called to order for the third time and thrown out. It's ridiculous behaviour.
Well, I have a lot of sympathy with the submission you've made, Mr. Murphy, but at this late stage, I don't think it would assist us greatly. But I do uphold the point of order. I won't call you to order for the third time, but please desist for these last couple of seconds, Mr. Fang, from interjecting, and please desist from provoking Minister Harris. You have a clarification to make.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chair. So I earlier referred to gaming turnover in that report where I said between 2005 now it's roughly the same. That was actually, it wasn't turnover, it was expenditure that I was referring to. So I earlier referred to a trial at Wallachia on facial recognition technology. For clarity, this is an expression of interest for that trial and is yet to commence, but we anticipate that the assessment for that will be finalised in the coming weeks. However, I have been in deep conversation with those people at various times. I earlier mentioned in answer to a question from Mr. Latham that I wasn't sure if there was a requirement in legislation for Racing New South Wales to produce a strategic plan. Oh, there you go. I can confirm there is, but no powers for me to demand it.
Oh.
So there you go.
You said you
But the hazard,
your role is to uphold legislation.
yeah, the hazard inquiry is actually looking into that. So hopefully he'll provide me with recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you, Minister. Minister, thank you very much for that clarification.
Mate, if you had 5 portfolios and 23 different pieces of legislation,
Order! Mr. Fang, shut up. For God's sake. It is your entire behaviour is unparliamentary. You bring this entire committee and
We've never had it before,
into
Chair.
disrepute with your constant heckling and carrying on. Just be quiet. Thank you very much, Minister, for your attendance.
Thank
we
you,
appreciate it greatly.
Thank you
We've
for your
taken
patience.
things on notice. We'll be in contact with you for those answers. Other than that, everyone, I will see you at 2 p.m.
Thank you. You're a saint.
Thank you. Back to our government, our officials for this part of the budget estimates hearing. We will now turn to some questions from the opposition. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair.
20
Welcome,
minutes.
everybody. Mr. Draper, how are you?
Thank you.
That's good. You would have heard the questioning I put to the Minister about the issue of facial recognition. Obviously, there was a commitment prior to the election that facial recognition would be introduced by the 30th of June 2024. Has the Minister provided you any instruction, or your department any instruction, in relation to that facial recognition commitment from the Minns Labor government?
No. I should maybe expand on it, saying we're not.
Well, I mean, I would appreciate it if it's just flat no, that's fine. But
we're not responsible for administering that commitment.
Okay. So in terms of the Premier, obviously, and you being part of the Premier's department, I imagine you would be involved in any rollout that is implemented by the Minister for gaming, and the Premier would be, I guess, also involved. There's been no instruction to you in relation to this matter.
Well, maybe just to clarify, the reason I'm here today is really because of the Aboriginal Affairs portfolio with my colleague, Miss Oxford. So no, our department is not involved in the delivery of that election commitment, and the responsible minister for it is Minister Harris rather than the Premier.
Yes. No, I appreciate that, and I guess I'm just taking advantage of the fact that you are here and that I can put these questions to you in the first instance.
You
sure,
can take
you
it,
go.
Mr. Deanam, on a point of
cover
order.
the government, you go right
Mr.
ahead,
Draper is not here to field questions outside the scope of this estimates inquiry, and so if he wants to field questions to the appropriate minister or the appropriate public servant with the appropriate responsibility, then he should take that opportunity at the appropriate estimates hearing, which isn't this one.
Well, to the point of order, I have put it to the appropriate minister. I have here the secretary in charge of the Premier's department. I'm seeking to understand if the Minister for Racing has provided any guidance or instruction to the the secretary for the Premier's department in relation to this matter. I have the answer, and I'm satisfied that the Minister hasn't given any instruction at all. It seems like there is no chance to honour this commitment.
Order. I don't need a debating point.
I might just, if I can.
I'll just rule on this point of order. I've just got to do that. I appreciate the comment, but there's not a point of order. Don't uphold it, Mr. Fang. If you could direct an appropriate question to the appropriate public servant, that'd be great.
Well, I think Ms. Hawes was about to volunteer an answer, which I was very much appreciative of.
Good.
Thank you. So in my role here as Secretary for the relevant department,
yes,
and I will ask my colleague Mr. Barakat to provide a bit more of a detailed response, but the Minister this morning outlined reforms in the direction they're going in, including that they've consulted on third-party exclusion and the use of mandatory facial recognition technology. The manner in which that is rolled out at a broader and more statewide sort of scale is yet to be determined. But Mr. Barakat, did you want to elaborate on where we're at with those reforms?
Sure. So in terms of facial recognition specifically, we've undertaken a public consultation process. We've received a range of feedback in relation to that. We've developed a code of practice which could be used by venues who are currently using facial recognition as a sort of a best practice guide about what to think about, what to do when they install it. The other thing we're doing, which is a government commitment, is establishing a statewide exclusion register. We're in the final stages of procurement for that, so we're hoping to finalise that in the coming months. Once that exclusion register is built, then the plan will be for the facial recognition system to link in with that exclusion register so that we're helping people exclude themselves from venues across the state. So you're probably aware, Mr. Fang, that as it currently stands, venues are required to offer self-exclusion, but there's nothing actually that links every single venue across New South Wales. So from our perspective, the first step is to build and establish the statewide exclusion register and then deliver the facial recognition over the top of that.
Okay, appreciating that there has been some background work on this policy, was it the case that in coming to government there was instruction to the department to make that commitment a reality, that 30 June 2024 facial recognition would be implemented across all clubs, and that there was barriers that came up, or is it the case that those barriers were already identified before the commitment was even, or an instruction was given to honour that election commitment by the Men's Labor government?
I can't speak to what work the government did prior to being elected. Ultimately, the government's come to power and a range of work has been done. There's been the establishment of the independent panel. There's been a report provided, a range of different advice has been provided as part of that process. And you've heard the Minister this morning talk about some of the complexities and issues in relation to timing.
Just in terms of what the Minister outlined, I think he outlined that there was a brief that was provided to him on becoming the Minister. So was this something that was contained in the incoming government brief, the red book, so to speak, that this would not be possible on the government's election?
No, I understood what the Minister was saying, that when he was appointed as a Minister, he received a briefing on his portfolio from the Premier. It's not something that I'm involved in, so I can't really speak to the detail of what that was.
So this wasn't the department's assessment at the time of the government, the incoming government's policies and a delivery timeline?
I think it's probably a fairer characterisation the Minister outlined this morning. It's a very complex area in terms of the technology, the privacy considerations and how to actually do it appropriately and well at a pace that keeps up with current advances in technology. I think that's where the Minister was outlining some of the challenges in rolling it out.
So I guess the question comes back to, when did the department first identify that the commitment that the incoming government made could not be delivered?
I might have to take that on notice as to the specific time, but I think the point that Ms Hawes made and I made previously is that a range of things have happened since the government came to power, including the establishment of an independent panel of experts to provide advice to government on a whole range of gaming reforms, and the Minister's made his point earlier this morning around complexity and timeframes.
And while I appreciate that answer, what I guess I'm trying to establish here is that an election commitment was made prior to the 2023 election, where the Premier and then the then Shadow Minister indicated that by the 30th of June 2024, the Men's Labor government, if elected, would implement facial recognition across all clubs. Now, that didn't occur. What I'm trying to understand is, was that instruction given to the department by the Minister, and was this a priority of the Men's Labor government to honour their election commitment, or was it not? And the Minister is now floundering is probably a better word, and trying to implement something without a time frame.
Again, I don't think that's a fair characterisation as you've just put it. I think what's occurred is, as the Minister outlined this morning, progressing this, the consultation, understanding the perspectives of the experts in the field and industry, and his desire to have a considered rollout that takes on board all of those technical and stakeholder perspectives is what the Minister was talking about this morning.
So, okay, if I understand what you're saying to me is that they've understood now the complexity in rolling this out and making this a priority for the government, was it premature is probably a better word. I would suggest that I had another word in mind, but was that a premature election commitment for them to make?
I don't think we can answer that. Mr Barrackett can outline a number of other reforms that have progressed.
Mr Fang, you can't, you know well and truly that you can't ask our public servants for their opinions on matter.
Well, I can ask the public servants whether it was an unrealistic time frame for the government to provide.
Okay, you can do that.
Okay. Was it an unrealistic time frame for the then opposition, now Men's Labor government, to provide the voters of New South Wales that they would go to the election and implement a policy in 15 months, where we're still now almost 3 years since the election and we don't have it in place?
A range of initiatives have been progressed. I might invite Mr Barrackett to outline some of those initiatives.
So yes, all I can say is that a number of reforms have been implemented since March 2023. We've consulted on facial recognition, as I've discussed. We've consulted on the development of a third-party exclusion scheme, which was another election commitment. We're in the final stages of procurement for a statewide exclusion register. We've mandated that venues with over 20 gaming machine entitlements will be required to have responsible gambling officers in place. We've put in new restrictions around the placement of ATMs in venues and signage associated with those AGMs. We've banned signage external to venues advertising the existence of gaming machines within those venues. We've lowered the cash limit on all new gaming machines coming into gaming rooms to $500, and I think 54% of the entire fleet in New South Wales has that lower cash limit. Mm-hmm. So a range of reforms have been progressed over this time.
And I appreciate that those reforms, I trust, are making a measurable difference in the lives of problem gamblers, but that wasn't an election commitment per se. The election commitment was that facial recognition would be implemented by 30 June 2024. Have you provided the Minister a realistic timeframe of when that election commitment can be delivered?
We've undertaken public consultation on facial recognition, and we've provided advice to the Minister off the back of that consultation process. We've developed a industry code of practice that is currently with the Minister, which could guide venues currently using facial recognition about how to best practice for how to use it. Ultimately, how ministers and governments choose to progress their election commitments is a matter for them. What we have done is undertaken the consultation, done the work, and provided the advice to government to inform its decision making.
In that circumstance, when will the Men's Labor government honour its commitment to introduce facial recognition?
That's a question for the Minister. It's not something I can answer.
Okay. Has the Minister asked for or provided any feedback in relation to timelines?
As I said previously, we've provided a range of different advice on a range of different matters, election commitments and others, to the Minister and the government for their consideration. The government will now consider that information and make a decision as to how it wishes to proceed, but when and how it does that is a matter for government.
When did consultation open up?
For facial recognition?
Yes.
I do have that here. It was, if you just bear with me, I can find the exact date. Apologies. We'll take it on notice. It was 2025 sometime. I'm sure I'll be able to get you the exact date before this session's over.
Okay. My understanding is it wasn't until 2025. Would that be a reasonable guide as to when the consultation opened up?
Yeah, that's my understanding. As I said, I think it was 2025. As to the exact date, I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you.
So in those circumstances, it was actually after when the deadline for implementation was committed to by the Men's Labor government. That would be a failure, wouldn't it, to effectively...
I'm not going to... I can comment on the fact that 2025 is after 2024.
Did the Minister ask you to do it before 30th of June 2025? 30th of June 2024?
As I said previously, we provided a range of advice to the Minister on this issue and many, many other issues. Yeah. There's been no direction one way or another yet to us as to how government wishes to proceed in this space or in the gaming reform space generally, but a lot of work has been done, a lot of information has been provided to government. It's now a matter for government to determine how it wishes to proceed.
Okay. In those circumstances then, it would be fair to say that if the Minister made a priority of this matter to implement it, you would, as best as you can, implement the policies of the Minister, implement the priorities of the Minister as instructed, correct?
I think we would do the work that is required to provide the Minister and the government with the advice that they need in order to progress their election commitments. If the government then chooses to, as the Minister said, understand the complexities in more detail, take more time to get across those complexities, understand some of the privacy issues, then that's a matter for government. What we were asked to do is provide the advice and information. Government's now made a decision. Well, government is yet to make a decision in this space.
So I'm struggling to, and every time I ask a question, I feel like I get a lot of words, but I don't particularly get a lot of clarity about these things. Now, as I see it, it can only be one of two things. The Minister failed to give instruction to the department to make sure that that election commitment was honoured, or the Minister just hasn't done the work and hasn't made that instruction. So I'm seeking to understand with these questions which of the two scenarios it is. Is it that the Minister, in coming to power, there was no way that this government could honour its commitment and therefore just failed to implement it? Or the Minister didn't prioritise this as something that that he thought should be worthy of his department working on?
I mean, some of those are probably questions for the Minister.
Yeah, and he didn't answer them.
And what I'm saying is that we have provided advice to government. The government has then determined how to proceed in relation to this election commitment and all of their other election commitments.
Okay, so let's dive into that advice. When the Minister came to government, did he seek from you a timeline to implement his election commitment by 30 June 2024?
I'd have to take that on notice. I can't remember the specifics of what we were asked for.
Did the Minister ask you for advice about how the department could implement the Men's Labor government's election commitment for facial recognition by 30 June 2024?
Well, we were asked for advice on how the government could deliver on all their election commitments within this space.
Okay. Was the Minister provided any advice that said it was impossible to deliver facial recognition by 30 June 2024?
As to the specific nature of the advice, I'd have to take it on notice, and if it's appropriate for us to share that, I'm happy to do so. But again,
Why would it not be appropriate for you to share it?
Well, if this is... If
Is
these
it
are
cabinet in confidence?
I don't know. That's why I'm saying I'll take it on notice, and if it's
Okay,
appropriate,
so you don't know
I
if you
will...
prepared a cabinet document for it, or...
I'm saying that...
The substance of the question and the associated elements that have been taken on notice. I think that the further...
That's true, Mr. D'Adam, but I don't think that's a point of order.
Thank you. So, the Minister, having missed the 30 June 2024 deadline, was subsequent to that date, any advice provided to the Minister as to how quickly facial recognition could be implemented by the government?
As I said, we undertook public consultation and we provided advice in relation to the outcomes of that consultation to the Minister and Government. The Minister is now considering that advice along with a range of other advice on some of the other election commitments and gaming reforms, and the Government will make a decision in due course.
When was that advice provided to the Minister?
On facial recognition?
Yes.
I'd have to take on notice the exact time frame.
Okay. What subsequent work, having been provided the advice, did the Minister seek from you or the department in relation to further work to see this implemented before the election in 2027?
So I think the Minister was clear on the timeframes earlier this morning. I won't repeat what he said, but I think that's recorded that he gave clear timeframes in relation to the implementation of facial recognition. What he has asked us to do, which we've provided, is to prepare a code of practice which could be used by venues currently utilising facial recognition or wanting to put in facial recognition until such time as the government makes a decision on how it wishes to proceed.
When did the Minister ask you to provide that code of practice?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. How far progressed is that work on the code of practice?
The code of practice has been provided to the Minister. From our perspective, the work is completed. It's now a matter for government if they wish to make that publicly available.
When was the code of practice provided to the Minister?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. When will the Minister release that code of practice?
It's a question for the Minister.
Okay. Can you take that on notice?
I can't. I don't know when the Minister will...
take on notice when you provided it to the Minister?
Yeah, I said I would take that on notice.
Right.
Yeah.
Has the Minister provided feedback to stakeholders in relation to implementing the code of practice?
The Minister regularly meets with stakeholders. What feedback he's provided to them is probably a question for the Minister.
Okay, so the Minister hasn't provided draft guidelines the code of practice to stakeholders in order to get feedback on it?
We, as the department, have consulted with industry and relevant stakeholders on the code of practice.
Yep.
What the Minister has done is a question for the Minister.
Okay. In terms of the implementation, has the Minister provided you any guidance as to a staged rollout, or is it to be just implemented by a certain date?
Well, the discussions, again, the government hasn't made decisions in this space, but the discussions that we have had and some of the advice that we provided is consideration about the impacts of this on smaller venues in regional areas, rural venues. So there is consideration about different issues in this space and how best to roll some of this out.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. Now, just with respect to some of the budget projections, I note in the budget that when it comes to gaming revenue from hotel gaming devices, the budget's expecting 7% on average, 7%, 7.33% and 7.1% over the forward estimates increases. Whereas when it comes to clubs, it's anticipating revenue increases of 2.11%, 2.88% and 2.62% over the forwards. Why is there that disparity? Why is there the higher expectation from hotel gaming devices than from clubs?
I think the revenue figures in the budget and the projections are done by New South Wales Treasury. It's not something hospitality and racing is involved in, so they're probably questions better directed to the Treasury.
So you have no feed in at all into...
As to why...
Yeah.
Pubs...
Is it because of any policy changes? Is it because of the reduction in gaming devices within clubs or the like? Is there any policy outcome which would explain why there's the differential?
I mean, the policy reforms that I ran through earlier in response to Mr. Fang's questions are applicable to both hotels and clubs. They don't differentiate between the two.
Okay, so from your perspective, you can't see why there'd be such a disparity between hotel gaming devices and club gaming devices?
Not sitting here right now, but I'm happy to take that on notice, and if there's anything additional we can provide, then we're happy to do so.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the roadmap for gaming reform, when do you anticipate a response to be made to that report?
It's a question for the government.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. Ms Hurst, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. I've got questions for Mr Tutt. I'm sure he's prepared for that. I've got some questions about Mr Paul Van Gestel. Given his previous Category 1 drug charge for using an anabolic steroid, how did he get the role of Chief Steward?
Again, the Commission doesn't discuss individual employee matters at these sorts of committees.
But you can understand, I mean, this isn't an active investigational case, is it?
Again, we don't discuss how we go about our individual employee recruitment, but the Commission does follow the usual government recruitment processes, and they've been followed in this
so
case.
where is this rule that you aren't to discuss anything to do with employees in a budget estimates hearing?
Well, the Commission's view is that it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about individual employees, and that's...
But even when there's controversial situations such as chief stewards, so this man can act as a judge and jury over others when he himself has been a serious offender in the past. I think that's a very fair issue to bring up in budget estimates for a consideration when we're looking into this industry, and we're certainly looking into GWIC as a regulator under the Minister.
Again, those matters, it appears, happened a long time ago and well before the Commission. But as I said, the Commission doesn't talk about its recruitment processes for its current employees or former employees.
I'm not interested in the recruitment process. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, how did somebody get into this role generally? I mean, how does somebody with a history of drugging animals end up being somebody that judges and is the jury for other people who are potentially drugging animals?
Again, like every recruitment that happens in the Commission, there's an application process, there's a recruitment panel, and there's decisions made as a result of that recruitment process, and a variety of matters are taken into account.
What immediate action are you going to take to either suspend or remove Mr Van Gestel, given this has come forward?
Again, the Commission's not going to take any action in relation to Mr Van Gestel in relation to the matters that you've raised.
So GWIC's comfortable that one of the chief stewards had formerly used drugs on animals?
Again, we're comfortable with the recruitment choices that we make, and we're certainly comfortable with Mr Van Gestel as our acting chief steward.
Mr Peter Davis, is he, can you tell me what his relationship is with GWIC? Is he an employee or a paid advisor, or what's the relationship?
I don't believe there is any relationship.
There's no relationship. He's never received any kind of remuneration from GWIC whatsoever?
I'd have to take that on notice if that's occurred in the past, but certainly in the period that I've been acting CEO, there's been no commercial relationship with Mr Davis.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the CCTV footage of Mr Stiff, I understand that's currently under investigation. Once that investigation is complete, are you able to provide that CCTV footage to this committee?
Not necessarily, and again, it wouldn't be appropriate of me to talk about matters that are currently subject to a disciplinary process.
My question is about whether or not you can provide that CCTV footage to this committee after the investigation is complete.
Again, the investigation has been completed and is currently subject to a disciplinary matter, and of course...
Well, then I'll rephrase that question. Are you happy to provide the CCTV footage once that disciplinary process is finished?
I would have to consider what next steps might occur. We're also mindful that there's an ability for participants that are subject to disciplinary matters to appeal, so it'd be a bit preemptive of me to make any commitments on behalf of the Commission now, whilst the matter's still proceeding through its disciplinary process.
Once the whole matter is complete, though, is there a reason why you wouldn't be able to provide that CCTV footage?
Again, it's certainly not the practice of the Commission to publicly release information that's part of its disciplinary processes. So that'd certainly be a matter that we'd have to consider in the fullness of time, but it's certainly not a practice that the Commission does by publicly releasing evidence that's part of a disciplinary process or a subsequent appeal process.
Or even after the case is completed entirely?
Yeah, at any stage, that's right.
And what's the current timeline? You said that this current case has been adjourned. When are you expecting to have a fight? Like, there were cases that were heard after this case. I believe it still occurred on the 20th. There are other cases that have been completed. What's your timeline on this one, and what's the delay?
Well, there's no unreasonable delay in the Commission's view. The matter's been adjourned to the 16th of March, I believe. So, again, it's dealt with by Commission decision makers. With all these matters, there's a need to consider all the evidence. That can sometimes take some time. And, again, without committing to a set time, it'd be the expectation that we'd deal with it fairly quickly.
And is the most recent allegations further use of drugging of dogs and the assault of a 15-year-old boy recently, are they being included at all in this current investigation or disciplinary process?
Again, without going to the details of the current disciplinary process, and I took a matter on notice previously in relation to that allegation that you've raised about the individual. That is a matter that's currently subject to Commission investigation. So again, I can't make any comment in relation to that.
Okay, so they are. So the incident with the child at Dubbo racetrack, that is something that allegations that you were at least aware of.
We're aware of those allegations, but again, I make no sort of public comment about it. It's under investigation, and the Commission will do what it does with all its investigations, consider them appropriately.
Thank you. And will the previous issues that I listed earlier today be also given consideration, particularly given the fact that he was lying on his application to become a bookkeeper, previous convictions as well? Will that all be considered as part of that disciplinary process, or will it be considered entirely separate?
Again, without going into specific details, how it would work with the Commission's registration processes is if there was a registration application by the individual, all matters relevant to that individual would be considered by our applications assessment panel and a decision would be made. But again, those aren't matters that are relevant here.
In what way do you mean that they're not relevant?
As far as a disciplinary process.
In what way do you mean that they're not relevant, though? So obviously disciplinary processes fall under the Minister in regards to anything that would fall under... So the operating licence for greyhound racing requires that the Minister is alerted any time there is anything that could bring the industry into disrepute. In what way have you sort of personally decided on behalf of the committee and the inquiry here and budget estimates that certain matters of disciplinary action are not of...
But in answer to my question, so the disciplinary matters don't involve the matters that you're referring to, the ones that appear to be historical.
Okay.
So they're in relation to more recent matters, of which I won't go into detail, and a decision we've made in relation to those disciplinary matters.
Okay, thank you. GWIC conducts an annual People Matters employee survey. Did GWIC conduct such a survey in 2019 and 2020?
It would have.
Yep. What sort of information does GWIC get back from these surveys? Obviously, when I've had surveys done of a similar nature, you might get a percentage of people that, tick certain boxes, and then there's often an open question section as well. Would you get de-identified text of most of those responses when staff raised concerns?
I'd have to take that on notice as to what we precisely receive, but I know certainly from recent times, given my current role, that we receive a whole lot of data from the Public Service Commission, and that contains results that have all been collated, and in the recent documents that we've received, I don't believe there's been any de-identified material in that. It's all been sort of statistics and data.
but as I understand it, there's an open-ended response section for staff to put in their own feedback. I'm assuming that at least some of that would come back in a de-identified way. I say de-identified because I imagine they haven't put the staff member's name next to that feedback that they're providing. If there was something problematic raised in those open-ended sections by staff, what would be the process within GWIC to deal with that?
So if there was, and certainly I can speak for the current leadership at the Commission, if there was, the Commission would consider that quite seriously. And in relation to that, given that you've raised things about the PMES surveys, the Commission has already instituted a process where we're going through, we're workshopping with our staff, and we're recognising some of the responses that we've received in relation to those, and we're developing an action plan as to how we can best respond to those results. And I think even as soon as next week, I think we've got the next iteration of our workshopping. So we are recognising those issues, and we're taking those on board and coming up with the response to those.
Thank you, Mr. Tutt. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Tutt, still with you. Why wasn't Shane Stiff interim suspended after he punched that dog at Wentworth Park?
Again, so I'm not going into details of the particular matter, and we don't comment in relation to those particular matters. But what I can assist this committee with is the sorts of matters that we take on board when considering to impose interim suspensions or interim disqualifications. And if you look at our current list of interim sanctions, 80% or sort of 8 or so out of the 10 all relate to matters where participants have been charged with criminal matters and are currently before the courts, including matters prosecuted by the Commission. And the other smaller remaining matters are those of current investigations that are yet to be resolved. And it's the preference of the Commission, where we have all the evidence gathered, to proceed to the substantive disciplinary matters so that we can finalise those matters fairly quickly, as is the case with the current matter.
So are you saying that there's no other circumstance where there's been an interim suspension before action has been taken?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we consider each matter on a case by case, and we have regard to a variety of factors, including how quickly we can move to the substantive disciplinary processes. And in the present case, we're certainly comfortable with the way that matter's progressed.
Because it was caught on camera, so you'd think that was pretty conclusive.
Again, I can't go into the details of that particular matter.
Is it really just because the stewards just don't think it's that big a deal to punch a dog in your industry?
Again, probably not the most appropriate line of questioning, but
it's not
got a
appropriate
case.
to punch a dog.
Again, without going into details of this matter, we take all matters of animal welfare very seriously, and we resolve those matters as quickly as possible, bearing in mind there's procedural fairness elements that we've got to be alive to, and in this particular matter, we're ensuring that we adhere to all those principles so we can come to a quick outcome, but an appropriate outcome.
There seems to be a significant number of bad apples in the greyhound racing industry. What do you think about Greyhound Racing New South Wales elevating some of those baddest bad apples onto working groups? So we had Mr. Ken Burnett is now one of the members of the Sydney Metropolitan Racing Precinct Working Group, despite the biggest long list of disciplinary actions and misconduct that's occurred. Does GWIC have any powers over or any influence over the kinds of people that get elevated within the greyhound racing industry?
Not in relation to GRNSW bodies and their matters for GRNSW.
So how does the integrity function at GWIC work if there's not that ability to actually intervene and ensure that they are acting in a professional way where they're taking this kind of wrongdoing seriously?
So importantly, the Commission's not responsible for regulating GRNSW. The Commission's responsible for regulating the industry, so that's participants. And our legislative powers are quite clear from the Greyhound Racing Act, but we don't have any regulatory role when it comes to GRNSW.
So do you need another, I guess, if there was some sort of legislative power then for you to put onto people's records when they had, done things like Mr. Bennett has done, to then be able to say this person as a participant cannot then be on certain boards or the chair of certain clubs and that kind of thing?
Again, they're matters for government.
I understand that GWIC refused to approve the 400 metre starting boxes at Taree. How many other tracks don't comply with that standard at issue?
I'd have to take that on notice, but in relation to that Taree 400 metre box start, that is as a result of a new build. So under the minimum track standards, there's existing tracks and then there's the new builds. And the government, as I understand it, have provided a timeline for GRNSW to meet the minimum track standards in relation to all tracks. But with respect to the Taree 400 metre box, that occurs in the new build phase where that was constructed after the minimum track standards were developed and implemented. So the Commission took a particularly strong view in relation to that 400 metre start on the basis that it was constructed after the minimum track standards had been made known and the UTS research was made known. So the Commission, it was put to me earlier, was talking about collaborating with GRNSW. We are still working with GRNSW in relation to that. We've received some information from GRNSW. We've provided GRNSW with some additional information, including engineering reports, as to why the Commission is adopting the position it is. And as I said, it's coming from a position of welfare based on the minimum track standards and what's contained within those standards.
So with those minimum track standards, I understand there are no tracks at the moment that meet them. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. No tracks meet.
So we have 0 tracks at the moment that meet the minimum standards. They were set back in 2020. So the industry's already had a good long time. What is the deadline that you are giving them to get
Again, it's not the Commission's deadline.
Okay.
It's the government's deadline. I believe it's the 30th of June 2027. Is that right?
Yeah, Ms. Boyd, the track standards have to be agreed and complete by the 30th of June this year. Tracks have to be upgraded against those revised standards by the 30th of June next year.
Right, so the minimum standards won't be the same as the ones in 2020 then? We're going to revise them so that they're easier to meet?
That's correct.
Easier to meet, I think, is probably not the way I would put it. They're going to be revised and how GWIC and Greyhound Racing New South Wales revise them as a matter for them, but the outcome of the minimum track standards is to make tracks safer for racing.
But hang on a minute. So we had research that has led to minimum track standards being presumably mandated in 2020. Everyone was supposed to meet those. They didn't meet them. We're 5 years down the track. And now, instead of making them meet those that were based on the best available evidence for track standards to make it safer, instead of doing that, we're now going to revise the track standards to relax them, presumably?
No, my understanding is not to water them down, it's to strengthen them.
Yeah,
It's
and
my
I can
understanding
assist.
of the process.
Yeah, if I can assist too, there'll be no diminution of any of the standards as far as the Commission's concerned, and the Commission, under the legislation, is required to approve the minimum track standards.
Right, but they haven't met. So you're talking then about making them more strict, but they haven't even met the less strict ones. So I don't understand why you would then delay the process to then agree a whole bunch of new standards and give them even more time to
I
do
can
that.
confirm this on notice or later in the day if I'm incorrect, but my understanding was this was a recommendation from the Drake inquiry that the track standards be revised and uplifted, and so that's what is happening. And there'll also be a range of, well, the government's in consultation now on the revised operating licence, but there will be increased accountability and responsibility and reporting requirements on against those standards. And I think the Minister has made it clear that if the standards aren't revised by 30 June this year or tracks aren't upgraded by 30 June next year, then he has the ability to cancel that operating licence for Greyhound Racing New South Wales. So they're the deadlines that have been set, and that's the outcome of not meeting those standards.
I was going to say, because that's what Drake recommended.
Yep.
She said that if they hadn't been met by December 26, you're saying a little bit longer than that, so maybe
30 June 27, yeah.
But then, so what you're saying though is that the racing will be suspended at tracks that don't meet
I'm
these
not saying that. I'm
standards?
saying the Minister has said that he can make that decision, which is to suspend the Greyhound Racing New South Wales licence. So if these things don't happen,
Yeah.
the Minister will be the one who makes that call.
So the Minister will make a decision to do a thing he can already do in the future, rather than committing to actually saying to these tracks that if they're not up to the minimum standards, then we're going to shut them down. Like, what incentive do they have, given they've had 5 years of not complying?
I think the idea was that off the back of the Drake report, industry would be given a chance with GWIC to revise the standards. They would then be given the chance to upgrade the tracks to meet those standards. If those two things don't occur, the Minister may choose to suspend racing or cancel the operating licence.
This industry gets a lot of second chances, third chances and fourth chances, doesn't it? Okay, can I ask then, in relation to this new commercial agreement between Jet Pets and Greyhound Racing New South Wales, is GWIC aware of the details of that?
No.
You're going to have to be the one to
Right.
defend the government.
Would GWIC expect to be made aware of the details?
No, they're matters that are under the responsibility of GRNSW.
Right, even though they are... Right, okay. We've been through this. Once they're away from... So they're no longer part of the industry, so you're not tracking them, you don't care.
That's right.
what
They're no longer
happens.
in our jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Because they move off the Greyhound register in New South
Yeah.
Wales, and they then become the responsibility of GRNSW.
Okay, so they might die on the tarmac, but at least they're not being punched in the head.
All right, thank you, Ms. Boyd. The opposition. Her
Thank
Majesty-
you
His
very
Majesty's
much.
Loyal opposition.
Her Majesty, His Majesty's loyal opposition indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Away you go.
Mr. Buckingham. Ms. Oxford, just wanting to ask you a couple of questions. Just with respect to the treaty commissioners, there were 3 appointed. Is it right that there's only 2 that are currently operating?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, is
Ms.
there...
Oxford, could I just ask you to the microphone, just this direction, don't have to, just...
Is it better?
Yep, that's great, just as pointing
Thank
you
you.
out. Yep, thank you.
So what happened with Mr. Fernando?
So the treaty commissioners are appointed by the minister, and that's really a question for the minister. The treaty commissioners actually report to the minister, not to Aboriginal Affairs.
Okay. Are you aware of whether there's any process underway for the appointment of a new treaty commissioner? Or?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, with respect to Reconciliation New South Wales, was able to secure an additional 6 months of funding from the government till the end of 2025. After the minister's initial intention to cease government funding, what are the government's continued funding plans now for Reconciliation New South Wales?
Yeah, so we've been working with Reconciliation New South Wales for quite some years now, and we've provided them funding. There is the understanding, though, however, that they should really seek other funding and not just be reliant on Aboriginal Affairs funding. And so we've actively supported that organisation to help them gain funding from other areas.
Okay, and have they been successful in being able to do that, or?
I'm not aware of if they've been successful or not.
Okay, so the New South Wales government's continuing no funding at this stage with Reconciliation New South Wales?
No, we are funding them, and we've made a commitment to support them in ensuring that they seek other funding elsewhere as well.
Okay, so how much is that commitment, and how long is that commitment for?
And an additional 6 months.
Okay, an additional 6 months.
Mhm.
That's to June 30 this year?
Yes.
And how much is that funding for at this stage?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And have there been any meetings with Reconciliation New South Wales in 2026? From
I'm not
either
aware.
your department or the minister? or-
Yeah, I'm not aware if there's been any meetings, but I can take that on notice and
Okay.
get back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Oxford. With respect to closing the gap as well, the 2025 data shows that New South Wales has seen a decline in 4 of the socioeconomic outcomes. How's the government working to reduce this growing decline to 0?
Yeah, so within New South Wales, and according to the July 2025 Productivity Commission report, there's 9 targets actually improving, and there's actually 4 targets where we haven't got real data back, and 2 are worsening. So what we do find, though, is that within the areas that the targets are worsening, it really is around not having that deep structural change. And where they're improving, we have systems that have actually been working and have been around for some time. So in terms of addressing those deep structural changes, Aboriginal Affairs are working really solidly with our community partners as well as our partner agencies to ensure that the voice of Aboriginal people are heard, and that's the way that we can support the change.
Okay, thank you, Ms Oxford. And so one, for instance, to pick up on, which is not worsening, but there's no improvement and remains not on track, is when it comes to healthy birth weights. What are some of the actions that are being taken with respect to that target?
Yeah, that's really a matter for health to address, but from an Aboriginal Affairs perspective, again, we support and really take an active role in providing feedback on a regular basis to working groups, officer working groups, and that's how we support our line agencies to address these issues.
Okay, so that's effectively the role that Aboriginal Affairs plays in terms of those working groups and having representatives and voices on those working groups to work with other agencies?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And with respect to cultural fishing rights, the ABC recently reported that 7 Aboriginal men were prosecuted for illegal trafficking of abalone, but the police later abandoned this for $1.9 million. As part of the Closing the Gap implementation plan, an initiative the government is seeking to implement is support for increased access to cultural fishing rights. Is the government undertaking work to amend the New South Wales Fisheries Management Act to support this initiative? Is there anything that Aboriginal Affairs has played in terms of advising primary industries on that?
No, that's really a matter for DPI, but we do, Aboriginal Affairs recognises that cultural fishing has a deep cultural significance for our people, but Aboriginal Affairs are not involved in that.
Okay, thank you. The Chair raised with the Minister previously some of the issues with deaths in custody recently, and of course it's very sad that there were 12 Aboriginal men and women who died in 2025. Just interested in terms of the role that Aboriginal Affairs is playing with respect to corrective services and with the New South Wales Police Force on this worrying metric.
Yes, thank you for that question. You know, Aboriginal deaths in custody is a very sensitive matter and a very personal matter for Aboriginal people, including myself. But in terms of the role that Aboriginal Affairs plays, it's another supporting role, and we have met with the state coroner, and that was a productive meeting, and we have given an undertaking to engage more with the state coroner. She's very concerned about the numbers as well. But we do play an advocacy role in terms of supporting agencies and our Aboriginal community-controlled organisations.
Thank you. And with respect to native title reform, recently it was announced that the government started consultations for developing a new policy for how native title claims could be settled in New South Wales. Is Aboriginal Affairs having any role in terms of the design of that policy?
Again, yeah, we take the role of advisory and we sit on those committees. However, we sit on a senior officers group as well, but in terms of the lead, that's not for Aboriginal Affairs either.
Okay, so Aboriginal Affairs has no role in terms of the consultations that are being undertaken with that at all, or?
I'll need to take that one on notice,
okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. That might be all I have for you, Ms Oxford. Thank you. Do you want to?
Yeah. Ms Hawes, the Minister met with Racing New South Wales on Friday the 12th of December. On the following Monday, Racing New South Wales put the ATC into administration. Did the Minister discuss with you prior to that announcement that would occur?
Absolutely not, but I would say this is my 8th day in this role, so I can't really comment on the Minister's...
Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I really can't answer that. I've only been in this role 8 days, but I've had no conversations with the Minister about that matter.
Okay, well, congratulations. I wasn't quite
Thank
aware,
you.
but given that you indicated you were here for the department, I figured I would put the questions to
I
you.
am.
Maybe you could refer it to somebody who might be able to provide me a little bit of insight.
Mr.
as to-
Barakat, perhaps.
Yeah.
Sure. No, the Minister did not raise that with me at all.
Okay. Did the Minister raise afterwards that in his meeting with Racing New South Wales that the issue around ATC, the attempt to put ATC into administration was raised?
Not with me.
No. Okay. Has the Minister made any instruction to the department in relation to Racing New South Wales seeking to put the ATC into administration?
No, the only conversations the Minister's had with the department in relation to the ATC is the appointment of members to some vacancies that exist on the board. But aside from that, there's been no conversations with myself in relation to the ATC.
And that is a perfect segue because you know what I'm about to ask next. What is happening in relation to the vacancies on the ATC board?
So the Minister's, as you probably know, the Minister's responsible for appointing independent members to the ATC board. The ATC board is also responsible for appointing some members itself. So the 2 independent vacancies that exist, the responsibility of the Minister is to establish a selection panel, which is made up of a recommendation from the Chair of Racing New South Wales, an independent director nominated by the ATC, and a non-independent director nominated by the ATC. So the Minister has written to both the ATC and the Chair of Racing New South Wales asking for the nominations for that selection panel.
And where are we with that communication process that the Minister has implemented with the 2?
So to the best of my knowledge, the ATC has put forward a nomination. I don't know who that is. Racing New South Wales, my understanding, has responded indicating that because of the process that was underway in the court hearings that happened last week, that they didn't think it was appropriate for this to continue at this point. The Minister subsequently, to my understanding, wrote to Racing New South Wales saying, nonetheless, these 2 things are separate and he still expects them to put forward a nomination for the selection panel so we can establish the panel and commence the process to fill those vacancies.
Okay, so in the circumstance that Racing New South Wales continues to not provide somebody to be part of this process, what's the circumstance that occurs then?
I'd have to take that on notice and get some advice, but I'm happy to do that.
Has the Minister indicated to you what his preference will be should Racing New South Wales continue to not engage in the process, and how he will resolve this matter so that the vacancies can be filled?
No, not at this time. He's written again to the Chair of Racing New South Wales reiterating the requirement, but outside of that there's been no further discussions with me about the issue.
If I could just ask one further question of this. The Minister has indicated on several times when he's been asked about the interactions with Racing New South Wales that he sought legal advice. Has the Minister sought legal advice on this issue at all?
He's sought advice on his requirements under the legislation to fill the vacancies, but that's the extent of the advice that we've provided and he's sought.
You know the next question is what does that advice say?
That the Minister has an obligation to fill the vacancies and he should be taking steps to do so, and the advice is that he has taken those steps to date. As to your previous question about what happens next, if they still don't put forward a nomination, then I'll take that on notice and happy to come back with some information for you.
Okay. Did that advice provide the time frame with which this should occur by?
Not to my knowledge, no.
When was the process due to have been completed?
I don't think there's a time frame. It's simply the Minister is required to take action when vacancies arise. The vacancies have arisen. The board is still quorate, I should note. It's still functioning, but the Minister does have an obligation under the legislation to take steps to establish this panel, but I don't think there's a timeline linked to that.
Okay. How long have the vacancies been in existence?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. What is the average time for those vacancies to be in existence previously?
I don't know that there would be, but if there is, I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Is it the case that the vacancies on the ATC board, where the Racing New South Wales refuses to provide somebody to fulfil the obligations, it would indicate that Racing New South Wales is then perhaps in breach of their legislation. Is the Minister prepared to take action on Racing New South Wales should they fail to follow through with the nomination process?
Whether or not the Minister is prepared to take action is probably a question for the Minister. As to whether or not Racing New South Wales would be in breach of any requirements under the legislation, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
Sure. Ms McInnes, hiding over there. Just interested in terms of whether you and your office are aware of approximately 35% of New South Wales war widows being excluded from full council rate concessions on the death of their spouse. Is that something that has been raised with you or your office?
Yes, we liaise regularly with war widows and their CEO, Renee Wilson. We're aware of a few issues.
And Ms McInnes, I'm sorry, I'm just going to take. I don't know if your microphone is working there, or if perhaps try the other one.
Is that better?
Yes, that's much better.
That is good.
Yep. We liaise regularly with the Office of War Widows and their CEO, Renee Wilson. We're aware of a few issues in that space where there are some complexities with DVA and their entitlements and how they intersect with state government concessions and also with local government. So they are advocating for some changes in that space. I'm not sure of the current status. I'd have to get back to you on that particular
Okay, if you
issue.
could, and whether there's been anything that's been taken up with the Office of Local Government or the
Yep.
like,
Yep.
or individual councils if that is the problem, and whether anything can be done to support, of course, those war widows. And also with respect, you might want to take this on notice as well, as to whether the government's considering any changes to Section 134 of the regulation to be able to support those war widows too. Also, if you're able to provide, and I suspect this will be on notice as well, how many war widows in New South Wales currently receive a partial or no local government rate concession due solely to failing the PCC test, the Pensioner Concession Card test?
I think I will have to take all of that on notice.
I thought you might, but thank you. Now, just with respect to the veteran strategy, there of course were 50 discrete actions across 4 themes that are contained within that strategy. How many of the actions have commenced, how many are completed, and how many have not yet started since the strategy's release?
Excellent question, and the team are in the process of just finalising our 1-year report card. A lot of them are ongoing and continuous. Some are new initiatives. Some are related to work in relation to the Royal Commission actions and the work of the Commonwealth, State and Territory committees. I would like to say that we're actually doing really well across all of them. Some are being staged, so where there are new initiatives, for example, resources to assist partners of veterans find meaningful employment, that's being worked on at the moment, and that's likely to take the rest of this year to gather those resources. Noting, as I think you know, we're a very small team. Another initiative that is will be rolled out this year is the improvement to the resources for community war memorials. So we've been working on that over the last year, and that's coming to fruition. So we should be able to release the report in about a month's time.
Okay. So you'll be releasing a progress report, will you, on that?
Yeah, we're required under the strategy to release a full report every 2 years, so it's a 4 to 5 year strategy. We've actually taken our own initiative to report on the first year of progress, so it's an informal update to the community where everything's up to.
Well done, we'll look out for that report. And with respect to veterans' mental health support, beyond the National Centre for Veterans Healthcare, what additional New South Wales mental health capacity has been funded specifically for veterans and their families?
So veterans and their families fit within the broad strategies of mental health across the state, and it's quite complex because the Commonwealth, of course, has the white card, and they have their own services that are paid for and supported. So Open Arms, for example, is a peer-led support network. So It's complex, but there are no additional specific veteran-funded initiatives in that space that I'm aware of. Just the NCVH, of course, is a very specialised and important service, and we are connecting veterans through the hub network that we're working very closely with the Commonwealth and Life Care to deliver. So it's complex. Veterans access services through many different channels, I would say.
Thank you, Ms McInnes. And with respect to one initiative which is very new, but the policy that was introduced from Term 1 2026 that allows the children of serving personnel to enrol in a New South Wales public school without a fixed address. Has this rollout been a success? Have you had any involvement with that at all?
So it's really early days for that, but yes, it has been rolled out, and communications have been shared through all of the channels that we can influence. So again, we sit on the Commonwealth State and Territory Committee, so the ADF is engaged in that as well. So we promulgate our messages through lots of different channels, but then they're shared by those channels as well. So defence communities have let their family network know as well.
And do you have any data on how many veteran families have taken advantage of these changes?
No, not yet. Again, it's very early.
Yep.
It's just the first term of it being implemented.
Thank you. Now, with respect to veterans' employment, part of the strategy, of course, is providing support for veterans and their families to be able to participate in employment. Just interested in terms of whether you have any data in terms of how many veterans are directly employed by the New South Wales government now.
Yes, I do, in fact, and we're tracking well. We're on target with that. I'll try not to get the figure wrong. So we currently have a target of 2,000 to achieve by the end of this year. As at 30 September 2025, we had 1,521 against our 1,500 target. So only slightly over.
Yep. And is that the end of the calendar year or the financial year?
So the reporting has been in line with the Public Service Commission collecting data from all the different agencies. So we have an end of March and end of September. So by September, we hope for 2026 to have reached that 2,000 number.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Tutt, just as a reminder, obviously our budget estimates hearings really are our responsibility to look into transparency and accountability for the department and regulation bodies in regards to their day-to-day work. It's not really a press conference. It's kind of really part of our job to make sure that there is that transparency and accountability. So with that in mind, I just want to review some of the questions we talked about before in regards to the employment of Mr Paul Van Gestel. And can you just give me some details about, you said that GWIC stands by the decision to appoint him as a Chief Steward. You feel very comfortable. Can I get you to give me details about why GWIC considers it okay to employ somebody with a history of drugging dogs as a role of Chief Steward?
Again, it's the same answer. We don't comment in relation to individual employees, and in relation to Mr Van Gestel, he went through a government recruitment process, and he was successful in his appointment as a steward, and currently he's the acting Chief Steward. So we propose to go through a process where we will seek a recruitment process for the Chief Steward's role. And it may be that Mr Van Gestel applies as part of that process, but we're satisfied that Mr Van Gestel's...
But why are you satisfied that he's okay in the acting role?
Again...
Given the history?
Again, we don't comment about employees
when
and
you
their
say
history.
You don't comment, are you rejecting the ability of this committee to compel witnesses to provide evidence?
Again, it's not appropriate that I discuss individual employees at an estimates hearing.
Why? Why do you believe that it's inappropriate to be asked questions about an individual employee when we're talking about transparency and accountability of a regulatory body under the Minister that receives a significant amount of taxpayers' money when an employee has a very controversial background. We're not talking about accusations of drugging dogs. He was convicted of that particular offence, and now he's working as an acting steward overseeing other people accused of the same actions.
Again, and I don't accept the characterisation of Mr Van Gestel's history.
So you're saying that you don't believe he was convicted?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we don't comment publicly in relation to employees and how we go about our recruitment processes, save to say that the Commission went through a process and Mr Van Gestel was successful in that recruitment process. Again, that wasn't for the Chief Steward's role because Mr Van Gestel's in an acting capacity currently.
Well, I'm going to take a point of order. Chair, can you rule if Ms Hurst's questions are lawful? I believe they are. If the questions are lawful, then you as Chair can direct the witness to answer, and I would ask you to do that.
I'll just take some advice. Ask some questions.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you for that. Can you also talk me through the decision process to suspend or not suspend a participant with extremely serious concerns raised, like similar to Mr Shane Stiff? What is your process in regards to putting that suspension in place?
So the Commission has a very clearly defined disciplinary process. It's governed by the legislation, so Section 58 of the Greyhound Racing Act requires the Commission to provide the proposed disciplinary action in writing. We do that. It's a requirement of the Act, of course. The participant is then given an opportunity to respond to the charges, like a normal sporting disciplinary tribunal, and then the decision makers of the Commission then make a decision based on the evidence. And depending on what the outcome is, if it's a finding of guilt, well then the matter will proceed.
Sorry, I'm wondering more about a suspension sort of during this process. Some of these, so this particular example was somebody who, aggressively bashed an animal. Okay. They still have animals in their care during this entire process. It's now been dragged out to March. There are potentially other animals at risk without a suspension being put into place. Yeah. How do you decide when a suspension does or doesn't occur, when it doesn't occur, animals will continue to be put at risk?
Again, so you're asking in relation to interim disciplinary processes from what your questioning is, and the Commission does assess each matter on a case-by-case as to whether there's likely to be any ongoing risks, if there's an imminent risk to welfare or integrity, and without going into particular matters that are subject to disciplinary action, the Commission does assess those, and if a matter is at a certain threshold, and as I said previously in response to your question, frequently those matters that we take interim steps against will be those where the participant's charged with criminal offences and they are currently before the court, and we let the court processes play out before we take regulatory action. So it's a matter of assessing each matter on a case-by-case basis and whether we're satisfied that there might be any ongoing risk, and if there is, well then the Commission doesn't hesitate to take interim steps to ensure that the welfare of greyhounds, the integrity of racing is protected.
Given there is clearly an ongoing risk now that there's been an incident in Queensland with drugging of a greyhound or allegations of that, will that be included in any considerations about whether a threshold has been met as an interim suspension in regards to Mr Stiff?
Again, I'm not aware that Mr Stiff's got some matters from Queensland. The greyhound involved was not trained by Mr Stiff, as I understand it.
His partner and Mr Stiff had the greyhound, is my understanding. Is that not your understanding?
The greyhound that you referred to in question is trained by Mr Stiff's partner or wife.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you what steps have been taken to ensure confidential information obtained by Mr Griffin when at GWIC was not actually passed on to Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Again, they were matters that were discussed, as I understand, between Mr Griffin and the Commissioners. My role as acting Chief Executive Officer occurred after Mr Griffin had left the organisation.
Would you, in your role now, hypothetically, if a senior staff member went to a female staff member, put his hand on their shoulders for an extended period of time and started to massage their shoulders to the point where other people noticed and asked if that staff member felt okay, would you consider that inappropriate conduct?
I would certainly consider that conduct that would need to be investigated.
What actions internally would happen if that concern was raised?
If there's a matter currently where I'm the acting CEO, we would conduct an investigation, and we would, depending on the nature of the matter, consider whether independent assessment was required and go through a process.
Can Jewett confirm whether in 2021 the Commissioner at the time was informed about such an incident and provided a written response?
I can't. In 2021,
Are you able to take that on notice?
I can take that on notice.
And are you able to provide the committee with a copy of that response if it does exist?
I'll take that on notice. Yep.
Thank you. Does GWIC maintain records of grievances raised by staff?
We do.
And so if a staff requested that notes be retained on GWIC's official records, even prior to you taking on this role, you're sure that they would be there?
It would, well, I can't speak to the periods before my acting CEO duties commenced. It would certainly be my expectation that proper record keeping would be kept. I can speak to the period that I have been acting CEO, and the leadership team at the Commission currently is very mindful of those sorts of matters, and we keep...
Sorry to interrupt, and I appreciate what you're saying, that you're mindful while you're in this role,
Yes.
and that's great. Do you have concerns that prior to you stepping into this role that grievances or sexual harassment allegations and things like that may not exist anymore, that they may have been thrown out or not kept as records?
I don't have concerns because I've got no knowledge of what matters might have occurred before my time as CEO, and I can only speak to the period that I am the acting CEO and how we do those sorts of things.
Obviously, we both know that there's been allegations in that period, and so I would assume now that you are the acting CEO that you would know if the documentation around those allegations exists or not.
Well, just in relation to those, the Commission's been responsible for responding to multiple, I think it's at least 2 requests for documents from the upper house. We've complied with those, and we're currently subject to another request for those documents, and we're undertaking, of course, those searches. It's returnable, I think, in the next week or so. So we are going through that process, but it would certainly be my expectation that proper record keeping would be kept, and as I said, if in our search for any further documents it is revealed that there are some, well then the Commission will naturally comply with the requests from the Legislative Council.
Thank you. Just before I hand over to Ms Boyd, in relation to your point of order, after taking some advice, which I thought would be the case, I cannot compel anyone here to answer a question, despite that probably being my my preference, but I can't, and Mr Tutt is perfectly within his rights to answer the way he sees fit, but he also can take a particular matter on notice. And have.
No, I don't think I've taken that on notice, Chair, to be honest.
But you know, seek some legal advice or advice and take the matter on notice and potentially provide the committee with a confidential answer, or one that's...
It was more in relation to, Chair, whether Mr Tutt questioned whether a question was appropriate, and you as Chair can rule whether a question is lawful or not.
Well, I think all the questions are lawful, and you know,
well, some aren't. I might be guilty of asking a few of those myself,
Could
but
Could I
It's
just,
not
before I
unlawful.
go, could I just ask that is then taken on notice and even a confidential
So the ruling is there was no
provided
point of order.
in
so-
regards to the details about why GWIC considers it okay to employ Mr Van Gestel,
Yes.
to take it on notice.
I'll take that on notice then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tutt. Very good. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I might
you.
just throw a couple of quick ones to Mr Crawford, if I may, before going back to Mr Tutt. Mr Crawford, when did you get appointed to Dual Solutions? And how long is that? Yeah, so how long have you been appointed and what's your role there?
I'm chairman of that company about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago.
It's been described to me as a kind of a bit of a loan shark of a company. Do you have any concerns about the reputation of what that company does and how that impacts on your reputation as Commissioner?
So, just to be clear, what did you say, Ms. Boyd, for my benefit and for Hansard's? What? How did you describe it?
As a loan shark company.
As a loan shark company. Oh, okay.
Well, that description is just ridiculous. That shows that whoever gave you that description doesn't know much about the company.
Okay. But it gives loans to people at incredibly high interest rates, doesn't it?
I'll explain what the core business is. The core business of a company is to give loans to people primarily who are going through litigation and to pay their legal fees and to pay personal expenses. Most of our customers are people going through matrimonial litigation. A lot of them are women who haven't been left with any money by their husbands to pay legal fees, very often to buy food or pay mortgage payments. So we assess it on the basis that it's secured against some future benefit they'll get out of litigation in the family court.
Yep.
And our lending rates just come down, but it's pretty much dictated about where we can raise money. Traditional banks will not lend in this area, and we borrow. It's not my money, it's not my colleagues' money. We borrow money and we on-lend it at a margin, and if our lending costs, our borrowing costs go down, we'll pass that on.
But if they lose the litigation, they just have to pay you at that.
Well, the litigation's always around, particularly in family law, but there are other areas of law such as estate matters, personal injury cases where very often the worker doesn't have any access to any money until the process is completed.
Yeah.
It's always secured against what they're going to get. We don't lend money where there is nothing to receive in the future time. So
there's no one who's just ended up being bankrupt or worse off because they've had to pay your legal fees.
No, I think we had one unfortunate situation last year where one of the borrowers who was going through a family law matter took her own life, and that's working its way through with the executors, but in all cases they will have access to assets at some future time.
So I understand that this company has lent recently to a pub. Is that correct? How many pubs does it?
No, it hasn't lent to a pub.
No? No sort of pubs or clubs or any of that?
I'll explain the transaction if you like. But it certainly we didn't lend to a pub.
Okay.
Ms. Boyd, can I just ask how this relates to the
I'm
budget?
I'm just coming to that.
If you could come to
Yes,
that,
thank
because it's causing me a little bit of concern.
Sure. No worries.
Well, we don't want that now, do we, Chair?
Have you disclosed your relationship with Jewel as a conflict of interest on the NIC conflict of interest register?
I have.
When I go on the website, there's nothing on that register. Where would I find that?
You got me beat, I'm not sure.
Okay. And before, did that...
Let me explain. The first circumstance around their core business, I just can't see any way in which the sort of loans we give for the most part would conflict in me fully discharging my duties and obligations in the NIC.
Okay.
If they did, sure. But for the most part, I can't see any basis on which the core business has any direct conflict with what I do at the NIC.
So if you just get me, sorry, I want to get the timeline right. So how long have you been in the NIC?
It was set up by this place in September 22.
Right, and before that you started work, or after that?
Look, I'm not clear about the dates, but somewhere
Jewel?
around that time in that year it would have been.
Okay, and did the Minister ever explicitly approve that arrangement? Was he asked to approve the arrangement of you also having that role with
So the Minister
Jewel?
back then was Kevin Anderson. I don't think I discussed it with him, but I would have. I think the obligation I have is if there is a conflict or likely to be a conflict of interest, it's a matter that I should have talked to him about, but that didn't arise.
Okay, so just confirming though, in terms of disclosing a conflict, are you saying you don't see that there was a conflict, so there's not been a conflict, or you've just sort of declared
Well, when I
are...
was asked to do it by some friends of mine who set it up,
Yeah.
I looked at whether there was any possible conflict, and the type of business we normally do just wasn't. We do not lend to the casino industry. So
or to the pubs and clubs industry, or anyone else who could be indirectly impacted by casino policy?
No. We don't fund anyone who's got litigation with casinos. I mean, there's some staff members have disciplinary actions taken against them, but no, we don't.
Okay. And are the sort of interest rates and the on these loans that are given still at around 20%?
No, they're around 15 point something or other at the moment.
15 point something. And is it correct that the second mortgage is taken on someone's home when they
we
can't
don't
pay?
lend on an unsecured basis. We've had occasion where people have come along and said, look, I've been saddled with a big cost order in a case. I want to borrow money, and unless they put up security, we're not interested. I mean, we really only lend where money's going to be able to be repaid from the sale of an asset.
Okay. And has the Minister ever been asked whether either the former Minister or this Minister, on whether they view you being involved in that sort of business as being at all at odds with the integrity of your function as the head of the NIC?
So you're asking me whether the Minister's asked me or whether I've asked the Minister? There was an article run about this issue in The Australian about 2 years ago. There was a number of articles pretty much about me. Not everyone is happy with some of the decisions we've made in terms of reformation of these casinos. There are some people with their noses out of joint. So there was a series of articles. I actually cracked front page of the Weekend Australian 2 years ago, which is a bit interesting just as a humble regulator. But there was a specific article about Jewel, I think, explaining my role in some detail, maybe 2 years ago. And I can't really remember whether the Minister spoke to me about it or not.
Thank you. I'll go back to Mr. Tart.
Sorry, what was that?
I was going back to Mr. Tart.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. The Drake report also recommended lowering the maximum racing temperature to 34 degrees. What's happening with that recommendation? Is there any research or review being done?
There is. So that's one of the statement of expectations of the government, of the Commission, and we are currently reviewing that, including obtaining scientific and veterinary information, and that's going to be subject to our response to the government by the 30th of June. But it is certainly well advanced, having a look at a whole lot of veterinary and other factors that ensure that there are high welfare standards, especially in hot temperatures, which occurs, of course, at this time of year.
Will veterinary expertise be sought as part of that?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, the draft documentation that we've got has been authored by veterinary practitioners.
Which tracks in New South Wales don't have air conditioning for the tracks at the kennels? Sorry, the kennels at the tracks.
I'd have to take that on notice. I'd expect that there'd be very few, if any, because it's part of the race day hydration hot weather policy that all kennels must be under 26 degrees. So it'd be, I'd expect that all tracks would, but I'll take that on notice to confirm.
That would be useful. And is it the case that there's no requirement for the transportation to and from the tracks to be air conditioned?
Yeah, that's right. The transportation to and from tracks under our current code of practice requires that the transportation compartments are ventilated, and that greyhounds are taken out. There's long distances. They're given a break so that there is an appropriate level of care. But currently, there's no requirement that they be air conditioned, but that they be appropriately ventilated.
And is that being reviewed?
We haven't got a program for the review of the code of practice, but it is something that we are going to look into.
Thank you.
Mr. Farlow.
Thank you very much, Ms. McInnes. If we can, maybe I'll ask you a few more questions and you might get an early mark. You never know your luck. Just with respect to those questions with respect to veterans' employment, just interested as well in terms of the roadmap for the partners of veterans and their employment prospects as well. What is the government doing with respect to the digital employment roadmap for the partners of veterans?
Sorry, just a point of clarification when you talk about the digital employment roadmap.
Yes. Which I believe is part of the veteran strategy, or I'm informed, I shall say.
Digital employment. So, as I just mentioned, the team's working with on the Partners of Veterans employment strategy currently on resources. So at the moment we're in the consultation phase, talking to War Widows and Partners of Veterans Association and other groups. We're also researching what's available, because within our own government different departments have programs for employment for women, for example, support toolkits. So we're going to draw together what's available and look at how we can partner and work with others, because Defence, of course, is also has a role in this. Through the Royal Commission, they've got some tasks of improving the way they do things to support families as well.
Thank you. And a last question, with respect to the employment of veterans through government, are you tracking the employment of veterans in local government as well, or is that a figure that you aren't getting any visibility on?
No, we're trying. So the Veteran Employment Program Manager, Craig Delaney, and Meg Banton, who works with him, they meet regularly with all the different local government groups. I think they've recently met with the Regional Mayors Group. They have different forums that they attend, and I think they're up to 37 local governments now that have actively engaged and delivered employment programs for veterans. Craig's working with them to try and track those numbers, and it's like our own government number collecting. We didn't have anything before 2016. We implemented the question through the Public Service Commission, and that data is now building. But with the PMES, not everyone answers that. So, you do your best with data, but it's not always as fulsome as we would like. But yes, definitely working on that. Great success in engaging with local government, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Just one super quick one. Back to you, Mr. Crawford. We were talking before about Jules's arrangement with pubs. Currajong Hotel, apparently Jule now has a second mortgage on that after lending to a Mr. Tom Wallace. Are you aware of that?
It's a lot more complex transaction than that. We were approached for a loan through our CEO just on Christmas for a loan that from a not from a pub group. They haven't to date invested at all in the pub group in anything to do with the hospitality industry, but they do want to acquire a number of pubs in Sydney. So they pretty much requested a short-term loan. It was approved on the basis that it was a bit like one of those deposit bonds. So it's a 4-month loan for the deposit only, and we get repaid in full when they buy whatever they're buying.
Okay, but do you see that as a conflict of interest or a potential conflict
Well,
of
not
interest?
at all, because we're not giving a loan to a company at the moment that has anything to do with the hospitality industry. And as soon as they do, the day they convert and buy these assets, our loan gets repaid and we're not there. We don't want to go there. We do not want to lend into the hospitality industry. And it's not our core business anyway. There was a specific request made on Christmas, looked at by our CEO and recommended to the board for approval.
And that's not disclosed to the NIC or to anyone else when you do that?
Well, the circumstances of that loan, first of all, we're not lending to anyone in the industry. Secondly, the terms of the loan and arrangements are confidential. So, and it's certainly on any basis cannot be considered a conflict for me in terms of discharging my duties.
Thank you.
Thank you. The time being 3:30, we're due for refreshment, so we've got a 15-minute break. There was a request from a couple of our witnesses from possibly an early mark. I think Miss Lamb and Mr. Crawford. I don't know how the committee feels about that. Maybe they'd prefer them to stay.
I think maybe because Kate's coming in next.
Okay, sure.
I have no further questions for Ms. McInnes or for Ms. Oxford. I don't know if you do, Abigail.
I'm going and Kate's coming, so let me just check with Kate.
Okay, well, we'll see after the break.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll reconvene at 3:45. Thank you. at 3:46. We will recommence.
Late, Chair.
Now, I don't think the government's got many questions. The opposition, we don't have any cross speech here apart from myself, of course, and I don't have any. So,
we don't have any
are there any
cross-benching,
of
do
the
we?
officials that you do not need to have here today? The first of the session?
The package deal that is Mr. Draper and Ms. Oxford, I don't require, so
Thank you.
we dispense with. And Ms. McInnes as well, I've exhausted my questions too.
What about you, Wes?
And look, from our perspective as well, Mr. Crawford, we have no questions for.
Yeah. I think at this stage that might be it, but look, we will try and get
and
through.
Ms. Maher as well, we have no questions for.
Yeah. If we can be timely with our questions, we might all get an early mark.
I don't think we have any questions for Ms. Lamb either, but I do understand that was what Abigail was saying.
That was what Abigail was.
Okay.
Yeah, but I've got nothing from them. Oh, hold on. I've got a text message from Kate Fairman saying I'm coming. So look, just kick off. We'll see. I don't want to. Apologies. We'll just see who Kate's got questions for when she gets here. Apologies. Fire away, please,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Barlow.
Mr. Levesque. The Commonwealth Government's Medical Research Future Fund now exceeds $24 billion and continues to grow. Has the New South Wales Government formally advocated to the Commonwealth for an increase in the annual MRFF disbursement at all?
We have provided advice to the Minister. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yep, I can.
We have provided advice to the
But
Minister.
I can hear you, but I don't know if it's actually being picked up on the...
Yep.
Okay, yep.
Yes, there will be communication sent to the Minister advocating for a review of the spend so that the allocation of the MRFF is reviewed given the significant under-allocation that we've seen in recent years.
So what is the under-allocation? What do you believe the discrepancy is between what New South Wales has been receiving and what it should receive?
I've got no insights into the reasons why, and we are tracking the performance of our research teams. There's not been a significant drop recently. It looks like it's more a general, all across Australia that there's been less funds allocated in the recent rounds.
Okay, so you believe it's something that isn't just impacting New South Wales, but is impacting all states equally, so to speak?
Yeah, not to my knowledge, impacting New South Wales specifically.
Okay. Now, what strategy does the state government use to maximise its share of the MRFF funding? Is there a coordinated unit within New South Wales Health or Investment New South Wales dedicated to bid readiness?
We do have various programs that aim at working with our research ecosystem to support research teams in different areas for them to be competitive. So sometimes, of course, there are seed funding provided to research teams. We do provide different grants that are also helping them then to apply for more significant federal grants, like translational research grants. We've got early and mid-career research grants that really enable various researchers from New South Wales to be competitive, and we do have networks of research, directors of research in all of the different local health districts that we also work with to see what are the capability and training that we need to provide to our clinicians, our clinical researchers, to be competitive in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Levesque. And we might just pause if Ms. Fairman's here to...
Yeah, so after talking with Ms. Fairman, so Mr. Crawford, Mr. Tutt, Ms. Maher, Miss Oxford, Mr. Draper, and Miss McInnes. You're excused if you.
No, I need Mr. Tutt.
Oh, you need Mr. Tutt. Sorry.
Yes, sorry. And yes.
Mr. Tutt. Sorry, everyone except Mr. So, Miss McInnes, Mr. Draper, Miss Oxford, Miss Maher, and Mr. Crawford. You are excused if you feel that way inclined.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
It's not compulsory, of course.
No, if you want to stick around, you're welcome to.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Farlow, for your
Do you
questions.
have more for Dr. Levesque?
I do.
Yeah, okay.
I'll continue on.
All right, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you,
please,
Dr. Levesque.
Mr.
Now, in terms of that, is there any co-investment which is envisaged by the New South Wales government to increase the funding allocation to New South Wales research initiatives?
Do you have in mind a specific program?
Well, that's why I'm asking. Are there any programs? Are you looking at any avenues by which the New South Wales government might co-invest in terms of the Medical Research Future Fund?
And with the Medical Research
MRFF,
Future
yeah,
Fund.
yeah.
There's not been any specific approaches with regard to the Medical Research Futures Fund in particular. We do have regular communications with our Commonwealth partners, and there are areas where in New South Wales we have centres of excellence that are really national centres of excellence, and therefore there are various discussions around potential co-investments. Those are of course always provided to government for ultimate approval and decisions, but we are certainly talking to the Commonwealth in many different areas that relate to research in precision medicine, genomics, advanced therapeutics are really areas where New South Wales has got lots of skills and capabilities, and the Commonwealth is, of course, always interested to see if we could partner in establishing national centres in New South Wales.
Thank you, Dr. Levesque. And Dr. Levesque, in light of the global instability, particularly in the US when it comes to medical research, has New South Wales developed a strategy to attract international research talent and investment to our shores?
We do have a program that aims at attracting senior researchers that have specific skills that would really contribute to our research ecosystem. We work with universities and medical research institutes, asking them to submit proposals. Like any proposals, they are then reviewed by peer-reviewed committees, and highly qualified applicants then get often offered funding for 3 years, for example, to support their either repatriation into New South Wales or migration anew to Australia from other countries.
Thank you. And with respect to regional clinical trials,
yep.
Are there any moves from the government to increase regional clinical trials?
Yeah, we've got a rural, remote and regional clinical trial program, which is a multi-year program that we actually have received from the MRFF funding. There's a bit more than a year to go with that funding, and that's a program that has enabled us to establish different hubs across the state so that we support clinical trial units in rural settings and help to lift the capability for clinician researchers, especially to be active in research, and also support what we call decentralized trials, which really are collaborative trials between metropolitan centers and rural areas. So that rural, remote and regional clinical trial program has been the main vehicle that we've used to really promote that capacity in rural settings.
Thank you. And how many New South Wales-based proposals have missed out on MRFF funding in the past 3 years? Is that something that you track?
That's not something that we track, and it would be difficult to get that information given the fact that those programs are run by the Commonwealth Government, by their specific subcommittees, peer-reviewed committees, etc. So I doubt that we would have a full capture of those, and it's not something that's reported back to us from the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the viral vector facility, what's the projected utilisation rate of the Westmead viral vector facility?
So the viral vector manufacturing facility is in the last stages of commissioning. You know that there is a company that was established to run the facility and support its commercial activity. Their expected volume of activity really depends on their own commercial activities and planning. So that's something that the company would be better able to provide. That's not something that we directly controlled, given the fact that we've established that entity to run the facility.
And does the RNA research facility fall under your watch as well?
No, the RNA manufacturing facility is led by the chief scientist. We do collaborate with the chief scientist on that program of work and contribute to various committees, really to ensure that the RNA facility will collaborate and interact with the viral vector manufacturing facility, but also to ensure that our research community accesses the facilities at RNA and to accelerate their research as well from a health perspective. Understanding that the RNA manufacturing facility will not just be for health, it will also support other areas of research outside of health.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the Westmead viral vector facility, how many New South Wales-led trials are expected to be supplied annually at that facility? Is that something that you have data on at all, or?
Again, it depends on the timing of the facility coming on board, receiving its TGA certification, because the viral vector manufacturing facility will be what we call a good manufacturing practice facility, and therefore they have to go through that accreditation process before actually having contracts. And I can take on notice the quota that was part of the contractual agreement with the company, but there is a part of activity that, as part of the establishment of the company, should be reserved for clinical trials within New South Wales.
Thank you very much. I think we probably can put the rest to you on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, are you happy to?
Yeah, I think we're happy to let Dr.
need-
Levesque leave if...
Oh, no, yes, sorry, yeah.
Yep.
I thought you were done.
No.
Thank you, Dr. Levesque.
Just make sure that ladies make sure
You
you
are
answer
excused.
questions.
Thank you.
No. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for granting me the call. It was very kind of you.
Yes, it was.
Mr. Barakat, when I asked the Minister earlier today about the issues with the closure of the Wagga track, he indicated to me that he wasn't made aware of any of the communications from the president of the Wagga Greyhound Club. What is the process of when somebody such as the president of the Wagga Greyhound Club writes to the Minister to indicate that there is issues with a report? How does that become elevated to the Minister?
That's probably a question for the Minister's office. It's if the letter's gone to the Minister's office or to the Minister, it's not come through the department.
Okay, so the department liaison officer doesn't ask you for any guidance in relation to advice on this before it goes to the Minister?
No, so if the Minister if there was a response required, so that's a different question. If someone writes to the Minister, the process is up in the Minister's office. If a response is required and advice from the department is sought, then that will come back to us. We'll provide the advice and then a response will be sent.
And that only comes after the Minister's been made aware of an issue, right?
I don't know how it works in the Minister's office.
So
That's a question for them.
the department liaison officer doesn't perhaps ask for a brief to go up to the Minister with the correspondence?
If a response was required, the DLO would request the department to do that.
Okay. Does the DLO ask for a brief on matters prior to the Minister being provided correspondence?
I don't know what happens to correspondence when it's directed directly to the Minister's office. When it comes to the department, it's because advice has been requested in relation to a particular response that's been received. Whether that's a request from the Minister, the Chief of Staff, or other staff in the Minister's office is a question for the Minister's office.
Okay, so when I ask you, have you provided any briefing notes to the Minister's office in relation to the closure of the Wagga track, you don't know if that's come from the Minister directly or whether it's been through the DLO?
I would know that a request has been received by the department from the Minister's office who initiated the request. I'm not
Okay.
wouldn't necessarily be sure of.
So the next question is, has a brief been requested in relation to the closure of the Wagga track? from the
I'm happy to
Minister's
take it
office?
on notice. It hasn't been requested of me, but it wouldn't come directly to me. It'd come through our department's sort of central services and then be farmed up.
Okay, if a brief was required to be developed, you would require to sign it off before it goes to the Minister?
Depending on the nature of the brief, the majority of them would come through myself and some would also go through the Secretary.
Okay, has one gone through you?
Not that I
since the
recall.
closure of the Wagga track was announced?
Not that I recall, no, but if it hasn't, I've forgotten. I'm happy to take it on notice. I would also just point out that for a period of time before Ms Hawes was appointed, I was acting in the secretary role, so if something happened during that period when I wasn't in this role, it's not something I would have seen either.
Fair enough. Okay, so we haven't really established yet whether a brief has gone to the Minister and who's ordered a brief in relation to the closure of the Wagga track.
I'm very happy to take on notice, Mr Fang, if a briefing's been provided to the Minister on this.
Okay. Mr Tutt, I'll come to you now. I know some of my colleagues have raised the issue of Mr Shane Stiff and the charges that have been laid against him. Now, I note in an answer that you provided that you indicated that an interim suspension wasn't believed by GWIC to be appropriate. What are the circumstances when an interim suspension is applied?
Again, as I said in my previous answer, the Commission takes on board a variety of matters, whether there is likely to be an ongoing risk, whether the investigation is still ongoing, or whether it can proceed to substantive disciplinary matters.
Okay.
And in relation to the particular matter you're referring to, the Commission conducted its investigation and then commenced its substantive disciplinary processes, and they're ongoing. So, again, I can't go into too much more detail, but they're the circumstances that we'd have regard to.
Okay. I'm aware of at least 2 interim suspensions that on prima facie, analysis would be less severe and were committed by people with a less severe record than somebody like Mr. Shane Stiff. Now, what I don't understand is how, when there is video evidence, when there is clear pattern of behaviour, that an interim suspension hasn't been sought by GWIC. Now, can you, on notice, provide to me the documentation around how the consideration was reached, who was involved in that consideration, and the time frame between when GWIC was made aware, the completion of the investigation, and when these charges will be finalised?
So some of that information that you're requesting will be sensitive to the investigation. So it wouldn't be the case that the Commission would disclose that sort of information. And
why not?
Frequently, if I can just go on, frequently the decision to impose an interim suspension or not is conducted by a review from our Chief Operating Officer in conjunction with other decision makers, and those decisions are done based on the evidence. Frequently documentation won't be available for that because it's a consideration of the evidence and it's a decision made.
From participants within the industry, there are concerns, and I've heard this from multiple people now, that it's due to Mr. Stiff's connections with people in GWIC. It's due to his ability to provide a threatening behaviour to other participants, and there is concern that he's been given favourable treatment. What can you provide me by way of documentation to assure this committee that that is not the case?
That proposition...
Point of order has been taken. Sorry, Mr. Tutt. Point of order has been taken. Mr. Lawrence.
Just concerned about the question of adverse mention. This was ventilated in an estimates committee last year, I think. I think it was actually PC1. And we got advice that it's not the same as in the House, and that the reference to adverse mention in the standing order is broadly applicable in relation to third parties. So if someone's going to be seriously impugned, here is not the appropriate place.
Well, I might take a point.
And there was an element of that question which referred to threatening behaviour, for example. So we seem to have moved beyond just the mere allegation to some sort of additional imputation.
I haven't even got to the fact he's a CFMEU member, mate. So let's
order.
This is not a joke, mate.
It's
not.
It isn't a joke, and
I'm not suggesting it is.
Order. You will cease interjecting during this hearing at every opportunity you get. It is a serious point of order. It was adverse mention of a third party. You're being reckless in the use of a very important power, which is the privilege we have here for free speech. And so... Order. So I uphold the point of order, and I advise you to be very careful as the resolution of the House and the standing orders set down to use the powers of this hearing carefully and not make adverse mention of third parties unless it's absolutely necessary.
Well, Chair, I might raise a point of
So
order
that- so that
myself.
I've
I'm raising a point of order separate to that.
Okay.
Mr. Lawrence might want to make a declaration that he may have a conflict of interest, given Mr. Stiff and he are both from Dubbo. So I would be interested to know. I'd be interested to know if he's running.
There's no point of order.
I wouldn't mind the opportunity just to respond to that.
No, there's no opportunity to respond to it. There's no point of
I
order.
always comply with my obligations, and if I think I need to declare something, I declare something.
So you say.
Order.
And look, I shouldn't have obviously said that.
Order.
But it's not an opportunity for Mr. Fang to then impugn me.
I know.
And
I
suggest
know
that
it's
I'm
not.
breaching the code of conduct.
I know.
You should grow up, mate, and you should take your job more seriously. Seriously.
I'm taking it very seriously. I'm taking it very seriously.
No, mate. You just
I am taking it very seriously.
Order. I call Mr. Lawrence to order for the first time and remind Mr. Fang that he's on 2 calls to order. We're nearly there. In actual fact, if I take another 3 seconds to keep deliberating, then your time
you
is
just
up.
kept
There's
Mr.
now
Tucky
time
for another 20 minutes, so that's fine.
for Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Barakat, good afternoon.
Hi. Yeah.
The venue, the mandatory shutdown, the review into mandatory shutdown hours, I understand that's going reasonably well in terms of reviewing those licences.
Yes.
Could you give an update on that to begin with, please?
Yeah, of course. So as you're aware, there were 672 venues that had exemptions to the 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. shutdown. They were given until 4th of February to make submissions as to why they should be allowed to keep those exemptions. We are reviewing those in consultation with ILGA, and of the 672, 610 have now been told that those exemptions have been revoked. There's 62 outstanding, and those 62 will continue to be considered on a case-by-case basis, but those decisions will be made before the end of March, which was the government's commitment, and all the new shutdown hours or the venue operating hours will commence from the 1st of April. So of the 672 venues that had them, 610 have already had them, have been advised that they will be revoked. There's 62 remaining to be assessed.
Okay, that's good news. So those new hours have to be in place by the 1st of April, is that what you said? Or
Yeah, so the government committed to making a determination by the 31st of March, and then the hours will commence from the 1st of April.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So, okay, and with the, firstly, is there going to be a list of venues published on this? I know there was one of the issues with this has been the lack of transparency and information around the different licence conditions. So what's going to be published?
If there are any venues that are able to retain the exemption.
Their exemption.
So I can take that on notice. At this point, the only mechanism to determine venues for the general public to look at venues operating hours is on the Verified Licence Service New South Wales website, which will list the operating hours. I'm happy to take on notice whether there's a plan to publish any venues that are able to retain the exemption, but I don't have that answer.
Yeah, that's basically where my question was going.
Yeah.
Like, who's been able to retain them or will be after the 31st of March, and on what basis?
Sure. And to just to be clear, to this point, none of the venues that have been assessed, and I think it's worthwhile pointing out that a large chunk of venues didn't actually even apply to have the shutdown, to be allowed to keep the shutdown exemption. There are 590 odd venues that didn't make an application.
Yeah, okay. Now, the review that happened into those, into the shutdown hours, I'm trying to find there was the
The department, I think that the department stated in response to that commissioned research around whether gamblers needed a more than 6 hour break, and there was in the response, I think the department stated that there was no evidence that suggests that a break in gambling needs to be longer than 6 hours to have a significant impact. So what was that evidence? Do you know? Because I've, for the life of me, have been trying to find what the department is referring to.
I don't, Ms. Furman. I'm happy to take it on notice. I think that the panel also recommended that the existing shutdown hour period, 4 a.m. to 10 a.m, should be retained. And obviously the government's still considering that report and hasn't responded yet. But at the moment, I think the first step was to review existing exemptions and then to consider whether or not there was any further changes required under the legislation.
Yeah, I think the panel was also suggested that 2 a.m, the Productivity Commission, I think, suggested 2 a.m. was better than 4 a.m. But I may have asked that in the past about getting information or evidence to substantiate what the panel was saying. But I'll put it on notice for you as well. Now, the facial recognition technology that the government is referring to and very excited about by the sounds of it, what safeguards are going to be put in place in terms of, is there going to be guidelines, requirements, protocols in terms of the regulatory framework for this?
Yes.
To stop venues with poker machines using AI and facial recognition technology in those poker machines to, in fact, incentivise people to gamble more.
So first of all, to the ministers, the question you asked the minister this morning, I think you may have left me to clarify that trial of that technology is not actually yet underway. What the minister has approved are changes under Section 205A of the Gaming Machines Act to allow this innovative technology to be trialled.
Yes.
Before that actually commences, there will be, it's not public yet, but there is a framework, there's criteria, there's a range of things that potential manufacturers will have to meet before that technology is approved for trial, and that will all be made public. I don't have a time frame on that yet, it's only recently been approved.
So what is the framework? Is that is it going to be gazetted? Is it a regulation? Is it a guideline? What's the framework?
It'll be a framework that manufacturers need to demonstrate adherence with for us to approve that their technology is appropriate to trial under this rule the minister has made, and a key part of that will be that it has to have a harm minimisation, that the primary purpose of the technology has to be harm minimisation.
But that primary purpose of the technology being harm minimisation doesn't necessarily reassure people, I don't think, with respect, that it won't be used to also spot people, encourage them to stay in the machine, this is what AI is being used for in poker machines.
And this is what was ventilated at the
panel.
Facial
recognition with AI.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll come back to you today if I can, but yes, there are very strict requirements about the fact that whether it's this technology that the minister was referring to, or facial recognition more generally, or digital wallets that capture people's identity, it's not to be used for marketing purposes. It's not to be used for identifying people who game frequently and seeking to attract them to gamble more frequently. It's not to be used for any of that. I'll take on notice exactly what document that's constituted in, but that is a clear direction of the minister and something that we're very well focused on, that these are harm minimisation interventions. They're not to be used for any other purpose.
While we're on the subject of facial recognition technology, and this probably goes over a little bit into what would be the Minister Graham's session. I'm conscious of this, but I think it's linked, is with the police requesting for the situation with the Marlborough Hotel in Newtown, which I understand there is a request by the police for the Marlborough Hotel to put in place a range of different measures, including facial recognition technology, which is that a usual request by police to request a venue to put in FRT?
I don't.
Regardless of whether or not they've got poker machines, of course. This isn't a poker machine issue, I assume.
It's not one that I've come across before, but it's not. I wouldn't necessarily come across
because
it.
it's before.
Yes, it is. And we do from time to time get applications from venues that have put in facial recognition technology as a harm minimisation initiative. I wouldn't say it's common, but it certainly does occur.
So when you say you've got applications from venues, are they requesting approval from you, just to be clear of this process? Have they put FRT in without, just put it in themselves, or do they require approval from
No,
the
they
regulator?
don't require approval. Some of them of their own initiative have chosen to introduce FRT.
Okay, and so how is that, what record is kept of the clubs and pubs across the state that do have facial recognition technology? Is there a register? Is there...
I can't tell you the answer to that. I don't believe there's a statewide register of who does and who doesn't have facial recognition technology, but Mr. Barrett can...
No, pubs and clubs and venues are allowed to use facial recognition. There's nothing stopping them. They have to comply with relevant privacy legislation and guidelines. I would imagine that there would have to be appropriate signage at entry to the venue to alert people to the fact that facial recognition technology was operating, but from our perspective, we have no oversight of venues that are currently using it.
So compliance-wise, who checks on the venues? You're saying that they need to comply with various privacy regulations. It sounds good, but who checks that they're doing that?
I mean, from a privacy perspective, the privacy laws aren't something that we have oversight over.
Maybe there's no oversight?
Can I take it on notice, Ms. Bevan? I'm not trying to be difficult. It's not something that the Liquor and Gaming New South Wales regulates under the Gaming Machines Act and the liquor laws. Privacy legislation isn't something we administer.
I mean, the minister's all gung-ho about facial recognition technology. So, with respect, I think the department needs to.
No, well, I think so. They're probably two slightly different things. So I think if government was to mandate it and make it compulsory for venues to have, I think we would absolutely have a role to play in regulating and overseeing it and making sure people were complying with the relevant legislation. But at the moment, venues can just put in facial recognition technology. It's not illegal. They're allowed to do it off their own back. If government was to mandate it, we would then be required to develop the framework and mechanism to oversee its implementation and usage.
Like if it was an election commitment.
But you did just also say there's privacy guidelines and other things.
Yeah. But they're not the Privacy Commission.
You're
the Commonwealth
taking that on
guidelines.
notice as to who actually checks.
Yeah.
I do think it's probably within the department that's responsible for the venues that have them, I would think. But
I'll take it on notice, Ms. Fairman, and come back to you.
Ms. Lamb, so the question that I did ask you actually was in relation to, the police can also submit to the regulator for a venue to have FRT?
The police can ask ILGA to impose conditions of various kinds, and one of them might be a requirement for facial recognition technology.
What's your process what do you do when you receive something like this from the police?
We consider all the circumstances of the case. We consider the evidence in that sort of situation will be typically evidence from the police of any circumstances which might warrant the additional conditions which impact that particular venue. So it's very much case-by-case approach, and it is dependent on, very obviously, police evidence, but also submissions from other people, obviously the proprietor of the venue and community groups.
Okay, and have you got a time frame on the Marlborough Hotel?
Well, I think from memory, yes, we received it on the 4th of September, last year, which sounds like some time ago. And our process is to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to put in submissions. In this case, the venue itself asked for an extension of time to get an expert report. We've granted that extension, the police have been asked to provide further information about why they think all of that long list of conditions they've requested are in fact required.
Okay. Mr. Barrett, I wanted to just ask whether anything was being done, and I think it's a question for liquor and gaming. There was a story in the Sydney Morning Herald December that it was about Merivale's Rose Bay, Club Rose Bay, and the poker machines there. It also mentioned Merivale said these statements were false. However, about Merivale potentially having poker games in its establishments, and that the poker games, the operator or venue, charged a fee. Allegations that 20% was collected for every poker game played. The Merivale charged members between $5,000 and $20,000 a year to become a member. This is at level 6. That's not legal, though, is it?
I'm not aware of that, but my understanding is that the poker like that is regulated under the Unlawful Gambling Act. The enforcement powers under that act are exercised by police, not Liquor and Gaming New South Wales.
Right, so it does say here, that this article says that New South Wales Police are liaising with Liquor and Gaming in relation to Merivale poker nights. So do you have...
They may well be, and I'm happy to take on. That's not something I'm aware of, but again, I think my understanding is the enforcement powers sit with the police under that particular piece of legislation. They may well have sought advice from us in relation to things that are occurring there, but it's not something that I've been made aware of.
Is it something that you should be made aware of, do you think, or have I got your position wrong?
No, I think the police are co-regulators with us under the legislation. We talk to them on a daily basis about all range of investigations, manner of things. They don't all necessarily get escalated to me as Deputy Secretary.
This is a pretty big one. Like if you haven't been informed of it, I think something's going wrong within your department. But if you could, sorry, I just thought you were going. Did you have something to add, Ms. Hawes?
Depends on the period
it's
we're
fair
talking
point.
about, but also Mr. Barakat was recently acting secretary, so
Yeah.
he's taken on notice to find out if it's been raised with the department and in what capacity.
Yeah, okay. No worries, thank you. So the Auditor General's report into the gaming machine regulation, I should say, found that the department does not set any outcome targets for reducing gambling harm, and it recommended establishing indicators, baselines and targets. So how is the work going to do that?
So we're on track. I think that has to be delivered by the end of June this year. We've accepted that recommendation. We've just released our new regulatory priorities for this year and also our new strategy for 2026 to 2028. So they're available on our website now. Both of those things commit us to focusing on harm minimisation as a key area for us. The strategy also commits us to reporting against our regulatory priorities and delivery against those priorities and outcomes from implementing those regulatory priorities every 12 months, and that those reports will be made publicly available. We've also, in terms of measuring levels of harm and how interventions may or may not be working, the key sort of gambling harm survey is the New South Wales Gambling Survey, which is the most recent one, was published in 2024. So that's kind of the baseline there, levels of high risk harm, moderate risk harm and low risk harm, rates of gambling, things like that are outlined in that strategy. So we use that as the baseline then to determine whether or not interventions that the government has announced and we have implemented are having effect. We've also, to that point, just commissioned an external party to undertake a review of the 2024 gaming reform. So that organisation will be looking at implementation of responsible gambling officers, gaming incident registers, gaming plans of management, new requirements around ATM location and signage, and they'll be starting surveys and consultation in the first half of this year to complete that evaluation of those reforms to determine what impact they've had.
So that's a consultant to have a look at the reforms of 2024. That I think the pretty sure the Auditor General's report found that there was a bit too much focus on those.
So I think the Auditor General in relation to those reforms
Yes.
was sort of suggesting that our compliance activity was too heavily
Thank
weighted
you.
to monitoring implementation, venues
Yep.
implementing those new obligations, and that's what the Auditor General said. What we've done here is engaged at Central Queensland University, someone else whose name escapes you at the moment, to actually evaluate the impact that the implementation of those reforms had, and then our strategy and priorities going forward commit us to doing these evaluations and publishing reports against them every 12 months.
When you have to, have you done the work in terms of looking at what a gambling harm outcome would be in terms of indicators for whether gambling harm specifically has been reduced? Has the department done that work? Because that's a bit trickier, I think.
It's really tricky, and we
Yes.
haven't completed that work. We're
Are
thinking
you
about it
working
now.
on it?
Yes,
Like-
we are,
right.
but you are correct, Ms. Berman. It is really tricky to actually get an accurate measure of reductions in harm based on specific implementations of interventions.
The $100 million fine
Yep.
against Star Casino, which was the government announced 16th of October 2023, was going towards harm minimisation initiatives. So it's tricky to get full transparency on exactly what this $100 million has gone towards. And I've got a list in front of me. I actually did put in a question on notice on this, and I thought I'd use. So I've got a range of different things, but it does say remaining, there's $15 million that seems to be unaccounted for in what the government has says it's spending things on.
Yeah, the media release that you're referring to, I don't recall it allocating money to specific things. I think it just said there was 21.7 million over the next 3 years available, which then left the 15. So
For gambling,
I don't want to get too technical, but so the $100 million is entirely earmarked by government for a gambling harm minimisation fund. What needs to happen from us and from the Minister is that to allocate aspects of that to specific projects, we need to go back and seek a government decision. So 30 million of that 100 million has been allocated to the Responsible Gambling Fund over the last 3 years, and they've incorporated that into their budget to undertake the activities that they undertake. There's been portions allocated to the independent panel and to facial recognition. All of that money is still available. What we are doing now, what we have done is finalise proposals to take through this budget process to get all of that remaining money allocated to specific harm minimisation initiatives.
Thank you.
The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tutt, was Shane Stiff the former president of the Greyhound Clubs of New South Wales?
I believe he's the current president.
He's the current president, okay. Did that play any bearing in the fact that he wasn't provided an interim suspension initially?
None whatsoever.
Was his role as a former CFMEU official play a bearing in the fact that he wasn't provided a interim suspension?
None whatsoever. And in fact, to your last question, the Commission has only recently written to Greyhound Clubs New South Wales to advise that whilst the disciplinary processes involving the individual that you name are ongoing, that the Commission wouldn't be meeting in any official capacity with Greyhound Clubs New South Wales.
Okay. When do you expect the disciplinary action to conclude?
Again, as I said earlier, it's been adjourned to, I think, the 16th of March. That's a process that happens certainly independently of me as the acting CEO. Decision makers will hear the evidence, they'll make a determination. I'd expect that it'd be dealt with either on the 16th of March or fairly soon after.
Is there a prosecutor that's involved in making the case for Dewey?
Again, the Commission has, in relation to most of its disciplinary matters, its regulatory matters, has 2 or 3 stewards as decision makers, and in this matter, that's also the case.
Has the Commission ensured that there are declarations and ability for independence in place to make sure that there are no connections between stewards and participants?
Again, the Commission is very comfortable that its management of conflicts between staff and participants, or anyone for that matter, is a very robust process.
Are the same stewards that will be making the determination in relation to this disciplinary matter the same stewards that elected to not provide an interim?
Again, in relation to the interim disciplinary processes, they're matters that really are run by our Chief Operating Officer, and I'd have to take it on notice as to whether they're involved, but my understanding is that that's a decision that sits with our Chief Operating Officer as to whether an interim suspension or otherwise is imposed.
So there's only one person that makes the determination as to an interim suspension?
No, it's managed by our Chief Operating Officer. There can be others. In relation to this, as I said, it's a substantive disciplinary matter dealt with by 3 decision makers, and I'd take it on notice, although I can probably check. In this particular instance, it's my understanding that decisions have been made by a Chief Operating Officer and not the decision makers involved in the disciplinary process.
Okay, so in terms of an interim suspension only, the sole decision maker was the Chief Operating Officer. There was no other members of GWEEK that were involved in making that determination?
Just the Chief Operating Officer.
Okay. In circumstances where you have a high-profile person with union links and with links to, I guess, one of the biggest industry groups, do you think that it's perhaps advisable to have other people in the decision-making process, given that an interim suspension wasn't sought by GWEEK?
Again, not here to give my opinion in relation to the links that you refer to, but we do have a fairly robust process as to what circumstances we impose interim suspensions or disqualifications, and we're satisfied that in relation to the matter that you're raising, that the Commission has acted appropriately and taken the right steps, and we're going to deal with the matter on a substantive disciplinary basis.
Okay. In terms of where interim suspension has been implemented by GWEEK, you've indicated that the consideration of the length of time it takes for a matter to be brought forward for, I guess, a hearing, the previous conduct, and the, I guess, the matter that is at hand in relation to the disciplinary matter are all considerations as to whether an interim suspension is implemented. Are there any others?
Oh, there's many. It's a assessment of whether there's any ongoing risk, how long the substantive matter might take, and as I said, frequently, and again I'm repeating myself, the interim matters that we've taken largely relate to criminal prosecutions that are occurring in relation to participants. So we let those court processes play out,
okay,
and then we take the regulatory action if required.
Okay. So is it your understanding that answer? Is it your answer then that in terms of Mr. Stiff's upcoming matter being progressed, you aren't seeking criminal charges?
Again, I'm not going to go into details, as I've said, in relation to specific matters.
Well, this committee has every right to seek to understand the operation of the bodies before us. Certainly in the case of GWEEK, there are questions in relation to why an individual hasn't been provided an interim suspension. I'm seeking to understand that better. I know that concerns have been raised with me, and in circumstances where there is clear footage of a participant injuring a dog, I'm seeking to understand where those charges are going. We have every right to ask those questions. They are lawful questions.
Again, it would be completely inappropriate of me to go into any details of an active disciplinary matter whilst that matter remains before decision makers. You've asked me in a few different ways. I've given you the same response. It's going to be the same response again.
Okay, well, we can sit here and do the same response till 5:30 this afternoon if that's how we're going to go, but I'll continue asking my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Tutt. Now, in circumstances where there has been footage of Mr. Stiff injuring a greyhound, have you sought independent advice from animal welfare agencies such as RSPCA?
Again, I'm not in a position to go into any details in relation to the matter that you're referring to.
Okay, well, in circumstances where you indicated to me that a consideration in the matter is that whether criminal charges are laid or not, I'm seeking to understand if one of those considerations is that there is perhaps charges from the RSPCA that may stem from this action.
If I can just correct you there, what I said was that in consideration of whether we impose interim sanctions, so whether it be a suspension or disqualification, consideration is had as to whether there are criminal charges on foot. And we have many matters currently where participants are subject to criminal matters, where they are also interim suspended or disqualified. That's what I said. And again, I'm not going to descend into the details of what actions the Commission or others may or may not do in relation to that specific matter.
Okay. More broadly then, in circumstances where the Commission is provided evidence of animal abuse, does the Commission then refer matters to animal welfare agencies such as the RSPCA?
No, the Commission has powers under POCTA, so the
Yes.
Prevention of Cruelties to Animals, where our inspectors are authorised officers, and the Commission itself takes prosecutions through the court process, as we've done, and as we have some matters that are currently before the courts. The Commission are prosecuting that themselves.
Okay. So in circumstances, can I assume that Mr. Stiff has been charged?
Again, Mr. Stiff has some disciplinary matters which are active and remain with decision makers.
Yes.
And there's no further details that I can go into in relation to an active matter.
You can tell me though if he's been charged or not.
Again,
sorry, under what provision do you think you can't tell me that he's
again,
been charged?
Mr. Stiff's got some regulatory matters by the Commission, and those matters are set, as I said, for an adjourned hearing on the 16th of March.
Okay.
At this stage, there's no other matters by the Commission in relation to Mr. Stiff.
So, do I understand that in terms of the footage where he is abusing an animal, there are no charges to come out of that footage, or it's just a regulatory matter?
Again, currently we have a matter which is a regulatory matter before decision makers of the Commission, which is yet to be resolved.
And what are the charges?
I'd have to take that on notice. I believe it's I'd have to take that on notice, the precise nature of the charges. But again, they're still subject to determination by the decision makers. So
and I accept that. However, a question of what charges are preferred upon a person is not a question that is unlawful.
No, I didn't suggest it was.
Okay. Do any of the charges, I should say, relate to animal welfare issues?
They are matters that are of an animal welfare nature.
Okay. In circumstances where you have provided the participant with notification that they have animal welfare charges, do you not see that it's perhaps appropriate to provide an interim suspension where they are not only a participant, they are the president of a body and also are continuing to participate in the industry?
Again, the individual that you're naming and their position in the industry has absolutely nothing to do with the Commission's consideration process in its disciplinary action.
Okay, well, I'm seeking to better understand that because I on face value, am concerned that the participant's position within the industry and the people that he may know is a factor in the fact that this matter has not been provided appropriate consideration for an interim suspension.
Well, if I can allay some of those concerns, that person, Mr. Stiff's position in the industry, has no bearing whatsoever on how the Commission goes about its disciplinary processes.
Okay. Let me explore this in another circumstance then. How many interim suspensions have been given to participants in the past 12 months, or in this financial year and the last financial year?
There's some level of detail that's required to answer that, so I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. How many matters that are investigated? How many matters has GWIC investigated? Let me start there. Let's start at the top and we'll work our way down. See how we can go.
And how many matters over what period?
In the last financial year and in the current financial year.
I may have to take some of that on notice.
Surely you've come to budget estimates with at least that number.
I do have. I can give you some. I can give you some information.
Really discourteous and ridiculous assertion.
Well, no, it's not. It is
order. There's point of order's been taken.
It's intended to demean the witness. No, it's in a context where he's been misbehaving all day.
It is. I uphold the point of order. It's utterly unnecessary.
I can't assist.
It had a level of detail. It was discourteous.
A level of detail of how many prosecutions a welfare industry body is actually.
Mate, you're behaving like a bully.
You're
behaving like a bully.
I'm behaving like somebody who's seeking accountability. I am behaving like somebody.
Order! That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. I will call you to order for the third time, Mr. Fang. I don't want to do it. I ruled on the point of order. I upheld it. It was unnecessary to be interjecting in that way. It was discourteous to the witness. That's what we have. It's unnecessary.
If I may, Chair, I can provide the committee with some information. So,
yes, here's the information.
Thank you. In the last financial year, the Commission finalised 113 disciplinary matters. That was against 110 registered participants. 40 of those related to breaches of prohibited substance matters. 29 were breaches of animal welfare requirements, and the remaining were conduct-related matters.
Okay. That was the finalised number. How many were actually brought to a? How many were commenced as a proceeding, where an outcome wasn't determined, or an outcome was the case was dismissed?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'd have to take that on notice precisely how many cases.
I mean, I assume you didn't start 113 cases and get 113 convictions. I imagine that you started maybe I don't know.
Look, that's certainly very likely that there was more cases commenced than that were finalised.
You don't have that figure with you?
I don't have that figure with me.
And that was in the last financial year? That was 24-25?
24-25, 113 disciplinary matters, that's correct.
Okay, and what have we got for 25 to date?
I don't have those figures. As I said, the figures that we've collated for today is based on the FY figures for 24-25.
Okay. Are you able to provide me with the figure for 24-25 of the number of interim suspensions that were provided?
I'd have to take that on notice. I can't provide to you now.
Okay, well, if you could provide to me on notice the number of interim suspensions that GWIC had in 24-25, and in terms of the breakdown, I think you said that there were 40 for substance abuse. How many were those how many of those had an interim suspension applied? For the 29 animal welfare issues, how many of those had an interim suspension applied? And in terms of the remaining, which you said were conduct related, how many interim suspensions were applied to that?
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Now, in terms of the actual charging process, I I note that the matter was raised in the House, in the Legislative Council, by one of my colleagues. And how long after it was raised or before it was raised were charges conferred on the Mr. Stiff?
I'm not sure of the dates that you're talking about.
Okay, when was Mr. Stiff charged?
I'd have to, the precise date, I couldn't, I'd have to take that on notice unless, if I could provide that to you this afternoon.
That would be great. So in terms of Mr. Stiff, the investigation into Mr. Stiff, how long was the investigation before charges were then provided?
Again, we're getting into the realms of an active matter where it would be inappropriate of me to make any comment about it, whilst it remains outstanding.
Well, I'm sure it's not an issue to say if it was a week or 2 weeks where the investigation was took place. I'm just seeking to understand these. You know how you know our taxpayers and the budgets are being expended in New South Wales in relation to Greyhound Racing Integrity Commission, and so these are questions that are clearly appropriate and lawful. So, you know, how long you spend on an investigation is, I think, appropriate.
Point of order.
The point of order has been taken, Mr. Lawrence, on the point of order.
Just concerned that there's a suggestion in that sort of statement from Mr. Fang that because it's lawful, the witness has to answer. In fact, he doesn't have to answer in terms of any particular answer. He's perfectly entitled to say it's a matter that goes to the investigation, whereas he's really being pressed and it's being suggested really that he has to answer in the way that's sought, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. It is the inference that you are making to the witness is that he has to, because the question in your terms is lawful, that he has to answer, and he does not have to answer in any particular way or at all, in actual fact.
Well, I would
and so I do uphold the point of order.
Well, to the point of order.
No, I've just upheld it, so I've just ruled on that. So, have you got some questions, Mr. Fang?
If I can assist the committee, over the past 12 months, the Commission's average time to complete investigations has been 39 days.
Okay, 39 days. And what is the average time from an investigation to a tribunal or a, what do you call, where you have the three commissioners, the three decision makers who appear?
Regulatory disciplinary action.
Yes. What is the average time between finalising a investigation and charging somebody and then actually getting to a hearing?
I don't know what that is. I could certainly do some 39 days. So it is 39 days. So once the investigation completes, and should there be a disciplinary action, that occurs after that period.
Okay. So noting that the matter was raised in the House, and I'll have to check, but I think it was somewhere around September or October last year.
And those estimates.
Hey?
And the estimates last year.
And the estimates as well. Why is it now that we see that the matter hasn't progressed to a tribunal hearing, a disciplinary action until March? You said it was adjourned. When was it adjourned, and for what reason was it adjourned?
Again, it'd be inappropriate for me to go into the reasons for an active matter. If I may, I'm not aware of whether these matters were raised at a previous hearing.
Okay. You are aware that it was raised in Parliament, though?
I'm aware it was raised in Parliament very recently.
Okay. Was that before or after a commencement of the investigation?
I'm not sure what date was raised in Parliament, but I can assist the committee that the charges were issued on the 30th of January.
30th of January. Okay. Well, in that instance, it would seem to me that the time frame is a lot more than 39 days.
If I said the average time was 39 days.
Okay. Is this a particularly complex matter compared to the other 113 that we did in 24-25?
Again, in relation to most matters, there's consideration by the decision makers frequently there will be some legal advice sought, and as part of our usual disciplinary processes, we ensure that we go through all elements that need to be satisfied. And again, in this matter, without going into the details, we're comfortable at the way that this matter has progressed.
Okay. Is the matter that's being held over until the 16th of March consigned to one event, or is it multiple events that are being examined on March 16?
Again, without going into details, the matters on the 16th of March involve one series of events on one occasion.
Okay, so we're talking about one piece of footage.
Again, I'm not going to go into the details. I've said that multiple times today. I'm not going to the details of that particular matter or any outstanding matter.
Okay. So was it on the 30th of January that the matter was deferred until the 16th of March, or was there a hearing that existed?
The matter's part heard. It had a initial hearing date I think about the 20th of February, so last week I believe.
Okay, 20th of February. And was that matter before the three decision makers?
You might just have to give me some more detail.
You said the matter was part heard. Was it part heard as a mention type, or was it actually, were you seeking to progress
I wasn't
to a full hearing, which was then adjourned?
I wasn't present.
Okay, who was present?
The decision makers.
Okay. Yeah. And who from GWIC was present other than the decision makers?
I don't believe there would have been anyone else present.
Okay. So is it just held in a shed out the back somewhere?
No, we don't. In the modern age, we deal with these matters through AVL, so it would have been conducted via Microsoft Teams.
Okay. And does the participant have the opportunity to have legal representation at that?
They do.
Okay. Does GWIC have in effect a prosecutor that makes the case for?
No. So like all racing codes, these matters are heard by decision makers who are frequently appointed as stewards.
Okay. How is evidence provided in these hearings?
In any manner that it's deemed appropriate. A participant can call any witnesses to provide evidence. They can provide written evidence, reports, just like any usual disciplinary process.
Yep.
Evidence can be given in a variety of ways.
Okay. Noting that there isn't a person acting in a prosecutorial way, how does evidence that is presented against a participant be introduced and argued?
So like any judicial or quasi-judicial process, a brief of evidence with charges is provided to a participant, and they get an opportunity to respond to that and to put any submissions or further evidence forward in defence of their case.
Okay. What are the normal circumstances where an adjournment is provided for?
A variety of matters. There might be a request, and I'm speaking generally, of course, not in relation to this particular matter.
Very generally, the most general of natures.
There might be a request for further evidence to be sought. There might be a request to make further submissions. There can be a variety of matters, just like any process.
And who determines whether an adjournment's granted?
The decision makers would make that determination.
Okay. And in terms of the decision makers, is it required to be a unanimous decision or a 1-2 decision? Or
Look. Generally, the majority would be how it would work, but frequently these decisions are made collaboratively amongst decision makers.
Okay. How long between the hearing, I'll say, the tribunal matter being heard and a decision being communicated?
So from when a decision on guilt or otherwise is made
Yes.
to when a penalty is imposed.
Yeah, I mean, do they
the question?
conclude the hearing and then provide a?
Oh, there's a variety of ways. A hearing can be an oral hearing, can be an in-person oral hearing, can be via Teams. Frequently, the Commission will deal with the matter in writing. So charges and a brief of evidence will be provided, and a participant can respond in writing, and the decision makers will make a decision based on the material that's available to them.
And that's not occurring in Mr. Stiff's case. There will be a hearing via AVL, effectively, and evidence heard.
I believe that's the case.
Okay. In circumstances where you have then an AVL hearing, is it that a judgment is then provided in writing post the event, or is it granted, is it given on the day orally? How does it work?
No, frequently a decision might be made on the day, and then a decision notice will be published on our website a couple of days or a week later. So,
Okay. In terms of what is made public by GWIC after one of these hearings, what evidence, like, what do you provide to the community?
Well, I'd invite you to have a look at our website, which outlines all the disciplinary matters that we take across both prohibited substances, conduct and welfare matters, and they contain the charges, a brief summary of the facts, how the participant dealt with the matter, whether they pleaded guilty or not, and the ultimate penalty.
Okay. What is the appeal process?
The appeal process is to the Racing Appeals Tribunal within 7 days of the penalty being handed down.
Okay. During an appeal process, is a suspension or interim suspension, if that is what has been determined by the tribunal, implemented?
So during an appeal process, a participant can seek a stay of the decision imposed by the Commission, and whether that stay is granted is a decision of the tribunal.
Okay, of the same three members?
No, so separately. So the Racing Appeals Tribunal is a completely different appellate body, which is under the Racing Appeals Tribunal legislation, and that is a body that is completely separate from the Commission, and that Racing Appeals Tribunal also deals with the other two codes.
Okay. In circumstances where an interim suspension is imposed on a participant prior to a tribunal being heard and a suspension or not being granted, is it the case that an interim suspension time served will be deducted from a penalty?
Yeah, frequently that's the case. If a participant has served a period under interim suspension and they receive a penalty for the substantive matter, that is the case. It's taken into account.
Okay. And if somebody's on an interim suspension and they then subsequently find themselves convicted, for want of a better term, and then they find that they elect to appeal the matter, is it the case that the interim suspension continues, or does the appeal provide for the lifting of the interim suspension, assuming that your COO has actually been the one that's elected to provide the interim suspension?
Slightly confusing question, but perhaps if I can answer it this way. If there is a interim suspension, a participant can appeal that, and whether that suspension remains is a decision for the tribunal. If there's a substantive matter and a penalty is imposed, a participant can go to the Racing Appeals Tribunal and seek a stay of that penalty whilst the appeal is heard.
Okay. So in circumstances where your COO, as the decision maker on interim penalty, is that the only person that makes...
No, it's not necessarily the only person. No,
okay.
But certainly our disciplinary processes are under the responsibilities of our Chief Operating Officer.
Okay, so what would be a circumstance where the COO doesn't provide for their delegation to look at an interim suspension? Why might they delegate it elsewhere?
Because there might be a need for another staff member of the Commission to consider whether an interim suspension or disqualification process should occur. As I said, the COO, the responsibility stops with the COO in relation to our disciplinary processes, and frequently they will be a conversation between our Chief Operating Officer based on some legal advice from internal GWIC Legal.
Okay. Is it perhaps a circumstance where the COO is conflicted or has declared a conflict?
If that was to be the case, but again, as I said previously, the Commission has a very robust process for conflict management.
Yeah.
And that would be, as I said, the case. It would be most unusual that there would be any conflict between one of the executives of the Commission and a participant, for instance.
I guess I'm just trying to understand now where the COO is ultimately responsible for disciplinary matters, it would seem, and it's normally the case that the COO would make that determination of an interim suspension. You've indicated to me that that's not always the case, but short of there being a conflict of interest or the person being on leave, I can't understand why.
Well, they might be
it wouldn't
unavailable. Yeah, that's right. So the CEO might be unavailable. Then there might be another senior member of staff that's able to make a decision on whether an interim suspension should be imposed.
Is it ever the case that the COO delegates it when they are available and just simply wants to provide somebody with more experience or the opportunity to actually make a determination so that you've got growth within your organisation?
Whilst that could be the case, it's frequently a decision that rests with the COO.
Okay, so you would say that the vast majority of determinations of interim suspension sit with the COO?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And where the COO determines that there is in fact the need for an interim suspension to be applied, the participant can appeal that, you indicated?
They can.
And that would be, the appeal would be heard by the appeals?
It would be heard by the Racing Appeals Tribunal if they sought an appeal. There's also a mechanism under our legislation to seek an internal review, and that's a process which is dealt with by the Commission itself and frequently by a more senior member of the Commission than the decision maker. So
your COO applies a interim suspension, that participant appeals that interim suspension. So it's if an internal review is elected by GWIC, who makes that decision and who would it be assigned to review?
It can be any number of people in the Commission. Frequently the Commissioners themselves will determine internal reviews. And I should just, if I can clarify one of the questions, the Chief Operating Officer of the Commission will determine whether a process for an interim suspension or disqualification should occur, but frequently that process will be heard by stewards.
Right.
So they'll be the decision makers, if you like. And
Okay, so an interim suspension isn't imposed by the COO. The COO elects to send a matter for interim suspension.
And just to get a bit technical, the COO can sit as a decision maker in relation to interim suspensions, but frequently they wouldn't.
Judge, jury and executioner in effect.
Well, that in fact is the process in all racing codes and many sporting disciplinary tribunals.
No, that's fine. I'm like as I said, I'm just seeking to understand how these processes play out.
But it must be, I suppose, understood that there is a very comprehensive appellate process where if a participant is dissatisfied with any decision of the Commission, they can go to the Independent Racing Appeals Tribunal and put forward whatever evidence and submissions they wish. And under the legislation at the Racing Appeals Tribunal, it's a hearing de novo. So they're not fettered by whatever decisions the Commission decision makers might have made.
Okay, so in terms of the decision to have an interim suspension handled, an appeal for an interim suspension handled by an internal review, what is the process there?
There'd be the participant would lodge an application for an internal review, and that would be referred to a internal reviewer, who frequently will be a commissioner.
Okay, so one of the three decision makers will deal with the matter?
No. So under the internal review provisions in our legislation, it must be dealt with by an internal reviewer who had nothing to do with the previous decision.
Okay, so when that person, if an appeal is sought, they determine that, do they
just review it and then
Yeah,
can
so-
overturn it?
So they have, under our legislation, the internal reviewer can revoke, confirm or vary the decision that was made at first instance. So they're the three avenues that can occur after an internal review is considered.
Okay. And in circumstances where the where GWIG may not agree with the overturning or varying of an appeal, what is the process then? Is it just accepted that the appeal process is finished after one of the non-connected decision makers varies or annuls? Or
So are you referring to the internal review process?
Yes.
Yep. So if an internal review is made by an internal reviewer against a decision of, for instance, stewards, that the Commission would not then appeal to the Racing Appeals Tribunal based on that, because it's effectively two decisions of the Commission. Of course, the participant who is subject to the internal review, they still have their appeal avenues to the Racing Appeals Tribunal if they're dissatisfied with the decision made by the internal reviewer.
Okay, so then they have to elevate it to the Racing Appeals.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Okay. In circumstances where you have the COO, who can be a decision maker also, given the legislation as you've indicated to me, can make a decision to provide to confer an interim suspension on a participant. Is it the case that that COO is also available to, where they haven't made the interim suspension decision, may be the reviewer of the interim?
Sorry. If the Chief Operating Officer, to use your example, wasn't involved in the decision at first instance, they could, under our legislation, also be the internal reviewer, yes.
Okay.
And it's just important that there's the separation between the decision makers and the person doing the review, because that's a very express provision in our legislation that they must be separate.
Okay. And where the three decision makers that sit in terms of the, I'll say, tribunal, where any charges that are being considered by GWIC are presented, is it the case that the COO can be one of those three?
They can be. They can be. It doesn't have to always be three. That's certainly a preference, but it can be as little as one, it can be two, it can be three, it can be more. But the Chief Operating Officer can, although not frequently, sit as a decision maker.
And who makes the decision as to how many decision makers attend a hearing?
Matters are allocated by our Chief Operating Officer and others at an allocation process.
Okay.
And as I said, whilst there's no hard and fast rule, our preference is to have multiple decision makers so that the panel has some balance and ability to bounce ideas off decision makers.
Okay, so could you provide then, on notice I suspect, in terms of the 24-25 figures, how many of those 113 hearings were heard by a single decision maker, and then how many were heard by a multiple decision maker?
So just for clarity, they wouldn't have all been hearings. As I said previously, frequently matters dealt with under our disciplinary action processes can be dealt with in writing.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so when it's dealt with in writing then, how is a matter considered by multiple decision makers?
Just like any review process, the decision makers consider the evidence, they would discuss it and deliberate and then make a decision.
Okay. And if they disagree on the process, do you add a third? Say you've got two people looking at it, do you add a third?
You never in these processes add a decision maker to a matter that's already commenced. To do so would offend procedural fairness principles.
Okay. So if you have two, if you've made the provision for two people to consider these matters and there is a disagreement as to what occurs, how do you then start all over again? Or?
Again, going back to fundamental principles in relation to steward and disciplinary type processes. Whilst it might be unusual that there would be a disagreement based between the decision makers, there's always a chairperson of the decision making panel.
Okay. So one of the two is more senior?
That's right.
Okay, I'm calling rank and I'm
Or,
going to say
or whether,
this, yeah.
whether they're more senior or not, but one would be chairing the panel.
Yep.
As opposed to the other members. Wouldn't necessarily have to be more senior in our structure.
Does the CEO have a role in being a decision maker?
No. And certainly in my time as the acting CEO, I haven't been involved in any disciplinary matters. It doesn't mean that the CEO, if they were properly appointed, couldn't be, but certainly under the current leadership of the Commission, the CEO wouldn't be involved as a decision maker. It's important that there is a separation between the CEO and decision makers who do the operational work.
Okay, in those circumstances where there is that separation, does the CEO ever become involved in internal reviews?
Again, certainly not whilst I'm the CEO. It'd be unusual for the CEO to do an internal review. Certainly hasn't happened since I've been acting CEO, but it's most likely the case that the Chief Commissioner and another Commissioner, or the Chief Commissioner by himself, would be the internal reviewer for decisions made by decision makers. And there's been a number of those dealt with by the Commission over the last year or so.
Okay, how long have you been acting in the role of CEO?
Since February, March 2025.
Okay.
Don't know the precise date, but it'd be about 12 months.
Right. How long do we keep interim CEOs as an interim before we appoint a CEO?
Again, they're not matters for me, they're matters for the commissioners.
Okay, so it's the commissioners that make a decision as to...
Yeah, the Chief Commissioner is responsible for appointing the CEO.
Has the CEO role been advertised?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Are we just intending on keeping it as an interim CEO position open forever, or is there a plan by the commissioners to actually have a recruitment process?
There would be a plan. Again, they're matters for the Chief Commissioner and other Commissioner.
Okay. What are your previous roles with the Commission prior to being the acting CEO?
My previous role has been the Director of Legal Services or General Counsel.
Okay. Does the Director of Legal Services or General Counsel have a role in being a decision maker under the umbrella of the GWIC?
They have done in the past, but again, the legal section of the Commission really serves to provide advice to various sections of the Commission, including in disciplinary processes. And whilst in the past my role has been involved in disciplinary processes as a decision maker, it's certainly now, under the current regime, not the preference. And we leave that to decision makers, principally stewards, to deal with matters, and principally stewards in the regions, which is quite common across racing control bodies to deal with matters in the regions by the stewards.
So when you say under your time in the regime, and that's interesting choice of words, but that's okay.
Acting CEO, I should say,
yes.
just to clarify.
So in your time as acting CEO, you say that these are not. So it's effectively a cultural decision that you can make as CEO. So another CEO might choose to lead the organisation in another way and seek that advice, or provide.
I can't hold whatever future decisions of CEOs of the Commission might make, but what I can speak to is how the Commission currently functions. And as I said, I've provided information as to what the processes are now, but it is certainly the case that in my substantive role as General Counsel, in more recent years, we've stepped away from being actively involved in those disciplinary processes and provided advice.
It seems to me that it's somewhat incongruous that a CEO can shape an organisation such as an integrity agency by either having decision makers appointed or not appointed, depending on who's in that role. i.e. another CEO in a CEO role might, in the organisation, might say that this person is now a decision maker, or they have previously, but actually I'm not going to allow them to be a decision maker now. Is it not the case that an integrity agency should have clearly defined roles as to who has powers and who which roles have decision making responsibility, and not have it just delegated by the CEO?
Yeah, and we do now. We do now, as I said, in the Commission that I'm in the leadership role, We do have clearly defined roles and who deals with who is a decision maker in disciplinary processes. And again, whilst a little bit philosophical to your question, what may or may not happen with future CEOs of the Commission is not really something I can answer, but under the current way that we deal with things, there is very clearly defined roles and delegations as to who deals with decision makers, who are decision makers in disciplinary matters, sorry.
Well, I'm a decision maker and I've decided that is the end of questions from the opposition. In actual fact, no, that was the House that decided that. And do you have 15 minutes of questions, Mr. Lawrence?
No.
No questions from you?
No questions.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for your attendance today. To all the government officials, thank you for your attendance. The committee, the Secretariat will be in contact with you in due course regarding any matters taken on notice. We very much appreciate your attendance and your evidence you've given today. Thank you again and see you next time.